falling over or blowing out. Housewife was on message too. Air raids will only mean a great noise to younger children, and provided Daddy and Mummy won't mind, they won't. It is no good pretending to older children that raids are of no importance. Far better to reassure them by admitting the danger, but stressing the very long odds against them being hit. Explain that there are over 42 million people in Great Britain, and even if the Germans were better shots than they are, they could only manage to kill a few out of that number, and the chances of your home being hit are therefore extremely small. Also explain that the slightly shaky, sick feeling which they experience during raids is not really being afraid, but is the result of the interference with the normal vibrations in the atmosphere due to the explosion. That will help to take away that feeling of guilt that schoolboys and even schoolgirls are apt to experience when they fear they are not being as brave as they would like to be. This sound advice ended on a rather wistful note. Those who have charge of children during air raids are very much to be envied, for by concentrating all their wits and energies on saving the young things from mental and physical harm, they find they have no time or inclination to give in to their own fears. Mass observation reported on a family sheltering during a raid with 3 young children. Mummy told Jessica, 6½, who was inclined to whimper and be jittery, not to, because that was what would please Hitler, and she shut up. The children got cotton wool put in their ears. We gave each child some of the bromide prescribed by the doctor and a piece of chocolate afterwards, but it didn't seem to have the slightest effect. Patsy said hardly anything, but sat on my knee, shivering a little. Jessica worried. Will a bomb fall on my daddy in London? Will Mummy and Sally be all right in Oxford? Will a bomb fall on us here? If a bomb falls on the house and all our things are spoiled, what shall we do? Crispin appeared to be enjoying himself. Torrents of conversation poured from him. I do hope we will hear something soon, don't you? I do think this is exciting. Where do you think they're bombing? I do hope we can have some bombs. It'll make it more exciting. Can I have some more chocolate? Can I go and look outside? No. Hark, what was that? Maybe it's only a dud air raid and the all clear will go in half an hour and it'll all be a sell. Most psychologists and psychoanalysts shared the common-sense perception that children took their cues from their parents. Children stand up to bombing remarkably well, concluded Dr. Crichton Miller of the Tavistock Clinic. What they do not resist is the contagion of panic and hysteria on the part of their elders. Small children are not afraid of raids unless the adults are, because they do not fully realise the danger, reported Melita Schmiederberg. Mass observation investigated the effects of raids in the East End. In the months before the Blitz, an investigator had watched a group of 9-year-olds playing air raids in Bethnal Green. The girls' voices rose in a long, low wail, rose, fell, and rose again in unison, imitating most realistically the sound of the air raid siren. At last, the wail died away. One of the little girls stepped forward in the role of teacher. "No panic, girls, no panic, please," she commanded, in perfect mimicry of a harassed teacher. "Has anyone forgot their gas mask? Then go home and get it." At intervals, a whistle blew, and they all came out of a cupboard which was standing in for an air raid shelter, again always under the heavy instructions from teacher. Meanwhile, boys at the same play centre were also playing air raids. In contrast to the relatively ordered make-believe evolved by the girls, the 9-year-old boys interpreted the theme by racing wildly up and down, knocking furniture over, bashing into one another, and screaming "Help!" at the top of their voices. The game became so wild that it had to be forbidden, and the boys agreed to play gangsters and cops instead. To the onlooker, the investigator records dispassionately, this game appeared exactly the same as air raids. Air raid games of one sort or another were rife all over London during the early months of the war, and were indulged in by children of all ages. But even the most exciting game isn't the real thing. How would these enthusiastic players react to that? The answer came all too soon. They still seemed to keep their cool, Observers all over London throughout the Blitz tended to confirm the initial impression of all-round toughness and resilience in the face of bombing. In the shelters, in the streets, in their homes, they continued to play. Rescue parties was a favourite game, played with a clothesline with which children were no longer tied up and captured as they had once been, but were now rescued by the same method. Children played in the bomb sites that had once been their village. A little boy proudly showed an ARP man where his home had been, the top floor of a block of flats that had received a direct hit, while in Stepney, an excited 7-year-old emerged from the basement of his shattered home. "I had my socks and shoes on in bed," he announced excitedly. This, to him, had been the big drama of the occasion. In a Bermondsey rest centre for the bombed out, a woman helper, asking a 6-year-old where her mother was, received the answer, "Dad's been and gone and got blowed up, and Mum has got to look for his bits." Anna Freud, whose father Sigmund had died from cancer 3 weeks after the outbreak of war, had set up a temporary shelter for bombed-out families in a house in Hampstead in October 1940, but quickly realised that what was needed most urgently was somewhere for children to live, either if they could not be evacuated with their mothers, or if problems had developed with the families with which they had been billeted. At first, Freud and her close friend and colleague Dorothy Burlingham were only able to accommodate 10 or 12 children, some of whom came with their mothers, mainly from the East End. But early in 1941, the American Foster Parents Plan offered financial support to the Hampstead War Nursery, and that summer a babies' rest centre was opened in a nearby street, and a country house, New Barn in Essex, was made available for older children. In total, 120 babies and children from 6 months old were gathered in for care, providing a unique, or as the Lancet called it, a glorious opportunity to study the effects of air raids on the young. Anna Freud made a point of not separating siblings and encouraged parents to visit as often as possible. When it became obvious that this was not always sufficient for the children, she organised them into families of 4 or 5, each with a mother, the role of father being played whenever possible by local ARP workers and firemen, if there were not enough resident staff to fulfil the paternal role. Her work led Freud, too, to believe that children did not suffer particularly from the fear of air raids. For example, they did not associate a plane overhead with bombs falling. And when the staff took our big girls, 6 and 9 years old, for a walk and past damaged houses, they made expert casual remarks. Incendiary bomb. This is where the roof is burnt out. High explosive, where walls are badly shaken. When Stephen Spender came to talk about his work in the AFS, the children were less awed by the dangerous work he was doing than taken by the fact that Spender sounded very like Suspender. The children remained stable, providing they were not separated from their mothers, and certainly not separated abruptly. The Hampstead War Nursery charges all had long experience of attacks from the air. The fathers of 10 of them had been killed in air raids. The houses of 15 had been destroyed or badly damaged. 2 children had been bombed 3 times and buried under debris once, while nearly all had experience of shelter life, either the Tube, Public or Anderson shelters, or under the stairs. In sum, all the children have seen their family lives dissolved by separation from or death of the father. All of them are separated from their mothers and have entered community life at an age which is not normally considered ripe for it. Anna Freud's conclusions were much the same of those of Housewife and the Lifebuoy soap advertisement. So long as bombing incidents occur, when small children are in the care of their mothers or a familiar mother substitute, they do not seem particularly affected by them. Their experience remains an accident. Things are very different if a child has become separated from or lost a parent during a raid. Then raids assumed a completely different dimension, and each would be a replay of the devastating one. For these children, every bomb that falls is like the one that killed their father, and is feared as such. Parental anxiety communicated itself to the children. One 5-year-old, whose agoraphobic mother insisted that he should not go to bed during a raid, but should stand fully dressed, with her as she trembled in the doorway, became extremely anxious and started wetting the bed. Most children would be afraid of fantasies, such as lions or tigers or ghosts, of being left alone in the dark. In the Blitz, these fears would be translated into fear of Hitler, bombs, and being attacked by planes at night. As far as Anna Freud was concerned, these worries were external, and her task, and that of parents, was to reassure and persuade children that there was really nothing to be anxious about. But that was not how all psychoanalysts in Britain saw matters. Melanie Klein, who regarded herself as Sigmund Freud's intellectual heir, believed that anxiety, far from being externally generated, was internal and had to be stimulated in order to be dealt with. In the psychologist Charles Berg's words, the war crisis is merely a screen memory for, or a precipitating factor in, bringing to the surface unresolved infantile conflicts. So while Anna Freud passed her war years running nurseries, Klein spent an entire year in Pitlochry in Scotland analysing just one child, the unfortunately named Little Dick, a precociously gifted 10-year-old evacuee, surfacing his repressed infantile anxieties. One result was the longest case history ever published in 1961. Another was a profound and bitter split in the British psychoanalytical movement. The conclusions that Freud, Edward Glover, Melita Schmiedenberg, John Bowlby, Donald Winnicott and other psychoanalysts drew from the Blitz, that it was separation that was damaging for a child, not the fact of the air raids, was an indictment of the policy of evacuation, which invariably meant a sudden, often unexplained rupture. One 3.5-year-old boy in Freud's nursery compulsively put his coat on and off as if to go out, and sat mourning for his absent mother, refusing to play with other children until she was able to visit him. A 4-year-old girl sat for several days on the exact spot where her mother had left her, would not eat, speak, or play, and had to be moved around like an automaton. Observations of behaviour like this were to have a profound impact on the post-war work of child guidance, most notably perhaps in John Bowlby's influential and sometimes inhibiting theories of maternal deprivation. As Edward Glover wrote, long, drawn-out states of homesickness, upset and despair were observed as a result of wartime separation, compared with which the mental conditions of children sleeping on the underground was a state of bliss to which, during their homesickness, all children desired to return. All the advantages in safety, health, or comfort to be gained under good evacuation conditions may dwindle down to nothing when weighed against the fact that the child has to lose his family in order to gain them. Chapter 10. The 1940 Provincial Tour. Whoosh go the goblins coming back at nightfall. Whoosh go the witches reaching their hands for me. Whoosh goes the big bad wolf and bang go his teeth. Are we sure we will be the lucky ones, the princess, the youngest son, the third pig evading the jaws? Can we afford to laugh? They have come back. We always knew they would after the story ended, after the grown-ups shut the book and said good night. Naomi Mitchison, Siren Night, 1940. The erratic pattern of the German blitzes seems in retrospect to be nearly senseless. The sequences show no logic, no discernible theory of what such attacks, more or less indiscriminate bombing of all structures within a few limited areas nightly, were supposed to achieve, nor any reason why one place was left alone while another was given serial assault, though still never with any consistency. This uncertainty was, of course, one explanation of the lack of pattern. No one in Britain could know or predict where the next bombs might fall. The repetitive but erratic aspect is crucial to any understanding of what it was like to live through the provincial blitzes, raising fundamental questions of human adjustment which did not arise in the same way in London, a huge target with almost continuous bombing experience, or Coventry, at the other end of the scale, with virtually no continuity. Southampton was the first town to experience this type of cycle, which was later to hit Plymouth even more savagely. Tom Harrison, Living Through the Blitz. On the 6th of December 1940, Anthony Heap, who wrote a regular diary each night in the shelter where he and his mother were pleased to go every evening, not just for safety, but also because it meant they were saving no end of money in lighting and heating, noted, "It seems a long time since we had a regular all-night raid. People are deserting the shelters and staying in at night. In fact, the shelter habit is on the wane." But 2 days later, London had another heavy raid. On the 8th of December, wave after wave of planes flew over to the accompaniment of a gun barrage, dropping 380 tons of high-explosive bombs and 115,000 firebombs. In some respects, it was almost a reprise of the first nights of the Blitz, with the docks as a target. Offices of the Port of London Authority were badly damaged, as were factories, offices and housing in the area. However, this time, the Luftwaffe fanned out wide over the city, and bombs fell in an arc that stretched from Wanstead in East London, Marylebone in the centre, out to Dagenham, Croydon and Slough. 250 people were killed and 600 seriously wounded, but on the whole, December 1940 was quiet in the capital. But not in the provinces. Southampton seems to have come in for most of the aerial attacks lately. It's been taking some very fierce onslaughts, noted Heap. And then on the 23rd of December, Manchester was the main target of last night's raids. London is being let off lightly for the time being, while the provincial tour is in progress. The provincial tour was a comprehensive one. By the end of 1940, the Luftwaffe had dropped bombs from Aberdeen to Cornwall, all along the coast from Swansea, Avonmouth, Plymouth, Portsmouth, Southampton, Hastings, Ramsgate, Folkestone and up to Hull. In the Midlands, Birmingham had endured 36 raids and Coventry 21, while London held the unwelcome palm with 126 attacks. Merseyside, including Liverpool, Bootle, Wallasey and Birkenhead, was Hitler's #1 target outside the capital and had suffered 60 raids. It was a natural objective. The Mersey was lined with granaries, power stations, dry docks and gasworks. Its port was Britain's lifeline, with ocean liners bringing food and war material across the Atlantic, and though the second city of the empire had suffered during the Depression of the 1930s, by the time war broke out, the tonnage of shipping coming in exceeded that before the First World War. By November, Liverpool had been attacked on average every other night, though this was never made clear in the press. Merseyside continued to be referred to under the general heading of the North West, to the chagrin of its people. During raids, Walton Prison had been hit, killing a number of prisoners, the central station badly damaged, warehouses and docks set alight. But the attack on the 28th to the 29th of November outweighed anything that had gone before. More than 350 tons of high-explosive bombs, 30 large landmines, 8 of which failed to explode, and 3,000 incendiaries carpeted the area, killing almost 300 people. The most distressing incident of a dreadful night happened at the Ernest Brown Junior Technical College in Durning Road, the basement of which had been converted into a large public shelter. When the alert sounded, 2 trams stopped outside, and the passengers streamed into the already crowded space. At 1:55 a.m, the school was hit by a landmine. The 3-story building collapsed into the basement shelter, killing some people outright and burying others alive. Gas and boiling water from the fractured central heating system poured in, and wooden beams ignited. An ARP warden, Mrs. Taft, who happened to be sheltering there with her 3-year-old grandchild, took charge. One survivor remembered her as magnificent in her courage and common sense. Even as we heard groans from the dying, some of them children, she never cracked up. None of us thought we would get out alive, but Mrs. Taft kept cheering everyone up. When people said, "We'll never get through," she just replied, "They will get us out all right." As the water rose to the knees of the mass of people crammed so tightly that it was difficult to move, and acrid smoke from the fires threatened to engulf them, Mrs. Taft was frantically searching for a way out, since all the exits were blocked with masonry and rubble. She suddenly shouted, "I can see a light!" She'd found a small window that was not blocked and called for volunteers to dig a way through. Someone produced a torch and shone it through the window. The beam was seen and rescue parties were summoned to force a way into the building. 164 men, women and children were killed in the shelter and 96 were seriously injured. Only 20 got out unscathed. The Lucas family lived in nearby Chantry Street. They used the school shelter nightly, but on the 28th of November, Mrs. Lucas decided that as other shelters had complained that 6-year-old Joe's whooping cough kept them awake, she would keep him and his baby sister Brenda at home with her. She sent her other 4 children to the school, in charge of 17-year-old Florence, the oldest. All 4 children died in the shelter. Florence, George, age 4, Francis, 9, and Winifred, 7. The trauma of that night was so terrible that for 6 months my mother couldn't speak, remembers Jo Lucas. She never spoke a word. Brenda was only a babe in arms, but for a long time, Mam wouldn't let us more than an arm's length away from her. 3 weeks later, Merseyside experienced a series of severe raids. Short raids on the 20th to the 21st of December started fires all along the Liverpool dockside, where an estimated £4 million worth of timber went up in flames, and the contents of latex rubber storage tanks burned for days. The Cunard shipping line headquarters, the municipal offices, and the central police station were hit, as was the Adelphi Hotel. The lights went out, and the band played "There'll Always Be an England" to the diners. 200 bedrooms, the ballroom and grill room were badly damaged. Passengers waiting at Lime Street Station fell to the ground as glass from the shattered roof cascaded down. A railway viaduct received a direct hit. The heavy concrete structure collapsed, killing 42 people sheltering under its arches. Ships in the docks were holed and damaged by fire. In Bootle, the docks and the timber yards were set alight, the food offices at County Hall were hit, and thousands of ration books destroyed in the blaze. In Birkenhead, there was severe damage to the town hall, and rows of working-class houses were demolished, while Wallasey suffered its heaviest raid of the war, with at least 130 killed over the 3 nights. The following night, the 21st to the 22nd of December, the bombers were back, and the raids were even heavier. Again, the docks and shipping were badly damaged. In Bootle, fire burned through a hawser and a ship drifted off. It was several hours before it could be moored and the crew, several of whom were injured, rescued. In Liverpool, the historic St George's Hall was struck by a shower of incendiaries, but quick action by civil defence workers and the fire services saved the building, though the law library and the sheriff's court were burned out. A delayed action bomb breached the bank of the Liverpool to Leeds Canal. Barges and tugs were sunk. The 7-man crew of a fire engine were all killed when it drove into a bomb crater. 74 people died when a shelter was hit in Anfield, and at Pier Head, the Church of Our Lady and St Nicholas was completely gutted, while in St John's Fish Market, chickens, turkeys and geese ready for Christmas sizzled fiercely. The next night, the 22nd to the 23rd of December, the Luftwaffe raided Merseyside and Manchester simultaneously, and Wallasey suffered damage to residential properties and 119 fatalities. 702 people lost their lives in the 3 nights of raids, and almost the same number were seriously injured. Bootle claimed the unenviable trophy of being probably the most bombed town, bomb for square yard, in the country. 8,000 of its 17,000 houses had been destroyed or damaged. Southampton, another important port, was attacked on the night of the 23rd of November. Much of the city centre was destroyed, and 77 people were killed. On the night of the 30th of November to the 1st of December, there was another raid, described in the city's fire brigade report as being of the most serious proportion, and by an observer as a blazing furnace in which every living thing seemed doomed to perish. It lasted for 6 hours. The water mains were knocked out of action, and worse, the AFS was almost 200 men under strength, depleted through sickness and exhaustion. Crews were sent from as far away as Nottingham, Peterborough, Ipswich and Tunbridge Wells to find fires raging throughout the centre of the city and the docks. 800 high-explosive bombs had been dropped, killing 137 people and seriously injuring 242. The main shopping area running through the Bargate was razed, and the business district had been seriously damaged, as had cinemas, churches and halls. The docks had been severely hit, and a large part of the dock wharves and sheds are in a state of tangled chaos. The toll on residential property was heavy too, particularly in the densely crowded small shopkeeper and working-class area east of the town, where several acres of it virtually consisted of debris. The Pirelli cable works is in a real mess, and one of the striking sights of the town is the huge Ranks flour mill. One side of the gigantic storage tower has been sheared away. Mass Observation dispatched several investigators to Southampton straight away. They found the town stunned and quiet, but not on the whole deeply depressed. At first people talked about the raids being as bad as that on Coventry 9 nights previously, but by Tuesday the 3rd of December they had begun to revise their opinion and decided it was worse than Coventry. One man was heard to opine that it was worse than Pompeii, but whether he meant the ancient city or nearby Portsmouth, known as Pompey, is not clear. Little interest was reported in casualties. Few clustered around the list posted up outside the town hall, though no one seemed to believe the official estimated death toll of 370. 3,700 is the more likely figure, one man asserted. There was a general feeling that Southampton was done for, though at least it was believed that it would not be raided again, because there is nothing left to hit. Gas, water and electricity were off in most districts, and it was announced on the 2nd of December that water, which was being brought in army water carts, was not fit to drink unless it had first been boiled. But without gas or electricity, that posed a problem. There were no communal kitchens, and there was a general complaint about the lack of hot food. A girl was seen making tea with the water from a hot water bottle. Part of Southampton's problem was that most of the municipal offices, including the library and the registrar's office, had been housed in the large civic centre, completed just before the war started, at a cost of £750,000, and described by Sir Nicolaus Pesner as perhaps the most ambitious civic building created in the provinces in the interwar years, and that had been largely destroyed. It was not just the civil buildings that were incapacitated, so were the civic leaders. The municipal health clinic bore a scrawled notice, "No entry, dangerous." The pensions office was deserted. A group of RAF officers virtually took control of Central Hall, the main evacuation depot. They did good work and produced considerable order out of chaos to show solidarity with the people of Southampton, and were absolutely disgusted with the official handling of the evacuation. They were scathing about the leadership of the city as a whole. They considered that some of the top civil and civic servants had either panicked or failed by default to meet the needs of the crisis. Some, they said, refused even to see it as a crisis. These had quit intellectually, some of them actually physically too. In addition, the offices of the local daily newspaper had been hit, so it was not on the streets until the following Thursday, the 5th of December. Hence, information was desperately scarce. MO's investigators saw no notice displayed outside the Civic Centre other than a small typewritten announcement about identifying the dead. Many people did not seem to know where the rest centres were located, and though a considerable number of civil defence workers, demolition squads and police had been drafted in from as far away as Oxford, Northampton, Hove, Cromer, Guildford and London, it was rumoured that most of them didn't know the area and were not much help when asked for guidance, so much frustrating misinformation was passed on. Unsurprisingly, in this situation, there was a rush of people heading out of Southampton. By 4:40 each afternoon, it was a dead town. No cars, hardly any people. Buses full, men and women walking with their baggage. Some going to relations in outlying areas, some to shelters, preceded by wives who would reserve sleeping spaces, some to sleep in the open, anything rather than spend another night there. Many trying to hitchhike, calling out to every car that passed. Few stopped. Caused considerable annoyance. Empty coaches went past. Trains full of women and children. Little baggage, as if coming back the next day. In some neighbourhoods, whole streets evacuated. Note on door giving new address. One read, "Home all day, away at night." Rumours were also rife. Suttonians were gloomily prepared to believe Lord Hawhaw's gleeful prediction that when Southampton is finished, Winchester will be next, and that AA guns were being moved out of the city to defend Birmingham. Dr. Cyril Garbett, the Bishop of Winchester, translated to the Archbishopric of York 2 years later, was driven to Southampton on the 2nd of December. He found his flock, broken in spirit, with everyone who can do so leaving the town. For the time, morale has collapsed. I went from parish to parish, and everywhere there was fear, he concluded somberly. Alarmed and infuriated by such reports, Herbert Morrison sent Wing Commander E.J. Hodsall, Inspector General of Air Raid Precautions, IGARP, to investigate. Hodsall's report, which was not made public until 1973, was damning. There was no outstanding personality in Southampton's local government at all. The town clerk and ARP controller, Ronald Megerson, was entirely unsuited to cope with the situation, while the mayor, William Lewis, was a poor creature. The regional commissioner, Harold Butler, who could have jockeyed along the mayor and his town clerk with the right handling, had not been prepared to use his power to override local authority, and had failed to go or send his deputy to Southampton immediately to help sort out the situation. Only the medical officer of health, Dr. Maurice Williams, and the water engineer, Joseph Hawksley, clearly had the situation well in hand. The civic organisation of the town was confined to the dugout evacuated by the ARP control, where the town clerk, in a mackintosh, wandered about from group to group in gloomy inactivity, without any concrete suggestions, throughout the time I was in Southampton. The mayor's sole concern was to be out of town as soon as possible in the afternoon. If he missed his 3 o'clock train, he informed me, he would not be able to leave until 7 p.m. The rather elderly Chief Constable of Police, who did not strike Hodsall as particularly efficient, went sick on the second night of the Blitz on Southampton, after being knocked down by a car, while none of the councillors the IGARP met struck him as of such calibre as could be put in charge, and the whole place was apparently riddled with intrigue. On the 4th of December, a notice finally went up on the Civic Centre notice board, signed by the Regional Commissioner, Southern Region, and the Mayor. It informed the people of Southampton that some public services, such as water and gas, are interrupted, but will be in operation again in a few days' time. Apart from telling everybody to get in touch with his employer or the nearest labour exchange in order to resume work, it offered no practical information or suggestions, and concluded, "The Battle of Britain must go on. All Southampton must continue to play its vital part." On the 5th of December, George VI arrived to boost morale in the stricken city. Even this was not well managed. His visit was not announced in advance, for reasons of security. Outside the ruins of the Civic Centre, the King inspected what an early historian of Southampton's Blitz described as a proud cross-section of the local civilian army which had defied the worst that Hitler could do. That is, a parade of civil defence workers and representatives of the utility services. Then the royal party drove through the wintry streets, but since not a single loudspeaker announced the visit, very few people were lining them, and those who heard about it later were rather grudging, intimating that what they needed was not a royal walkabout, but some hot food and new furniture. An MO report on the 9th of December made gloomy reading. Morale has deteriorated. Public utilities are still seriously affected. Thousands of homes have broken windows and leaking roofs, which make them extremely unpleasant, if not uninhabitable. The topic of the raid remains an obsession, and among many people it is becoming dangerously near neurosis. The only gaiety to be found in Southampton was a pub which had a pianist and a singer. This pub was congested and did a roaring trade, and had a higher degree of conversation than any other pub. Most of the others were practically empty. The alleged disorganisation of the authorities and the failure of local authorities has now become a subject of comment in the surrounding countryside. The strong feeling in Southampton today is that the city is finished. Many will not say this openly, but it is a deep-seated feeling that has grown in the last fortnight. Yet many householders continue to come in every day, and quite a number of women spend the day in their homes and the nights in outlying billets. This instinct for home and local associations remains, and the feeling of despair about Southampton could surely be much reduced by local leadership, propaganda, and some brighter touches. When MO observers returned to the city in March 1941, they found that, although Southampton life has returned to near normal, so far as most public utilities are concerned, many still are nightly evacuees, having moved out permanently or spending the night somewhere in the surrounding country. The night after the attack on Coventry, nearby Birmingham was bombed. Birmingham, Britain's second largest city, was another entirely predictable target. It was a crucial site of war production, with factories, such as Austin, Rover and GEC, turned over to the production of Spitfires, Hurricanes, Lancasters, ringing the city, and 4 shadow factories managed by Birmingham motor companies nearby, including a huge 345-acre site at Castle Bromwich. Metropolitan Camel Carriage and Wagon Company Limited had produced the first tanks for use in the First World War, but had turned to producing railway rolling stock in peacetime. Now tanks were once again coming off the production lines in their factories at Washwood Heath and Wednesbury, almost 4,000 during the course of the war, while their works at Saltley became the leading manufacturer of radar vehicles, as well as producing spare parts for tanks. Dunlop's factory continued to make tyres, but now for aircraft rather than land-based vehicles, and had started a special training school to teach ground staff how to fit and maintain tyres for fighter and bomber planes. Other small factories and workshops turned from producing parts for motor vehicles to making ammunition cases, bomb cases, hand grenades, stirrup pumps and jerry cans. In peacetime, Birmingham had been the centre of jewellery manufacture. In wartime, these workshops and small factories threaded through the city used their tools and their workers' precision skills to contribute radar equipment, rifles and aeroplane parts to the war effort. Later in the war, it was estimated that over a third of the city's population would be working in various branches of war production by the beginning of 1944. Birmingham had been bombed before. The city centre was badly damaged in a raid on the 25th of August, before the main Blitz started, and the raids continued throughout September and October, scarring the city, destroying factories, shops, places of entertainment, the city art gallery, and many homes. On the 19th to the 20th of November, bombs fell on the BSA factory in Small Heath, which until 1936 had been making bicycles and motorbikes, but by 1940 was producing 50% of all the precision tools in Britain, most notably Browning aircraft machine guns, Sten guns, Lee Enfield rifles and cannons, as well as bicycles and motorbikes for dispatch riders, and the folding bicycles British airborne forces would one day carry when they were parachuted into occupied countries. Many workers were trapped, and a desperate race to get them out of the burning building ensued. A member of the Home Guard and one of the company's electricians were awarded the George Medal for their bravery and fortitude through that long night, when 53 workers were killed. After another heavy raid on the 21st to the 22nd of November, when over 600 fires were started, Birmingham's water supply was in a critical state. Only about 1/5 of the usual quantity would be available if there was another raid that night. 60 pumps arrived from London, 250 firemen were drafted into the city, and water carriers positioned. But the situation was still critical, partly because of the state of affairs that recurred throughout the country. One fire brigade's hoses would not fit on the hydrants of another's. "Birmingham will burn down if the Luftwaffe comes again tonight," the Regional Commissioner Lord Dudley predicted. Fortunately, there was no raid on the 23rd of November, but during the previous 2 nights, at least 682 people had been killed and 1,037 injured, and approaching 2,000 houses were uninhabitable and many more damaged. Communal feeding centres were set up. Such was the demand in districts where there were no cooking facilities that 40 pounds of potatoes, 20 pounds of meat and 15 pounds of carrots were used to make a filling dish known as Exeter stew, all of which was consumed in a single day. Birmingham was bombed again on the 3rd to the 4th of December, and again on the 11th to the 12th of December, the latter being one of the longest raids of the Blitz, 13 hours. It was to be the final raid until Easter 1941, by which time Birmingham had become Britain's 3rd most bombed city, after London and Liverpool, with 2,241 people killed and 12,391 houses and 302 factories destroyed. Ronald Cartland, the brother of the romantic novelist Barbara Cartland, had been the Conservative MP for the Kings Norton constituency in Birmingham. Major Cartland was killed in the retreat from Dunkirk on the 30th of May 1940, aged 33, but news of his death was not confirmed until January 1941. General elections had been suspended for the duration of the war, and an electoral truce, agreed by the major parties, meant that they would not oppose each other in any seats that became vacant, which would be filled by the party already in possession. However, this was not binding on minor single-interest parties, so some by-elections were contested. Kings Norton was one. In March 1941, a reprisals candidate stood in the by-then badly blitzed constituency. He lost his deposit, as did his pacifist opponent, the Conservative candidate, an ex-army captain, romped home. However bad the bombing, calls for vengeance or for the cessation of hostilities never rallied public opinion to any appreciable extent. Bristol was another obvious target. There was a large docks complex at Avonmouth, and the ancient city was ringed with aircraft manufacturing plants, the largest of which was the Bristol Aeroplane Company at Filton, which were badly hit in raids in late August and September 1940. It is probable that Bletchley Park had decoded German Enigma messages revealing that Bristol was to be raided on the night of the 25th of November, and an advance call had gone out for extra ARP units, firefighters and engines to supplement the city's below-strength resources. Enemy planes were spotted, and the alert given at 6:22 p.m. Not that Bristolians took much notice. This was the 338th alert the city had had, and people were blasé on that cold, foggy November evening. But this time, it was for real. A force of 134 Heinkels, Junkers and Dorniers were making for Bristol, intent on eliminating as much of it as possible. At first it was hard to see the city from the air, obscured as it was by swirling fog and broken cloud, but soon the incendiaries had fulfilled their task, acting like a flare path for the bombers. A gas holder, hit by a bomb, exploded in a sheet of flame. Within an hour, 45 large fires were burning. They could be seen from over 60 miles away. By 11 p.m, having dropped 1,540 tons of high explosives, 4.7 tons of oil bombs, and 12,500 incendiaries, the German bombers turned back to France, catching a last glimpse of the conflagration as they started across the Channel. They left behind a razed city, with 175 UXBs littering the streets or embedded in buildings, 207 dead, including 19 men, 3 women, and a messenger from the Civil Defence Services, 187 seriously injured, and 703 slightly hurt. The narrow old shopping streets of the High Street, Wine Street and Castle Street, built on the site of Bristol's Norman Castle, had been consumed by flames, and much of the city's architectural heritage had been destroyed or badly damaged. The timbered Dutch house, which was supposed to have been built in Holland, it was thought in 1676, and later dismantled and re-erected in Bristol, was now little more than a skeleton, and with so much for the authorities to attend to, 2 days later the army was sent in to demolish the structure, rather than attempt to preserve it. The medieval St. Peter's Hospital, once a royal mint, but in 1940 the place the poor went for public assistance payments, was nothing but a shell. Park Street, leading down from Clifton to College Green, was a mass of rubble and debris. The art gallery, incongruously modelled on the Doge's Palace in Venice, was ablaze, and the University Great Hall had been burned out too. Despite the presence of extra civil defence equipment and personnel, Bristol had not been able to mount much of a defence. The ack-ack guns achieved little, nor did the barrage balloons. Damage to water mains meant that supplies ran out at 11 p.m, and water had to be obtained from a floating harbour on the River Frome, in a grim presentiment of the Second Great Fire of London at the end of December, since it was a Sunday night many offices were not occupied, so fires could get a grip unchecked. Reinforcements of men and machines were not able to reach the city through cratered and blocked roads in time. There was a large decoy site, part of Britain's War of Deception, intended to lure bombers away from their intended targets to drop their bomb loads relatively harmlessly in the countryside, in the Mendip Hills, with smaller ones dotted around the Somerset and Gloucestershire countryside. These sites, codenamed Starfish for SF, Special Fires, were supplied with large tanks of oil and tinfoil, lighting and apparatus to mimic the sparks produced by trams, and glow boxes that looked like poorly blacked-out windows, while the actual likely target would be in darkness. As the enemy planes approached the mock city, creosote fires would be lit to simulate buildings ablaze after incendiaries had been dropped. However, those intended to protect Bristol had not been fired that night, and in fact there is little firm evidence of the success of Starfish sites in general in the early days of the Blitz. Mass observation reported on Bristol a fortnight after the raid. The investigators reported hearing remarks such as, "I can't see how we're going to win this war. Why don't we call an armistice? Of course we're losing. We're only one little country." Bristolians were heard gazing at their ruined city and mourning, "It'll never be the same again." Notwithstanding the facts that Bristol had suffered less damage than Coventry or Southampton, and that telephones were working and hot meals were being provided for the homeless, partly because the offices of the Regional Commissioner, General Sir Hugh Ellis, were in the city, and post-raid problems seemed to have been tackled with particular energy, MO concluded that there is more depression in Bristol than in any other area studied in recent months. There is quite open defeatism, especially among the young workers, though the Lord Mayor and others appear to have a somewhat exaggerated idea of its potentialities. There is also much more wishful thinking about the war being over than in other areas, in itself probably an indication of depression. The main grumble is about shelters. There is a violent minority dissatisfaction with Bristol shelters, and this is often spontaneous, non-political, and actually justified. Moreover, among the very large, poorer communities in the Knowle area, which has been badly hit, there are Andersons, which are most frequently flooded. It is also commonly stated in the town that there are 7 underground tunnels available for deep shelters, and that 2 are being used for museum and art treasures. 1 is now being used by people, and there is violent feeling about attempts which the BBC are said to be making to buy this tunnel for their own use. The BBC had moved its main studios to Bristol, which had been designated a safe area suitable for evacuees. About half the tunnel is flooded now, while the other half has bunks. Conditions here are similar to those in the East End at the worst period. About 1,000 people are crowded under the worst possible conditions, but this shelter is crowded to capacity well before blackout every night. Police, health authorities, etc., have apparently tried to cut down the numbers without success. There are no canteen or other facilities, 2 closets with sackcloth doors. Investigators, with a wide comparison of experience with town shelter facilities, consider those in Bristol to be strikingly inferior and inadequate in many parts of the town. However, there was a low degree of private evacuation or desertion. The working classes, in particular, have overwhelmingly stayed put, unlike Southampton or Coventry, though some people were reported to be sleeping in their cars. This was because the upper and middle classes had largely absorbed the limited accommodation in the surrounding countryside, compounded by the extraordinary situation that since Bristol was regarded as a place to be evacuated to, there were neither grants nor billeting allowances for those who wanted to be evacuated from the city. M.O. concluded that morale is being left to drift far too much, and there is a dangerous lack of imaginative leadership in the area. It would seem quite possible that depressive and defeatist feelings, which at present exist only in embryo, might heavily and quite rapidly increase in Bristol unless something is done to give the people positive feelings of pride and purpose. The Ministry of Information's report was more upbeat, mentioning cooperation and practical good neighbourliness, and concluding that the fact remains that the people of the West Country are stout-hearted and without thoughts of surrender. Though even Home Intelligence, reports gathered from police, ARP controllers and others in the locality who were inclined to paint a rosy picture since the reverse might reflect badly on their handling of the situation, admitted that despite citizens taking the blows suffered by the city almost light-heartedly at first, by the 28th of November, when people were becoming tired from their exertions, when the lack of water here or gas there and transport difficulties nearly everywhere became increasingly irksome, this mood became more serious. It was not only weariness and lack of utilities that were depressing Bristol's spirit. It was what seemed to be the neglect of their suffering. Bristol was not identified by name in the national press for several days. The morning after the raid, the Bristol Evening Post spoke of comparatively few casualties, and of course it was not permitted to print the numbers of those killed or injured, nor identify streets or buildings by name, which was frustrating for a city anxious to know the extent of its devastation. Most galling was the fact that newsreels, shown in Bristol cinemas in the days following the raid, showed film of the Coventry Blitz, with a sententious commentary on the plight and pluck of the Coventarians, but no mention of what had happened in Bristol only 10 days later. Although Bristol did not suffer so many deaths as Coventry, in the macabre taxonomy of war, the city ranked 6th with 1,159 deaths, fewer than London, Liverpool and Merseyside, Birmingham, Clydeside and Coventry, but more than Manchester, Swansea, Belfast and other major cities. Yet for several days, Bristol was identified only as a town in the West Country. For much of the first 2 weeks of December, weather conditions were such that the Luftwaffe did not set off on any major bombing raids. But on the 12th and 15th, Sheffield had its Coventration, Operation Crucible. The city had been expecting a raid since the attack on other industrial centres had started, since it had been one of the world's major centres of armaments manufacture, since Henry Bessemer had invented the process that revolutionised steelmaking in the 1850s. The British Steel Corporation factory on the River Don in Sheffield was the only one in the country with the capacity to manufacture the crankshafts for the Rolls-Royce Merlin engines that powered Spitfires and Hurricanes. The loss of this facility would have been a body blow to Britain's fighting capability. Sheffield was to experience the doppelganger attacks that were becoming a pattern. 2 raids in short proximity, the second coming when a city was still reeling from the chaos of the first. On the 12th of December, the city was attacked by a total of 300 German bombers. The Marples Hotel on the corner of the High Street had a direct hit at 11:14 p.m. The 7 floors of offices, concert rooms and bars the orchestra dais and furniture came crashing into the basement where 70 people were sheltering. Sheffield's most famous pub had become a tomb. Just 7 got out alive, and though the search for survivors went on for 12 days, only 14 bodies could be identified. Many bombs, presumably intended for Sheffield, fell wide of the mark, so Leeds, Barnsley and Batley shared the suffering. 3 days later, the bombers were back, showering Sheffield with incendiaries and bombs. Fires coursed through the city, and 400 UXBs blocked roads and the Sheffield to York railway line. It was not until the following morning that Geoffrey Hill, a 15-year-old Sheffield boy, realised how bad it was. On street corners, there were stretchers with bodies on them, covered in tarpaulins waiting to be moved. About 500 yards from where we lived was a crater in the middle of the main road, with a tram 20 feet from it. For weeks, water wagons had to supply people, and there were no toilets or electricity. The casualties of the 2 raids were tragically high. 750 civilians were dead or missing, and around 500 were seriously injured. Nearly 3,000 homes and shops were demolished, and the same number again would need major repairs. The steelworks escaped serious damage, but the city centre was devastated, and many smaller factories and business premises were put out of action, with the result that Sheffield added unemployment to the other miseries of the war. As Christmas approached, there were 2 more heavy raids. Merseyside was bombed again on the 20th of December, and Manchester, another large city in the front line of war material production, suffered what was becoming a pattern. Raids on successive nights, the 22nd to the 23rd and the 23rd to the 24th of December. 272 tons of high-explosive bombs were dropped that first night, with over 1,000 canisters of incendiary bombs designed to ignite as many fires as possible. Fires were still burning in Liverpool from 2 nights previously, which helped illuminate the bombers' path, and unfortunately, many of Manchester's 3,500 full and part-time firefighters and other civil defence workers had been called to help quell the Liverpool conflagration, leaving their own city depleted and vulnerable. Soon more than 400 fires had taken hold in Salford alone. The next night, another 195 tons of high explosives and nearly 900 incendiaries were dropped. The historic Manchester Free Trade Hall was destroyed, as was Chetham's Hospital, the Corn Exchange, Smithfield Market, the Gaiety Theatre and St Anne's Church. The main roads, Deansgate and Oxford Road, were cratered and blocked by UXBs and piles of debris. Bombing is a messy business, concluded the journalist Cyril Dunn. There were big fires everywhere, the air stank of smoke, and the streets were full of black ash as if there'd been a volcanic eruption. The destruction was enormous and spectacular, but it ceased to make an impression on me. Even to see the whole of the Royal Exchange gutted and burning, whacking great buildings blasted into ruin, water spurting into the road from burst mains, the cathedral, shattered glass everywhere like dirty drifts of pack ice. This scarcely interested me. I went around nervously collecting the same old stories. "All I want to do," said one publican who'd been blasted out of his cellar, "is to get out of here and stop out. I've had enough." And a woman, "If only I could feel it was worth it," was helping to win the war. But this, the ruins of her pub, is everything we've worked for. I wrote the usual story about the cheerful courage and determined endurance of the Manchester folk. By morning, one side of Piccadilly recalled that powerful image of total devastation from the First World War that so often resonated in the Blitz cities of the Second, that of the ruins of Ypres. More than 8,000 homes were destroyed or rendered uninhabitable, many in Salford. An estimated 684 people died, 215 in Salford alone, while 2,364 were wounded. Since it was Christmas, and newspapers, just like other workplaces, gave as many of their staff as possible the holiday off, stories were prepared in advance. Mancunians were amazed to read in the Manchester Guardian that on Christmas Day, turkey was served to those in the city's rest centres. In fact, most were overcrowded, and struggling to find any hot food at all for their occupants. It was a bleak Christmas in the Blitz towns and cities of Britain. Chapter 11. Peace on Earth. This evening I went to a children's party and carol singing. Peace on earth and mercy mild, shrilled the childish voices as the guns thudded overhead. The young voices were so soft that we could hear an enemy plane buzzing across the night sky. It was all strange and poignant, but our emotions are all a bit dried up now and scarcely respond to such obvious appeals. It is odd to think of good King Wenceslas, the first Noel, Adeste Fidelis, and While Shepherds Watched, rising from lips in every corner of the warring globe. Phyllis Warner, Diary from the 18th of December 1940. Oh, give us back the old Noels, the chimes and celebrations. We dare not ring the Christmas bells, we'd break the regulations. Oh, where has gone the Christmas tree, the toys and coloured wax? Sir Kingsley Wood, Chancellor of the Exchequer, go ask, not me. He framed the purchase tax. Oh, where is Santa Claus today? Our children are concerned. Has Herbert Morrison taken him away and had the man interned? The angels will not sing tonight. What now can cheer the land? Their old conductor wouldn't fight. Their broadcast has been banned. Matthew Bird, Christmas Carols, Daily Worker, the 24th of December 1940. A raidless Christmas Eve. Does this imply a tacit understanding on both sides to hold a truce over Christmas, as happened on the Western Front in 1914? Wondered Anthony Heap, as he wrote his diary on the 24th of December 1940. The general consensus of opinion is that it doesn't, mistrust of the Jerrys being the dominant fixture in the English mind. Yet I wonder. No indication of impending action, reported No. 80 Wing's Headache Patrol at 5:01 p.m. on Christmas Eve from its HQ in Garston in Hertfordshire. Headache was the RAF's code name for Knickerbein, crooked leg, the German navigational aid, and jammers were appropriately known as aspirins. No. 80 Wing's job was to monitor signals and undertake radio countermeasures, and even though they felt sanguine about their intelligence, they sent up 3 defensive patrols of Beaufighters just in case. 4 tracks of enemy aircraft were plotted by Fighter Command that night, but it was presumed that these were weather reconnaissance planes. No bombs fell anywhere in Britain or Northern Ireland on the nights of Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, or Boxing Day 1940. There had been no formal truce, nor, given the nature of warfare in 1940, any informal Christmas laying down of arms between German and British troops, such as the football match that had been played in No Man's Land on the Western Front in 1914. But the British government had heard via Washington that attacks on Britain would be suspended over Christmas, provided that the RAF refrained from carrying out raids over Germany. The war was not going well. There had been no victories yet, just defeats and retreats. 6 months earlier, the British Army had been driven out of Europe. It seemed as if the Western Desert might become another Western Front, a war of stasis with small gains, followed by losses and reverses. The tripartite axis of Rome, Berlin, Tokyo, the result of a pact signed on the 27th of September 1940, would later stretch hostilities across the globe. Those at sea, in both the Royal and the Merchant Navy, were leading perilous existences under constant threat from U-boats as they ploughed across the Atlantic, carrying war supplies and food, while nearer shore, fishermen faced constant risks from mines as they trawled to supplement the nation's rations. Families were divided. Men conscripted into the armed forces, women volunteering for the ATS, the WAF, the WRNS, the Women's Land Army. Some overseas, most training or endlessly waiting in campaigns in Britain. Leave was occasional, short, and never guaranteed. Airmen, already battle-hardened and depleted by war, were flying a punishing number of sorties in fighter or bomber planes. Young men and women were working away from home, in munitions factories, living in digs or hostels. Children were evacuated, sometimes with friends or relatives, often billeted on strangers. Some were happy, revelling in the country life, but many were unsettled, anxious, worried about their parents back in the cities and the Blitz. Some were overseas, sent to safety, it was fervently hoped, in America, Canada, South Africa and Australia. Then there were the refugees, many Jews from Germany and Austria who had managed to escape the Nazi regime of terror and persecution, others from German-occupied Europe. 10,500 had arrived from Gibraltar alone in 1940. Deracinated, separated from their families, often without news for months on end, unsure what they would find when they returned home, whenever, if ever, that might be. To those in the Blitz towns, still devastated by the effects of raids, often without water, gas or electricity, their houses patched up, dark, cold, uncomfortable, with nowhere to cook, nowhere to live in many cases, Christmas must have seemed a bleak prospect. Everywhere people were tired, working long hours in war production, in hospitals or social work, dealing with the casualties and the dead of war, soldiering on in peacetime jobs, with reduced staff, doing jobs that were essential to keep the population fed, clothed and transported. Men and women fitting in AFS, ARP, WVS, bomb disposal work or home guard duties, most after an ordinary day's work. Transport was disrupted, journeys discouraged. Women queued endlessly, having to be ingenious with rations, worrying about shortages, doing without small pleasures, longing for letters from men serving abroad or in POW camps, or news of those missing in action. Men waiting to be called up, women wondering when conscription and direction might be extended to them, young people having to grow up too fast, facing the realities of war and uncertainty about the future. Lives disrupted by raids, fear, anxiety. As the journalist Guy Fletcher put it, this will be a brave Christmas, with many a church that would have echoed to the singing of Christians awake, now lying in ruins, or a mere shell silhouetted against the sky, with some of us sleeping under tables and others not sleeping at all, with children hanging up their stockings in Anderson shelters and carols being sung in the London tubes, with this family separated and that family spending Christmas up the road because their home was pancaked, with most of us serving in the services, in munitions factories, or in some form of civil defence. And he went on with a certain edge. As Douglas Young, an entertainer, would say, "It makes you think, doesn't it?" Christmas is essentially such a German feast, with its Santa Claus and Christmas trees. And yet that great nation gave itself up to a leader who had no time for a legendary Father Christmas, bringing through the sky peace and goodwill and presents for everyone in a legendary reindeer sledge. No, the presents he prefers to bring through the sky are incendiary and high-explosive bombs. On the 20th of December, Phyllis Warner travelled home for Christmas in a crowded and rather sober train, which left London punctually and arrived in a Midland city, unspecified because of the censor, dead on time. Then the sirens went, and all the lights in the train and station were switched out. I don't care for a train in an air raid. First, because you know you're a target. Second, because you stumble into a pitch-dark coach and have to feel to see if seats are occupied or not. Third, because you can't see to read or even look at your watch. And fourth, because you are so liable to lose some of your baggage. Once the lights were out, we drew up the blinds and crawled along at 15 miles an hour, watching the gun flashes light the sky. A new way of coming home for Christmas. Such rail travel was discouraged. "Is your journey really necessary?" read an admonitory poster posted in railway and coach stations. Troops and essential supplies needed to be moved, fuel saved. The newspapers took up the theme. "Now, let's get this clear. There will be no extra trains this Christmas and no Christmas excursions. emphasised the Daily Express. Vital war supplies will have first call. The government asks everybody to stay at home. But already Christmas holiday makers are jamming the booking offices. Mothers travelling down country to bring their children back to the cities for Christmas are among the worst offenders. There are plenty of others too. A high official of the Great Western Railway gave the reporter this message for them yesterday. Do you want to spend Christmas Eve and Christmas Day in the waiting room? Because that's what will happen unless you come to your senses quickly. In fact, a Sunday train service would run on Christmas Day, and on Christmas Eve and Boxing Day there would be a normal weekday timetable in operation, an improvement for travellers on what is on offer 70 years later. But the pressure was relentless. Those who are thinking of going by coach should think twice. Only 1/3 of the normal long-distance motor coaches will leave London on Christmas Day. The Army has put London out of bounds for troops at Christmas, except those living within 10 miles of Charing Cross. Men crossing London must have a special permit, though this does not apply to Dominion or colonial troops. If you want to spend Christmas in comfort, stay at home. You will also be helping Britain win the war. It was clear that not everyone was towing the line. Apart from people like Phyllis Warner or Vera Hodgson, who worked in a welfare organisation in Notting Hill and was also going home to see her family in Birmingham, the Daily Express reported that hotel keepers in Devon and Cornwall and along the south coast are preparing for a bumper harvest. Demand for accommodation is the heaviest for years, and prices are going up like AA shells, high and fast. Presumably, anyone who could do so was desperate to leave London for a few nights' quiet, a chance to catch up on uninterrupted sleep. But leaving the capital could make people aware of how badly other parts of the country were faring. Vera Hodgson reached Bram an hour late, Dr. Hillier waiting for me, and amazed I was so early. As I came out of Snow Hill Station, I saw the arcade opposite, black with fire and closed. Broad Street had some hits, but not Hagley Road, and so far no bomb on Francis Road. Kath and I went down to see the marketplace. Not much to buy. Apples were £1 a pound, and oranges difficult to obtain. Saw New Street, Marshall and Snellgroves is like John Lewis, only the damage is on a smaller scale. Smallbook Street and John Bright Street are a mess. However, New Street has not gone on both sides. Most people, however, had little option but to stay put. Doris Melling, a 22-year-old typist in a hospital library in Liverpool, was afraid we won't get to Frodsham to see her mother. Everyone's saying, where will it all end? Poor old Liverpool. What a miserable Christmas. Haven't even got a pudding. Even so, people made a great effort to make Christmas a special day that Blitz year, though it took ingenuity, scouring the shops, saving up ingredients for the usual Christmas fare, scaling down expectations. The Daily Worker printed a recipe for a Christmas cake, even if it is a travesty of its former self, supplied by a reader from Potter's Bar. It substituted 3/4 of a wineglass of vinegar for scarce eggs, and the other ingredients included flour, lard, and whatever dried fruit a housewife could manage to procure. In South London, Sidney Chave found Christmas shopping a bit dismal this year. Meat is rather scarce. There is a good deal to be had, but not much choice. Fruit is very dear. Lemons almost unobtainable. Nuts scarce and dear. Figs and dates are absent. Marmalade and cheese are rather scarce. Turkeys again a few. Chickens dear. Frank Edwards, a 32-year-old buyer for a London war factory, member of the Home Guard and keen neighbourhood fire watcher, spent the best part of the 16th of December in and around the big stores in Kensington. There were plenty of shoppers, amongst which many men were in evidence. Things are much more expensive than this time last year, but everyone seems to be purchasing practical gifts, things to wear, and use was the order of the day. Most of the stores have a toy fair for the children, but I saw few children in the 3 stores I visited, which is doubtless accounted for by evacuation. There were not so many decorations about, but there was plenty of colour about, and all the department stores looked bright and cheerful. Mass observation noticed that the Christmas shoppers in Oxford Street were rather short-tempered, that there was a shortage of Christmas bazaars and Father Christmases in the shops, and fewer decorations than usual. Even so, one investigator was buttonholed by a woman in North London complaining, "Have you seen the Christmas decorations some shops have got? The butchers in particular. They've got masses of them. I think it's downright scandalous. They keep telling us about salvage and waste paper in particular, and then you get people doing things like that." Christmas cards were a different matter. It was as if keeping in touch in this ritualistic way was a sort of reassuring affirmation in such uncertain times. Gladys Cox, a West Hampstead housewife, found the cards she received rather dingy, as if in an effort to damp down Christmas high spirits. One plain card without the relief of a robin or holly wished me a Merry Christmas in plain black letters. She nevertheless noted that she received quite a number of cards. A man told a mass observation investigator that he had received more cards in 1940 than ever before. Lots of people who didn't send presents sent cards, and some people I haven't heard from for years sent them. It's a funny thing, but for no reason at all, I sent cards to some people I haven't seen or heard of for 5 years or more. It was the same for the Daily Express gossip columnist William Hickey, Tom Dryburgh. Like many other people, I thought, no cards this year, no presents, at least hardly any. Then the cards came trickling in. The trickle grew to a stream. Now my desk is flooded out with them. Thanks to all who have sent them, particularly readers serving in the forces. In reply, I can only wish you as peaceful a Christmas as possible, inwardly if not outwardly peaceful, and a new year considerably brighter than this has been. Sidney Chave and his wife managed well in Upper Norwood. On Christmas Eve, Lee, his wife Eileen, had the house looking Christmassy. By the time her parents and younger sister arrived for the festivities, and that evening the family sat around the fire opening their presents. Sidney gave Lee some gloves and a record of Fingal's Cave, while I had some slippers, having recently had a coloured photograph of Lee and Gillian, the Chaves' 17-month-old daughter. That evening the grown-ups sat by the fire listening, or listening in, as was the parlance of the time, to the wireless. Though they had missed the Festival of 9 Lessons and carols announced in the Radio Times as being broadcast from a college chapel, in fact King's College, Cambridge, the censor again, at 2:45 p.m. The Kentucky Minstrels had a splendid programme. They sang Bless This House and Star of Bethlehem. Then it was time to fill Gillian's stocking. Actually, we used a pillowcase as she had so many presents. On Christmas Day, Sidney and Eileen Chave went to Matins at their local church, St Oswald's. It was a wartime service. The choir consisted of 2 boys, 5 men and a number of girls. The congregation included many uniforms. However, we sang old carols with great vigour and enjoyed them too. The vicar preached a short sermon, and a good one. He emphasised our prayer for peace, but said that there could never be peace until there was goodwill between men. Back at home, we sat down to roast veal, which Mummy, Eileen's mother, was lucky to get, roast potatoes, and a very few boiled potatoes, a gift from Jock Tweedy's allotment, cabbage from the garden, and our run of beans stored in salt from the summer. Then we followed on with Christmas pudding and mince pies. We drank a toast in sherry to absent friends and relatives in the forces. Alan Donn, chaplain to the Archbishop of Canterbury, assisted at Holy Communion in the Lambeth Palace Chapel on Christmas morning, where a good number of the parishioners assembled despite the blackout, to Westminster Abbey at 10:30, perhaps for the last time as an ordinary worshipper. He had accepted the post of Canon of St Margaret's, Westminster, which was bombed out and closed. Attended a children's tea in the crypt at 5 p.m, with Christmas tree and all. The crypt has never witnessed such a scene before, I imagine. In the shipbuilding town of Barrow-in-Furness, Nella Last managed very well too. Everything was perfect. Chickens stuffed with slightly flavoured sage and onion. Onions were notoriously scarce during the war. This was probably Paxo stuffing, with added sausage meat and brown sausages cooked with potatoes in a tin. I steamed sprouts and cooked cream celery, and there was a good light Christmas pudding with rum sauce. Celery, coffee and biscuits and cheese. The table was gay with my embroidered cloth and lovely chrysanthemums I'd bought, and there was port and nuts to end with. The journalist, Cyril Dunn, who had just come back from reporting on the Manchester Blitz, had Christmas at home in Leeds. It was very much a normal Christmas. Neither on Christmas Eve nor last night, Christmas Day, did the Germans bomb this country, nor did we bomb them. It almost seems as if bombers have a conscience about bombing, consider it something almost unsuitable for Christmas, or perhaps they want some moral propaganda, or else it's just reculer pour mieux sauter. We got the kids a goodish show of toys. It featured soldiers for the boys, and I tried to teach them how to play war. Nothing like giving them the right idea early. But they were not really amused, preferred their own play with the soldiers, which was mostly non-military. They fixed up a long route march, drummers and khaki buglers out ahead. I zoomed overhead with a model bomber and hard balls of brown paper. "Don't bomb them," said John. "Don't!" Robert Baltrop was determined to have a good time. It was the first Christmas when the war was really on, and there was a sense of Christmas taking place in the thick of it. People made the best of it. I used to do ARP work, and we had a marvellous party in the ARP HQ underground. Everybody who could be raked in was, standing round the piano, singing and party games, all kinds of games. We had a wonderful time. Creeping outside into the office to toast tea cakes over an electric fire and all of that. It was just one night, very much disapproved of by the high-ups. They said afterwards there was never to be anything like it again. Beer flowing and people behaving like that. Well, of course, there wasn't, because a few nights later the bombers came back. It was the same at home, the feeling of let's have a good time while we can. My father brought friends home, a chap who could play the piano, so he had a sing-song. I think it was the only wartime Christmas that was intense like that. After that, well, the austerity was biting a bit too hard, but that Blitz Christmas was a very jolly one. We made damn sure of that. It wasn't a particularly jolly Christmas for Stan Wilkinson, a private in the Manchester Regiment who was one of a group of soldiers detailed to help clear up the blitzed city. He had hoped to be issued with a leave pass for Christmas Day. No such luck. We were issued with picks and shovels yet again. We were taken down the Oldham Road, where a large power station had been bombed. The rubble was about 7 feet high. We were given 2 hours off for lunch as a special treat for Christmas, and then got back to the barracks at about 7:30 p.m. Eventually, we were served our Christmas dinner, stone cold. We were so mad Christmas Day, we could not go home. We had worked like navvies and been given a cold dinner. We banged our mugs on the table, but there were no officers or NCOs about to take notice. They had probably gone home. Eventually, the sergeant cook appeared, so we relieved our feelings by telling him what he could do with his rotten Christmas pudding. Clara Milburn's Christmas was particularly poignant that year. She had gone to church in Balsall Heath near Coventry in the dark on Christmas morning. Though there was very little decoration, a lovely, variegated holly cross hung on the pulpit, and the white altar flowers shone in the light of the candles, and had come home to prepare lunch for her family and friends. Before long, we were eating a very good turkey and accompanying sausages instead of the usual ham, and filling in corners with celery and homegrown potatoes, bread sauce and gravy. We all paid proper attention to everything, even the dessert. 2 plum puddings, mince pies, and some little glasses of trifly peaches. And it is marvellous to think of such a feast in these war days. The Milburn's son, Alan, had been reported missing on the 31st of May 1940, during the retreat from Dunkirk, and it was not until the 16th of July that she had heard from the War Office that he had been taken prisoner. The great joy on Christmas Day was the telegram which came with the day's post. It came via the British Legion and said that Alan was well and had not heard from us since the 13th of May. We wired to the British Legion, Geneva, "Please inform Lieutenant A.J. Milburn, Oflag 1XA, number 3604. Glad to hear that he is well and all well at home." Evidently, Alan soon began to think about getting in touch with us when he got to a prison camp, and that makes us feel he has really recovered and that his spirits are good. We do thank God this is so. A happy Christmas Day indeed. Doris Pearce had no need to be anxious about Christmas that year. Food rationing was tight, although there was worse to come. So far, Mum had managed fairly well with the rations. We had never had an excess of food because money was short, so she had learnt to be economical with whatever provisions were available and was an excellent cook. Now, with Christmas upon us, she had conjured up enough rations to make a fruitcake and acquired a Christmas pudding and a small chicken. Food and drink was in abundance at her Uncle Ted's house, where the family went on Boxing Day, and Christmas 1940 was no exception. The children were regaled with tales of how it had been much worse in the hungry 30s of the Depression, when Doris's mother's family were often half-starved and relied on food Ted had scrounged or pinched from somewhere. The afternoon was another chance to listen in the Chave household. There was a programme called Christmas Under Fire, with interviews at Coventry with the chiming of the bells of the ruined cathedral there, troops being interviewed in Iceland, Bethlehem, Egypt, merchant sailors, airmen on patrol duty, and civilian evacuees in this country, followed by an interview in a large London shelter where a grand party was being held. Then greetings from the King and a speech from His Majesty. He spoke fairly well, somewhat haltingly as usual. George VI had a pronounced stammer, which he practised hard to overcome. Then the national anthems of our allies: Free France, Norway, Poland, Belgium, Holland, Greece, Czechoslovakia, and the British Commonwealth. Naturally, the King tried in his message to encourage his subjects and raise their morale. Remember this: if war brings separation, it brings new unity also, a unity which comes from common perils and common sufferings willingly shared. To be comrades and good neighbours in trouble is one of the finest opportunities of the civilian population, and by facing hardship and discomfort cheerfully and resolutely, not only do they do their own duty, but they play their part in helping the fighting services to win the war. The future will be hard, but our feet are planted on the path to victory, and with the help of God, we will make it our way to justice and peace. But this was measured encouragement, as was the rest of the BBC output that day. There was to be no over-the-top Blitz spirit, no thrilling or fearful entertainment. The BBC had learned the lesson that people suffering the dangers and hardships of continual bombardment did not wish to have a false picture of cheerfulness painted for them. That Christmas, producers had been warned that there must be no jollity stories from shelters anywhere in BBC programmes, and a planned broadcast from a Manchester shelter party was dropped. Had Gillian Chave been a little older that Christmas of 1940, she might have listened in to Children's Hour at 5:15 p.m, which that day offered a dramatisation of Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, with the ubiquitous Norman Shelley, who later claimed to have stood in for Winston Churchill, reading his speeches on the radio, playing the ghost of Christmas Present. At 7:15 p.m, Gillian's parents and thousands of others tuned in for Christmas Star Variety, with Arthur Askey, Richard Murdoch, Jack Warner, and topping the bill, his real-life sisters, Elsie and Doris Waters, whose resourceful Charles, Gert and Daisy were stalwarts of the kitchen front with their ration book cooking tips and recipes every morning after the 8 o'clock news. The Forces programme joined the home service for Christmas Star Variety, as it had for Christmas Under Fire, but eschewed the home service's Christmas community singing from South Wales in favour of Stars in the Shelter, an entertainment put on by ENSA. On Christmas Eve, Anthony Heap and his mother had spent the night, as usual, in the basement shelter near Euston Station. Despite the small attendance, some 15 or so, something of what is termed the Christmas spirit, i.e. refraining from jumping down each other's throats in order to do so with all the more vigour after Christmas for the rest of the year, prevailed in the shelter. Hatchets were buried for the nonce. After lights out, some 7 or 8 of us lay in the dark, listening to the other 7 or 8 singing carols out in the passage, and in the morning small paper stockings containing 5 sweets and a knick-knack, mine was a collar stud, mother's a bath cube, were found pinned to our bunks. Charming! Heap's lunch on Christmas Day consisted of rump steak, chips, beans, mince pie and a glass of port. I could wish for none better. In the afternoon he sat by the fire reading a book, then after tea round to the shelter for the Christmas party. This was held in conjunction with the Quakers, who have a shelter of their own, a jumble of concert, games and dances, with nothing but soft drinks and sandwiches and such like as refreshments. It was all very tame. Concerned at the number of returning evacuees, Herbert Morrison and his colleagues had decided at a meeting on the 19th of December 1940 that it was undesirable to give excessive publicity regarding Christmas festivities and general amenities provided in shelters. The press should mention improvements in sanitation and medical precautions, but not create the impression that public shelters were to be regarded as nightclubs. The general impression should be that shelters were clean but not gay. Others saw things differently. The Subway, one of the several news sheets for tube shelterers, distributed across the network, which had adopted the American designation since underground might mean anything from coal miners to foxes, reported that Christmas 1940 was spent by many thousands of people underground in the London tubes. Parties were organised for the kiddies, after which they were given presents, a doll for a girl and a car or box of soldiers for the boys. Toys were sent from America's Air Raid Relief Fund and were presented by the LPTB, London Passenger Transport Board, to the children. It was wonderful to see the kids, some of them homeless and some of them orphans, enjoying themselves. Christmas trees were erected in ticket halls and decorated with stashes of pre-war ornaments, tinsel, baubles, paper lanterns, balloons, miniature crackers, sometimes fairy lights, and invariably a celluloid fairy, doll or angel with a white crepe paper dress at the top. Paper chains were strung along the platforms, and some 11,000 toys were distributed to underground children. The Swiss cottager announced that £4 10 had been collected from among the shelterers for a Christmas party for the children sleeping in the station. Flo Robinson travelled by tube from the East End to Paddington, from where she took a train to spend Christmas in Taunton, Somerset. All the stations had parties going on. I've never seen so many Christmas trees in one night. Each platform had one at each end. There were accordions, banjos, trumpets, anything on which to play a tune, singing, dancing, and even a Santa Claus. It was lovely to see Londoners really knew how to make the most of a rough situation. Of course, throughout the Blitz, many families made these platforms their home. The Evening Standard diarist described a public shelter beneath a Piccadilly store, probably Simpson's or Swan & Edgar, decorated with holly, mistletoe and paper chains. Plenty of beer, a full dinner was served. A butcher had given 2 turkeys. They were cooked by a woman who had lost all her home except her kitchen. Taximen were there dancing. Some had their wives. In the West End, 25 to 75% of people changed for dinner, and a few officers wore mess kit. However, he did not see a white tie, a woman in uniform, or a brightly coloured evening gown. Most women dressed plainly in black, grey and white, but all the restaurants were all the gayer for that. It gave the balloons and paper caps a chance to be seen. A chef told me he had collected the ingredients for the pudding by saving them up over a period of months. One person who did not allow himself much celebration that Christmas was the Home Secretary and Minister for Home Security, Herbert Morrison, who took no Christmas holiday. He has spent the whole week in the Home Office getting on with desk work, reported the Evening Standard on the 26th of December. But he did have one Christmas party. On Christmas Eve, he sat down among his staff in the office canteen. Paper chains and sprigs of holly hung above the minister's head. He wore no paper hat. The turkey and plum pudding were excellent, I am told, and the Christmas spirit of the staff was in no way reduced by the presence of their chief, who has a pleasantly informal manner. Afterwards he returned to his desk, and later to his office camp bed. Christmas Day he spent at work, and the only time he left the Home Office was for lunch. His Christmas dinner was sent to his room. Again he slept at the office, and he began Boxing Day at his desk at the normal hour. The minister was not alone in his dedication to duty. Raids or no raids, civil defence workers, firemen, medical staff were all on duty. "I don't think we had a Christmas," recalled Lennon Geacock. whose job was to defuse unexploded bombs. We were all working 7 days a week. There was no Christmas for us. A working Boxing Day, reported Anthony Heap on the 26th of December. At least it was supposed to be. And for us, the town hall actually opened for business as usual. But like the last 2 bank holidays, which were likewise cancelled in the interest of war production, it was a half-and-half sort of day. Practically every shop was shut, as well as many business houses, and for the majority of Londoners, it undoubtedly was Boxing Day. No morning papers were published, but the evening papers made a somewhat emaciated appearance. That evening Heap went to another shelter party, this one held in the basement of the British Medical Association building. Collins, our fellow inmate at friend's house, gave a turn, an exasperating clown off stage, but a most entertaining one on, with a decidedly professional touch. I enjoyed it more than any part of yesterday evening, a much more robust affair. 2 days later, Heap had lunch at a Lyons corner house. Home to change, then to the Coliseum for the 4 o'clock performance of Aladdin, the West End's one and only pantomime this year. In fact, almost the only show of any sort. But of all the awkward times, 12 noon and 4 p.m, because of people's reluctance to be out in the evening with the blackout and fear of raids. And this year, when Christmas means so little and the evacuation of practically the entire infantile population leaves so little demand for pantomime, surely the money lavished on it would have been better employed in providing a good, colourful, spectacular music show. It's not even an exceptionally good pantomime, and the break with tradition in the form of a female dame is no improvement. A good deal more robust knockabout comedy, such as the old Lyceum panto used to flourish on, would have done it the world of good. Good house, stalls about a third full, circles packed. There was no raid after all, Heap wrote on the night of Boxing Day, so they could trust each other. And if not for Christmas, why not for good? Chapter 12. Long shall men mourn the burning of the city. Gone are the churches, tall watchmen of the city. Gone are the landmarks that London used to know. Great halls and ancient walls, fallen, warped and charred now. Gone are the chiming steeples, cracked and jarred now. Gone are the bookmen of Paternoster Row. Red roared the fire through the heart of London's city, hurled from the clouds by a brute and savage foe. Long shall men mourn the burning of the city, as long as London shall stand, or London's river flow. Mourn the long treasured links with gentler ages. Sagittarius, Olga Katzin, New Statesman and Nation, the 25th of January, 1941. After 3 blissful nights without even the sound of a plane, we wildly hoped that both sides might feel too ashamed of themselves to start this bombing horror again, wrote Phyllis Warner. Or, as Sidney Chafe put it may be that Germany dislikes these night bombing raids more than we do, and only started operations again when we did. But alas, wrote Warner on the 30th of December 1940, the brief sanity of the truce was over, and last night was grimmer than ever. On the 27th to the 28th of December, 48 German aircraft attacked London, and 1 diverted to Brighton. Bus garages were damaged from Chelsea to Dalston. A tram garage in New Cross was bombed. Railway lines were destroyed. Parachute mines dropped over a wide area of the capital, caused many fires, and 141 people were killed, including 50 in a public shelter in Southwark, which received a direct hit, and 455 seriously injured. There was a full bomber's moon on the night of Sunday the 29th of December. The square mile of the City of London was largely deserted, offices, warehouses and churches padlocked. Soon after 6 p.m, the siren went, its mournful wail rising and falling in the clear night air. As the last notes died away, the bombs started to drop. Over 300 incendiaries a minute in the area around St. Paul's Cathedral. Like apples falling from a tree, thought a watching journalist. Within half an hour, Luftwaffe pilots peering down on the scene below claimed they could count 54 major fires. In just 3 hours, 120 tons of high explosives and 22,000 incendiaries were dropped on the city. With its warehouses filled with textiles, paint, paper and wood, its tightly packed Victorian offices, separated by alleys so narrow you could lean out of the window and ask the typist opposite to marry you, the whole city had been labelled a fire zone, wrote a historian of London before the Blitz. And that night, it fulfilled its destiny. The 5 fire stations, Cannon Street, Red Cross Street, Bishopsgate, Whitefriars by the Strand, and Carmelite Street, and the 30 substations set up after the Munich crisis in 1938 in warehouses, garages, and disused corporation buildings to augment the main stations, were powerless to contain the voracious flames. On the 29th of December, the Thames was at an abnormally low ebb as the raid began. Though fireboats pulled as near as they could to the shore, the firemen found it impossible to get their suction pipes through the mud and into the water midstream. Falling bombs fractured water mains, and soon the hydrants were running dry. With the static water tanks empty, the firemen struggled desperately to fight the terrible conflagration, with little more than a dribble of water issuing from their hoses. Embers and incandescent particles swirled in the air, pricking the faces of the firefighters and igniting more fires. Buildings crashed to the ground, blocking the narrow streets and making it impossible for the fire and civil defence services to get through. To add to the odds stacked against those fighting the inferno, a strong westerly wind blew through the streets, whipping the flames to a greater frenzy. It seemed as if the city was doomed. Like a tragic replay of the Great Fire of London of 1666, its greatest buildings were destroyed, hundreds of years of history and tradition reduced to rubble and charred wood. On Sunday night, as I was reading about the Great Fire, in a very accurate, detailed book, Virginia Woolf wrote in her diary on the first day of 1941, London was burning. 8 of my city churches destroyed and the Guildhall. The numerous fires soon joined together to form 2 mighty conflagrations, the worst of which ravaged half a square mile between Moorgate, Aldersgate, Cannon Street and Old Street. Fire brigade control centres had twice to be abandoned, and on one occasion staff, clutching vital papers, fled to safety through a network of underground tunnels. In the operations room at Red Cross Street Fire Station, in the middle of the Barbican, the heat was so intense that Aylmer Firebrace, chief fire officer for the Greater London region, noticed the paint blistering on the walls, while the telephonists tried to work by candlelight, though the light from the fires outside made that superfluous, as one by one their phones went dead. Suddenly, a civil defence warden rushed in, shouting, "Your bloody roof's alight!" All the fire stations in central London were down to bare poles, meaning that all the engines, men and equipment were out, leaving the station empty, except for the poles the firemen slid down when answering a call. Emily Eerie's job at Red Cross Street Station was to log requests and send out appliances, pumps, turntable ladders and hoses. That night, all the tallies had gone on the board, all the vehicles had gone out. There was nothing anybody could do about it. Messages kept coming in, send more appliances, send more ladders, but there was nothing at all to send. The tide had gone out in the Thames, so there was no water, and the city just burned. We were the only building that was left standing in that whole area. It was very, very terrifying. There was nothing to do but evacuate the entire area from Gresham Street in the south to Golden Lane in the north, Aldersgate in the west to Moorgate in the east. Little groups of shelterers, wardens, policemen, heavy rescue men and firemen ran through the streets, which were alight from end to end. The high wind which accompanies conflagrations is now stronger than ever, and the air is filled with fierce, driving rain of red-hot sparks and burning brands, Aylmer Firebrace recalled later. The clouds overhead are rose-pink from the reflected glow of the fires. Unfortunately, it was light enough to pick our way eastwards towards 4th Street. Here fires were blazing on both sides of the road. Burnt out and completely abandoned fire appliances lie smouldering in the roadway, their rubber tyres completely melted. The rubble from collapsed buildings, lying 3 and 4 feet deep, makes progress difficult in the extreme. Scrambling and jumping, we used the biggest bits of fallen masonry as stepping stones and eventually reached the outskirts of the stricken area. That night, 80 horses were killed when a bomb hit a brewery in Chiswell Street, and the tubes were as full as at any time since the Blitz started. Large numbers of people without shelter tickets stood in rows beside the passageways while the raid went on, reported the Daily Express the next morning. Watching from the roof of the Bank of England, B.J. Rogers, a senior clerk at the bank, was horrified. The whole of London seemed alight. We were hemmed in by a wall of flame in every direction. It wasn't just big fires here and there, but a continuous sheet of flame all around us. It looked absolutely out of control. Over on the Guildhall roof, R.C.M. Fitzhugh, a fire watcher, was equally shocked. The block, bounded by Brassishaw Hall, 4th Street, Aldermanbury and Brassinghall Street, appeared to be one solid mass of flame. St Stephen's, Coleman Street was soon enveloped in flames, and we couldn't see the steeple and weathercock fall. Fires were everywhere in the city area. From time to time, heavy high-explosive bombs or landmines were dropped. There would be the sound of something rushing in the air, then a brilliant flash would light up the entire sky and horizon, to be followed within 2 or 3 seconds by the most resounding explosion. The city had nebulous boundaries. Archaeologists and historians would have considered it bounded by the Roman walls, but to the police and local politicians and officials it was more amorphous, stretching as far west as the legal quarter around Chancery Lane and Middle Temple, north to take in Holborn Circus and Fleet Street, bulging east to encompass Smithfield Market and Liverpool Street Station, and meandering as far as Petticoat Lane and Aldgate, ending up at Tower Bridge. The city was the centre of Britain's financial life, the capital of capital, some called it. But it was not then the district of soaring steel and glass it has since become. In 1940, it was still full of warehouses and small workshops, jostling with banks, financial and other institutions, most constructed of flammable ancient bricks and dry timber. It was no longer a significant residential area, although in 1800 128,000 people lived in the city. By the time of the Blitz, the resident population had fallen to around 5,000, most of them caretakers, policemen and nurses. So many buildings were empty and unattended that Sunday night that the fires spread like lightning. To anyone standing on Bankside, looking across the Thames, the city looked like a seamless wall of flame. A warehouse storing Brasso polish burned like a blast furnace. A paint warehouse was ablaze. Fires burned out of control in the wharves that ran between Queen Victoria Street and Upper Victoria Street. A bomb fell near the monument, the 202-foot-high column close to the northern end of London Bridge, built by Wren to mark where the 1666 fire started. The historic halls of such powerful city companies as the brewers, coachmakers, coopers, haberdashers, stationers and wax chandlers, all clustered around the Guildhall, were afire, as were the small and dingy premises of haberdashers, furriers, tobacconists, brewers and barbers, and other providers of the daily essentials of the city's life. St. Lawrence Jewry, the church of the aldermen of the City of London, and one of the costliest that Wren ever built, filled from floor to ceiling with wood carvings by Grinling Gibbons, was blazing too. Soon the church was desolate. The 4 walls stood fast, and the masonry of Wren's square-built tower had withstood the fire, but the roof had collapsed, and the whole church was knee-deep in smoking, smouldering ash and wreckage. The church warden, Douglas Clark, arrived to find beams still burning. Alarmed for the church's ancient records and priceless plate stashed in the strong room, he persuaded the firemen to turn their hoses on the walls to cool them. When, days later, a safe cutter managed to open the door. The treasure was found to be safe. But sparks in the scorching air ignited the roof of the Guildhall. The 400-year-old building, the ceremonial and administrative centre of the City of London and its corporations, repaired after the Great Fire by Wren and given a new facade by George Dance in 1789, was soon a mass of flames. Although in the opinion of the Architectural Review, its architectural merit has often been overvalued, inside the Guildhall was a treasure house, with its marble hall paid for by Richard Dick Whittington, Lord Mayor of London, and its alderman's courtroom designed by Wren. Roman antiquities from the amphitheatre that formerly stood on the site, too large to display, were housed in the basement. Its annexes housed a magistrates' court, library and museum, and an art gallery containing paintings by Constable, Reynolds, Rossetti, Holman Hunt, Millais, Tissot and Brangwyn. Joseph Knight's life-sized portraits of the 22 judges of the Fire Court who had resolved disputes and supervised the rebuilding of the city after the Great Fire hung there, while 160,000 books, 20,000 manuscripts and 14,000 prints were stored under the hammer-beam roof of the library. At 10 p.m, the fire had taken hold, and the building was evacuated, fire watchers and telephonists taking whatever they could carry of the most valuable of the Guildhall's priceless treasures. Much was saved, but much was lost, including the figures of Gog and Magog, the wooden pagan giants that traditionally defended the city. The original carvings had been destroyed in the Great Fire. Now, their early 18th century replacements proved equally unable to protect the city, and the Guildhall building itself was badly damaged. Paternoster Row, close to St. Paul's, where medieval clerics had walked reciting the Lord's Prayer, Paternoster, our Father, was one of a labyrinth of passages formerly with a religious purpose. Ave Maria Lane, Creed Lane, where the Credo had been sung, Sermon Lane, Amen Corner. From the 16th century onwards, it had been home to the book trade, with offices and warehouses jumbled together, though more recently some publishers had begun to migrate west to the elegant squares of Bloomsbury to be replaced by second-hand book dealers. But there were enough remaining for 17 publishing houses to be destroyed, and an estimated 20 million books destroyed, a grievous loss at a time when paper was rationed and book production severely curtailed. The offices of such household names as William Collins, Ward Locke, Hodder and Stoughton, Eyre and Spottiswoode, Hutchinson and Nelson were reduced to rubble. Longman, which had been trading in the Row since 1724, was demolished, as was its warehouse across the river in Bermondsey. That night, the firm lost over 3 million books, as well as the woodcuts, blocks, drawings and plates for such perennial sellers as Gray's Anatomy. However, Longman's losses were not entirely bad news, since the fires disposed of a lot of dead stock, and the firm no longer had to pay war risks insurance on thousands of backlist titles that weren't selling. The most devastating blow was that suffered by Simkin Marshall, the largest book distributor in Britain, which lost 6 million books in the fires on the 29th of December. The firm never recovered, and after the war it went bankrupt. The offices of the Boy's Own paper, the Catholic paper The Tablet, and the trade magazine The Bookseller were damaged too. One of the bookseller's staff wandered among the debris-filled, deserted wasteland the following day. As I picked my way gingerly from brick to brick, hot gouts of sulphurous fumes from buried fires seeped up between my feet. Desultory flames played in the remains of a rafter here or a floor joist there, and on either side the smoking causeway fell sharply away into cavernous, glowing holes. Once a basement full of stock, now the crematories of the city's book world. 8 Wren churches, all built after the last Great Fire, were destroyed that night. No Wren church escaped damage during the Blitz, including much of St. Lawrence Jewry and the wedding cake church of St. Bride's, the cathedral of Fleet Street, where the young Nicholas Hawksmoor had been one of Wren's assistants. All that was left of it was 4 walls and the steeple, described by a historian of the city as a madrigal in stone. With his camera strapped around his neck, Herbert Mason, a press photographer, walked from Fleet Street up Ludgate Hill. It was carpeted in hose pipes, a scampering rat here and there, a reeling bird in the flames. The heat became intense as I approached St. Paul's churchyard. Firemen were fighting a losing battle. Pathetically little water was coming from their hoses. Suddenly, a fresh supply would come in, and a hose running riot would lash out and knock firemen off their feet. The heat was so intense that embers were falling like rain and clattering on your helmet. Mason went back down the hill and clambered up onto the roof of the Daily Mail building in Tudor Street, between Fleet Street and the Embankment. He could see that this night I was going to obtain the picture that would forever record the Battle of Britain. After waiting a few hours, the smoke parted like a curtain at the theatre, and there before me was this wonderful vista. It was the dome of St. Paul's Cathedral, wreathed in heavy smoke, but seeming to rise, almost to float above it, like a celestial guardian. This was the photograph that appeared in the next morning's Daily Mail, and would become the iconic, universally recognised image of the London Blitz, indeed of the war, with the cathedral as a symbol of faith, steadfastness, resistance, and survival. Stan Hawke, a dispatch rider who had been stopped by civil defence wardens in Queen Victoria Street and forbidden to take his bike any further, saw the dome, silhouetted against a blood-red sky, and it showed up black, and the cross on the top, the orb, was reflecting all the flames around, and it gave you hope. Herbert Mason was fortunate with his bird's-eye vantage point. The majesty of St. Paul's was not easily discernible from the ground, hemmed in as the cathedral was by other buildings, its facade all but obscured by an undistinguished Victorian office block. Indeed, many visitors had difficulty in deciding what was the cathedral, often mistaking it for the Old Bailey law courts nearby and vice versa. St. Paul's had been threatened by bombs before, and for all its architectural glory, it was not well built. Constructed partly on sand, partly on clay, its foundations were so insecure that a special Act of Parliament had been passed, forbidding tunnelling and excavating under the precincts. In the 1920s, an appeal had been launched to strengthen and rejuvenate Wren's masterpiece, and on the tercentenary of the architect's birth, the 20th of October 1932, a service to give thanks for the newly glorious cathedral had been broadcast. On the 12th of September 1940, a 2,200-pound bomb had fallen close by and lay embedded in the ground, perilously near the front of the cathedral. Its removal was a highly dangerous task for the bomb disposal squad and took several days. Finally, the 8-foot-long missile was extracted and driven gingerly on a lorry to the bomb cemetery on Hackney Marshes in East London to be exploded in controlled conditions. The streets on its route were cleared in case it went off prematurely. Aware of the historic importance of his cathedral and of its structural fragility, the Dean, Walter Matthews, and the cathedral surveyors had had rising mains and supplementary water tanks installed before the outbreak of war, and several members of the cathedral staff were trained in firefighting. The tomb of the Duke of Wellington in the crypt, a 14-ton construction of Cornish porphyry on a granite base, far too heavy to move, was coated in Vaseline and bricked up for the duration, while the statue of the metaphysical poet John Donne, himself Dean of St. Paul's from 1621 until his death 10 years later, which had survived the 1666 fire, was laid in the basement. But more was required. It was recognised that the cathedral would be a nightmare for firemen and was desperately vulnerable, with its inner and outer dome of lead, its flat roofs of timber covered with lead, its ancient bricks and timber rafters, its pocket roofs above the transept and other high-up hidden places in which an incendiary bomb could lodge and burn away undetected until it was too late. Advised by the surveyor to the fabric, the cathedral architect, the Dean and Chapter put an advertisement in the Royal Institute of British Architects journal asking for volunteers to join the St Paul's Night Watch. Dean Matthews realised that architects would be his best bet because they would be able to read plans, and he called for men from 40 to 60 who can walk upstairs and not fear heights. James Richards, editor of the Modernist Architectural Review, who occasionally used an office at the Review's printers, Ayr and Spottiswoode in Paternoster Row, the business and production staff, having decamped to the relative safety of Cheam, was one who volunteered, though he was younger than the specified age range. Matthews had specified men above 40 because, according to Richards, he wanted to make sure he hadn't trained people who were then going to be called up. John Betjeman, not an architect, but a contributor to the Archie Rev, as he called it, and greatly interested in buildings, was another, as was Richard Titmuss, who would later write the most humane of the official histories of the Second World War. The watch soon totalled about 40. Each volunteer was required to spend one night a week in the cathedral from 9:30 until 6 in the morning, but when the Blitz started, most came in on 2 nights or more, so usually there were about a dozen on duty each night, dressed in blue overalls and wearing a steel helmet and webbed belt with a torch attached, and a steel tool for turning on hydrants. What now seemed like the blessedly long months of the phony war had given them the opportunity to learn the intricacies of the cathedral. Ralph Tubbs, an architect and architectural writer who would come to national attention with his Dome of Discovery for the Festival of Britain in 1951, was a team leader allocated to the roof level, and every evening he would train with his men. The cathedral is really complex. There are over 20 staircases, and it was very, very dark. We used to ask each member of the particular team at that level to take someone to a remote point in the cathedral, and then they'd have to find their way back on their own without any light, so they got to know it really well. After the first weeks, the exercises were made more difficult, recalls James Richards. We were told to assume that particular passages or stairs had been made impassable by fire or debris, so we quickly had to think out alternative routes to whatever corner of the building a hypothetical bomb had been reported from. We were not always successful, especially at first, telephoning with shame that we could not find it, or returning after such a long interval that our commander felt obliged to discover by cross-examination what extraordinary route we had taken. It was like being back at school. We tried our hardest, and at the end of a few months, most of us did know the cathedral intimately. We also had to learn, as we went, about the building, the location of fire hydrants and extinguishers, water tanks, stopcocks, and telephones. If there was no raid, the members of the watch would repair to the crypt to drink tea, read, play chess, and sleep on a camp bed, alongside the Dean and his wife, since the deanery did not have an air raid shelter. On the 29th of December 1940, 28 bombs fell on St Paul's. The Dean's wife thought it sounded like a coal scuttle being emptied. Some penetrated the roofs and landed on the upper side of the brick vaulting. Some lodged in roof timbers. One, stuck in the lead covering of the dome and blazing away, gave the impression that the whole dome was on fire. Indeed, the CBS correspondent Ed Murrow, watching the red glow, broadcast the cathedral's obituary to listeners in America. The church that means so much to London is gone. St. Paul's Cathedral, built by Sir Christopher Wren, her great dome towering above the capital of the empire, is burning to the ground as I talk to you now. It was a premature death knell. I build for eternity, Wren had said, though that was not to be the destiny of his other city churches. As burning lead dripped from the roof, and it looked as if the Grinling Gibbons' carved choir stalls and organ screen might catch fire at any minute, 2 teams of the watch crawled cautiously along the wooden beams with stirrup pumps to try to extinguish the incendiary device. It was perilous work, high above the nave, balancing on a slender beam. The members of the Dome Patrol were selected from amongst those with a head for heights and with a leaning towards acrobatics, according to the Dean, and since the dome was not a healthy place to be at the height of the Blitz, the patrol was changed at half-hourly intervals. Suddenly, having burnt its way through the beam, the bomb crashed onto the floor below, and it was easily put out. At 11:40 p.m, an incendiary fell on an upholstery workshop in Creed Lane. It was the last bomb of the raid. By midnight, the German planes had all gone from the skies over the burning inferno. Louise Savage, who lived only 10 minutes from the city, was stunned. The all-clear went at 12 o'clock, and we couldn't believe it, because up to then, the raids had gone on all night, from 6 o'clock in the evening until 6 or 7 the next morning. So we grabbed the dogs and torches and rushed to the door. But you didn't need a torch. The whole place was red. There wasn't a sound. There was nobody about. The fires made it so bright that you could read a newspaper. We couldn't believe it. We kept looking over our shoulders, our ears alert, waiting for the siren to go off again. We were sure it'd go off. They'd never leave a fire like this. We were so sure that they were going to come back that night and literally blow us to pieces. We felt sure there would be another huge bombing raid that would obliterate us all. But it never came. At least not that night. The fires burned for 2 days. Robert Baltrap had been due to start a new job the day after the raid. You could pick and choose jobs then, if you were a young man not yet called up, because there was a great shortage of able-bodied young men, and I'd written to a firm in the city saying, "Have you got a job for a fellow like me?" And they'd said, "Start on Monday." So I got a train to Liverpool Street and I was going to walk through the city. But when I got there was no job and there was no walk through the city. I turned the corner into Moorgate and the city was in ruins. It was the most astonishing sight. Buildings demolished, smoke everywhere, firemen and hoses. So I went home. And the next day I rang up and the firm said, "We'll get in touch with you." But they never did. You hear about raids on the wireless, but you have to see something like this to realise what it was really like. Down the hill in Fleet Street and beyond, there were facades with nothing but smoking ruins behind them. Farringdon Road was little but piles of rubble between Ludgate Circus and Holborn Viaduct. A paperworks burned for 9 days. Back up the hill to the Old Bailey, it was the same. The library of the Middle Temple had been gutted, and the attic in which Dr. Johnson had compiled his dictionary was a wreck. St. Andrew's by the Wardrobe, one of Wren's later churches, was a smoking ruin. In St. Paul's, a small service was being held to give thanks for deliverance. The cathedral reeked of charred timber, an acrid odour that would haunt the city for weeks. A most horrible and malicious flame, like the one Pepys had recorded in 1666, had revealed parts of the Roman London Wall for the first time in 200 years. Cannon Street Station was a bare iron skeleton like some monstrous crouching dinosaur, and the White Tower of the Tower of London had been damaged. The Barbican, which lay outside the city walls, was so devastated that the Home Guard used its ruins to train in street fighting techniques, and gradually the site reverted to what it had been for thousands of years, a heath seeded with willow herbs and fennel, buddleia, ragwort and nettles, alive with displaced feral cats, rabbits, mice, rats, and children who suddenly had rubble-strewn playgrounds where there had been no place to play before. But St. Paul's still stood, more visible than it had ever been, even to Sir Christopher Wren, so many buildings had been raised around it. James Richards was not sure that was actually an advantage. St. Paul's was meant to have buildings all around it. When Wren designed it, it was surrounded by buildings, and that is why he designed it in 2 stories, so you could always see what looked like a complete building over the roofs of the houses all round it. It looked rather absurd without any buildings, with an empty foreground, because it was never meant to be seen that way. Leo Townsend, an off-duty ARP warden, emerged on the morning after the raid from a splintered bank station into smoke-laden air heavy with disaster. Traffic had ceased. Cheapside was sealed off. Lombard Street and Queen Victoria Street were impassable. a tangled skein of entrails, fire hoses twisting, interweaving among dust and debris, snaked up King William Street, coiled along Princes Street, as though a monster had been disembowelled. Some streets were cordoned off, but otherwise the steel civil defence helmets provided a passport to undisturbed wandering. Scarcely a door was on its hinges, not a pane of glass intact. No shops were open. Those who would normally have been buying and selling found it all they could do to reach the site of the premises they had worked in. Many had decided it was useless to attend that day. Others had arrived to find there was nothing left to attend to. Occasionally, small groups of people stood talking in low voices. The air grew heavier with soot. Our feet stumbled among the undergrowth of charred wood, the steaming mass of warehouse goods, the sprawling tubes issuing from pump and hydrant. Piles across the roadway gave off a smell of burning rubber and smouldering cloth. Fires leaped within the gaping skins of buildings. Smoke bloomed from shattered window sockets. Known buildings were rendered indistinguishable, except when a spurt of fire licked a church tower into sudden prominence. James Pope Hennessy was writing a book, History Under Fire, for which Cecil Beaton was taking the photographs. On the 30th of December, the pair visited the city, which was still in flames. It was an emotionally disturbing experience to clamber among the still smouldering ashes of this frightful wasteland. In the biting cold, with icy winds beating round corners, the two aesthetes ran about the glowing, smouldering mounds of rubble. We have tunnelled under perilous walls, over uncertain ground, which at any moment might have given way to the red-hot vaults below. We could not deny a certain ghoulish excitement stimulated us, and our angers and sorrows were mixed with a strange thrill at seeing such a lively distraction, for this desolation is full of vitality. The heavy walls crumble and fall in the most romantic Piranesi forms. It is only when the rubble is cleared up and the mess put in order that the effect becomes dead, wrote Beaton. Pope Hennessy found that the 10 burned churches had suffered a disgusting change, a metamorphosis at first stupefying. How could these dear interiors, panelled, symmetrical, murky, personal, redolent of the 18th century, have been turned into dead bonfires, enclosed by windowless and roofless lengths of walls, with pillars like rotten teeth thrusting up from the heaps of ash? This was one's immediate reaction. But soon Pope Hennessy realised he had become an amateur in Rennes' ruins, as I had never been an amateur in Rennes, and while to tabulate the damage to every Rennes church would be redundant, it would also be dull. He encountered a litany of names, a mournful roll call of dead churches. St. Andrew's by the Wardrobe, St. Mary le Bow, St. Augustine with St. Faith's, St. Lawrence Jewry, Christ Church Newgate, St. Alban Wood Street, St. Mary Aldermanbury, the night's worst loss, thought John Betjeman, also on the prowl around the ruins, with its painted dome by Sir James Thornhill, the father-in-law of Hogarth, a grand staircase and festooned pulpit, altarpiece and organ case. St. Stephen Coleman Street, of little architectural loss in Betjeman's opinion, St. Anne and St. Agnes, St. Vedast alias Foster, where only a few Baroque memorial tablets with sorrowing cupids and skulls remain, according to Beaton, while to Betjeman, its undamaged Rennes steeple of triangular shape is the most lovely of all in the city. Among these, the destruction of St. Lawrence Jewry is a crushing blow, thought Pope Hennessy, and Betjeman agreed. It was Rennes' finest interior. Pope Hennessy and Beaton went to St. Paul's to offer our prayers for its miraculous preservation, while Betjeman worried about All Hallows Barking, another medieval church full of treasures, the best of which was the font cover, 3 cherubs struggling round some fruit, probably the best work of Grinling Gibbons. I should like to know if that has been saved. 500,000 commuters flooded into the city every day. As they arrived on the bleak, cold morning of Monday the 30th of December, tramping over Blackfriars or London Bridge, broken glass crunching underfoot, the sight that met them was almost incomprehensible. It was a scene of utter desolation, with a smattering of snow falling on buildings that were still burning. Workers wandered through streets they thought they knew, took routes they could have sworn they would have been able to follow blindfold. They had taken them so many times before, but found themselves disorientated and lost, the cityscape cruelly disfigured and confusing. Firemen, exhausted beyond tiredness, grimy, smoke-blackened, their eyes red-rimmed, were beginning to roll up their hoses, leaving a few fires, like the one still consuming a factory in Old Street, with no other buildings nearby to ignite, to burn themselves out. As Dorothy Barton, a city worker, came over London Bridge, she saw a small group of firemen. Quite spontaneously, the office workers burst into a cheer, and several shook hands with the firemen as they passed. I was in tears as I walked along. It was such an emotional moment. I don't think anyone should ever forget the firemen were heroes during the entire war, but especially during the Blitz. 14 firemen died in London that night, and more than 250 were seriously injured. 25-year-old Leonard Roseman was fighting a fire in Shoe Lane, just off Fleet Street. It was a narrow street, and we didn't seem to be doing much good, so the man who was in charge said to me, "We're going into that building, we're going up on the roof, and haul the hose pipe, the branch, as it is known, up onto the roof. We think that'll have a better effect." So I did this, and we handed the chap the hose and walked back along this narrow lane. It must have been 5, perhaps 10 seconds, when there was the most really tremendous crunching sound, and the building opposite had fallen and crushed these 2 firemen who were standing there, and I had missed it by seconds. It was a very chilling, traumatic experience, and I have to admit that I lost a fair amount of sleep over it. But as well as being an auxiliary fireman, attached to the same Hampstead fire station as Stephen Spender, Roseman was also an artist. He would later be appointed an official war artist, and painted it out of my system as a sort of therapy, I suppose. A house collapsing on 2 firemen, Shoe Lane, London EC4, purchased for the nation in August 1941, became another iconic image of the Blitz. Roseman himself came to dislike it as sentimental and superficial, though it is rather hard to see why. At Moorfields Hospital on the City Road, 5 firemen died when another wall collapsed. 2 more died in an ambulance taking them to St Bartholomew's Hospital. Frank Hurd, an auxiliary fireman who wrote down his experiences of the Blitz and whose photograph had appeared in the press drinking tea with one of the old ladies whose life he had saved, died of injuries sustained fighting a fire at Smithfield Market. He was 24 years old. Throughout Greater London as a whole, a total of 160 people died and 500 were injured, most of them in adjacent boroughs such as Westminster, Holborn, Stepney and Shoreditch, or across the river in Bermondsey, Southwark, Lambeth, Deptford, Greenwich and Lewisham, others further away in Tottenham, Battersea, Camberwell and Fulham. Some were ARP wardens, shelter marshals, members of a demolition squad as well as firemen. Most were ordinary civilians killed in their homes or shelters. Some were in their 70s, while one was only a few months old. In addition, 2 people were killed in Bristol, 14 in a raid on Crewe in Cheshire, 1 in Chelmsford in Essex, and 1 in Malling in Kent. Those of other nationalities, such as 4 Polish soldiers killed in an incident in Southwark, were not included in the official total. On the morning of the 30th of December, the BBC 8 o'clock news reported in its usual and informative way. Enemy aircraft attacked towns in the south of England during the night, causing some damage. Fires were started and casualties have been reported. However, the lunchtime news carried some cheerful tidings that had already found their way into the morning papers. The previous evening, President Roosevelt had broadcast one of his fireside chats. It was delivered at 9:30 p.m. in Washington, D.C., which was 3:30 a.m. in London, after the raid on London had ended, but while the fires were still raging. Roosevelt denied that this was a fireside chat on war. It is a talk on national security, because the nub of the whole purpose of your president is to keep you now, and your children later, and your grandchildren much later, out of a last-ditch war for the preservation of American independence and of all of the things that American independence means to you and to me and to ours. The British people and their allies today are conducting an active war against this unholy alliance of the Axis powers. Our own future security is greatly dependent on the outcome of that fight. The people of Europe, who are defending themselves, do not ask us to do their fighting. They ask us for the implements of war, the planes, the tanks, the guns, and the freighters, which will enable them to fight for their liberty and for our security. Emphatically, we must get these weapons to them. Get them to them in sufficient volume and quickly enough so that we and our children will be saved the agony and suffering of war which others have had to endure. We must be the great arsenal of democracy. In this broadcast, Roosevelt, while emphatic that the USA would not be sending fighting men to Europe, had inched the country further along the path towards the resolve that Winston Churchill had expressed on the 4th of June 1940, at the darkest moment of the war, when Britain truly stood alone with her Empire and Dominion forces during the battle for France. We will carry on the struggle until, in God's good time, the new world, with all its power and might, sets forth to the liberation and rescue of the old. Everybody is enormously cheered by President Roosevelt's cheering speech, reported Phyllis Warner, who wrote for the American press, including the Washington Post, and who probably took more notice than most people of the subtle nuances of US manoeuvrings. Respect for his righteousness is being added to admiration for his brilliance, she added enthusiastically. The next evening, Warner celebrated the New Year. She found that although there were no wild bells to ring out the bad and ring in the good, because this year bells can only ring for an invasion, and every theatre and cinema is shut, Piccadilly Circus blacked out, and St. Paul's surrounded by smouldering ruins. But never can every restaurant and club have been more completely packed. Never can crowds have been more spontaneously gay. The Maurice, London's newest resort, was packed as always, for the Maurice dance band would fill an attic in Coventry. Favourite tune was "Oh Johnny, How Can You Love?" Most of the women had blossomed into long skirts and backless dresses again. Fast waltzes, rumbas and congas were the order of the day. As midnight struck, we sang Auld Lang Syne and joined hands and waved our paper hats and danced a Highland reel on 2 inches of space. Warner was convinced that people's spirits were higher than they had been the previous year, when we were sober, because the threat of the future was a threat still, and we knew the year was bringing us dread ordeals and hazards. 1941 will bring them too, but we have gazed right into the furnace and recaptured our belief in ourselves, so we can look to the coming year with confidence and gaiety. Looking forward with confidence and gaiety was probably not how most people saw in the new year in 1940, but Warner had a product that she hoped to be able to sell to her American readers, the dauntless British spirit and resolve. Anthony Heap had celebrated the new year too, but in his case, at an informal party in the Quakers' shelter in the Euston Road, rather than a chic West End restaurant. At midnight, we stood in a ring and sang Auld Lang Syne, and it was all over, and so to bunk. Thus passed out 1940. Never was I so glad to see the last of a year than this unhappy one. Though, to be fair, Heap had affairs of the heart issues that added to his Blitz gloom. Harold Nicholson was in pretty low spirits too. He felt that poor old London is beginning to look very drab. Paris is so young and gay that she could stand a little battering, but London is a charwoman among capitals, and when her teeth begin to fall out, she looks ill indeed. Nicholson, who was travelling around the country as the lightning conductor for the Minister of Information, Duff Cooper, one just walks about in a fur coat and gets things done, lunched on the 30th of December 1940 with General, later Field Marshal Alexander, who had supervised the final stages of the evacuation from Dunkirk and was by then Commander-in-Chief of Southern Command. He thinks the Battle of England has already begun. Coventry, Southampton, Bristol, the city. They will burn and destroy them one by one, Nicholson wrote to his wife, Beta Sackville West, at home at Sissinghurst in Kent, from a train travelling from Bristol to Cardiff. I do think we are going through a hellish time. Chapter 13. Standing Firm. Everyone has strong views about what to do in an alert. Miss Bowsey, if I were in a munitions factory, I would work during an alert. What good would I do here, in the Glasgow coal shipping firm where she worked? I might be killed by a bomb. There is something glorious about being killed in battle, but not by a bomb. Mass Observation Diarist, Edith Oakham, the 10th of January, 1941. God is our refuge. Be not afraid. He will take care of you through the raid. When bombs are dropping and danger is near, He will be with you until the all clear. Verse of a wartime Sunday school hymn, chalked on the walls of many air raid shelters during the Blitz. Vere Hodgson was distressed to hear about the destruction on the night of the 29th of December, particularly as the city offices of the accountant that kept the books for the charitable association for which she worked in Notting Hill had been bombed, and all the ledgers probably perished in the fire. It took our accountant 7 years to make that ledger, and the balance sheet was finished some time ago. Had the books been returned to us, it would not have happened. Everything of reference to the association will be turned up in seconds in that book, and it has gone. She was also somewhat censorious. We had further news of the damage to the city, she wrote on the 31st of December, and all through neglect. Always the same, no one wants to take responsibility. Let others do it. Common sense should tell us that it is madness to leave buildings to one caretaker, or to no one, at times like these. It serves a lot of them right, but it has caused harm to many beautiful churches. Mr. Herbert Morrison says it will now be compulsory for every building to be guarded. I should think so indeed. Fancy leaving the City of London unprotected in days like these. It had been clear ever since the Blitz started that firemen would not be able to deal with the thousands of incendiaries that might fall during a raid, and equally that a single undetected incendiary could wreak tremendous havoc. But although fire-watching had been encouraged, it had been a voluntary activity. The city raid had finally shown that voluntarism was not working, and that compulsion was needed in this, as in so many other areas of the home front. In a broadcast on New Year's Eve, Herbert Morrison had explained that no fire brigade could be expected to deal with mass incendiary raids without the assistance of the community. Some of you lately, in more cities than one, have failed your country, he chided. This must never happen again. Every group of houses and business premises must have its fire party. Fall in, firebomb fighters, he urged, likening fire watchers to the Home Guard, as a civil defence guard to back up the work of ARP and the fire services. It wasn't just damage to property that unchecked incendiaries could cause. The fires acted like a beacon for the enemy, at which he will aim his high-explosive bombs. Charles Graves, a dedicatedly social journalist and brother of the more famous Robert, the poet, who sat out the Blitz in some of the smartest hotels and bars in London, heard Morrison's broadcast. Since Graves's wife, Peggy, thought it a waste of money to spend £2 or £3 a head, not much less than the weekly wage of a working man or private soldier, to have your champagne glass filled with streamers and the usual pellets which are thrown around on New Year's Eve, the couple dined at home that evening and turned on the wireless to listen to Herbert Morrison making an appeal for fire watchers before announcing that they were going to be compulsory anyway. It was a dull speech, poorly delivered. It didn't sound as though he had his heart in it. And yet, as a Cockney of Cockneys, he should have been quite passionate on the subject. Then the Graveses set off in a taxi for the cocktail bar at the Dorchester, remembering to take a watch, as there is scarcely a public clock in London which can still tell the time. Anthony Heap was predictably scornful too. The papers are full of the government's new scheme for a compulsory firefighting service. Unpaid, of course. Surely a more ingenious scheme for mounting up air raid casualties could have been devised. The government seems more concerned about the loss of property than the loss of life. In January 1941, Morrison returned to this theme and the microphone again, chiding his listeners that he would never have resorted to compulsion were all the people patriotic and courageous enough. 8 million leaflets were sent out, advising people how to organise themselves into fire-watching rotas with their neighbours and telling them to contact their local warden's post about getting stirrup pumps and being trained how to use them. Until sufficient pumps were available, they were told, the best thing was to attack the incendiary with a rake and some sand. Local authorities were urged to make piles of sand widely available. Hackney provided 3 sand dumps at every warden's post for the neighbourhood, while Kensington Borough Council produced 5,000 sandbags and put a couple at the foot of every lamp post in the borough. While fire-watching was important in residential areas, it was even more so at factories and other places of work. Morrison stated that in the workplace, compulsion will apply to everyone of every grade, managers, office workers, as well as manual workers. Factories and businesses of all kinds will be subject to severe penalties for any neglect of their obligations, he warned. Don't wait for that. There isn't the time, and there ought not to be the need. Although most newspapers welcomed the introduction of compulsory fire-watching as a necessary, if belated, measure, the Times was not the only one to point out the possible difficulties. Many workers were already working in civil defence, as wardens, members of rescue parties or demolition squads, or carrying out other voluntary tasks on top of a full working day, and had little spare time or capacity to give to fire-watching. The trade unions weren't very keen either, and complained that there had been no consultation. And while it was one thing to turn out on patrol in your own street, it was a bit rich to be expected to protect your employer's premises without remuneration, which could be seen as unpaid, compulsory overtime. The discontent rumbled on through the spring and summer of 1941. All over the country, large numbers of employees refused to obey the order. It was estimated that nationwide, around 60% of those required to undertake fire-watching duties claimed exemption. There was a huge furore about the imposition when the TUC met in Edinburgh in September 1941. However, by that time, Morrison had made some concessions, promising that there would be some limited financial compensation and that employers were to be obliged to provide sanitary facilities and sleeping accommodation for their fire watchers. But by then, there wasn't anything like the same need for fire watching as previously, since the Blitz was over. Later raids in 1944 would be of a rather different order, with V-1 flying bombs and V-2 rockets, rather than incendiaries that could be dealt with sand or a stirrup pump. Mass observation found that most people were in favour of compulsory fire-watching, though some, like Charles Graves, had been unimpressed by Morrison's speech, and many thought it should have been introduced months ago. However, some could see no reason why fire-watching parties needed to be organised in residential streets. Instead, every householder should be responsible for his or her own property. 9 out of 10 men and 6 out of 10 women polled said they vaguely knew how to deal with an incendiary bomb, cover it with sand or earth, although a few thought water should be thrown over it, which was in fact dangerous and certainly ineffective. This was an improvement on the situation at the outbreak of war, when only about a third of those quizzed had any notion at all of how to deal with incendiary devices. Of those who thought that the best thing to do was to pick them up and throw them out of the house, Many failed to remark that a long-handled shovel should be used for the purpose. Women admitted to being less likely to know how to deal with incendiaries and were inclined to leave the matter to their husbands, a dangerous policy if the bomb fell during the day when the man was at work. M.O. thought that women needed reassuring that it was relatively simple to cope with an incendiary and that they should learn how to use a stirrup pump, while it was essential to get the message across to everyone that people should wait 2 minutes before approaching a device in case it was an explosive one programmed to ignite spontaneously a little while after landing. There were other personnel as well as fire watchers on the roof of factories and other places of work during air raids. Aircraft spotters. Sometimes the roles were combined, that this was not recommended, as it was not possible to look up for approaching enemy aircraft and down for smouldering incendiaries at the same time. Downing tools and stopping work to go to the shelter when an alert was sounded had become an increasingly contentious issue as raids grew more frequent. Official advice since Munich had insisted that in an air raid, civilians must take cover. But if they did this each time an alert was sounded, many hours in a shift would be lost. This would obviously have a disastrous effect on production, with serious implications for Britain's war effort. Winston Churchill suggested that the alert should be treated as just that, a warning to be on the alert, not necessarily a signal to take cover, or as Ellen Wilkinson rather more emotively put it, any needless stopping work is an act of surrender. Employers developed various strategies to minimise the effect of interruptions. Bethnal Green Council, for example, allowed its staff to retreat to the basement when the siren wailed, but insisted that they must take the work they had been doing with them. This was hardly practical in munitions and aircraft factories, where instead workers volunteered or were nominated to stand on the roof and look out for approaching enemy aircraft so that production would continue after the alert had sounded until these Jim Crows, as they were called, Churchill's name for them since he was a naval man, signalled that raiders were actually overhead. A group of 7 North Country factories was reported to have perfected a system by September 1940. A pair of observers was posted on top of each factory building with a large compass so that they could plot the direction from which German planes were approaching. They were linked by telephone to a central control room. If the phones were put out of action, messengers were used. When a call was received that the raiders were heading for the factories, an alarm was sounded from this control room and the workers took to the shelters. The control room could also direct fire, first aid or decontamination services if bombs did drop. It was an ARP exercise in parvo. Florence Rawlinson's father was a fire watcher at Bryanton Mays Match Factory in the East End of London. The men in these fire watch parties would go up on the roof in small groups and, securing themselves with rope, would watch out for fire bombs before they could take hold by kicking them off. The building was some 100 feet high, and these tactics saved the factory. The firm's Liverpool works had been burned down by incendiaries. The men would change shifts quite often and come down for a breather, with Dad giving us a commentary of what was happening. As I was part of the first aid party we had formed in the works, we would take care of any casualties, even those brought in off the street, and also keep the fire watchers supplied with tea and coffee. During these bitter cold nights in the Blitz, we'd lace their drink with rum to keep out the cold. This was supplied by the directors of the firm, some of whom were also in the fire watch party, so everybody did their bit. These tactics did save the factory, and after the war the chief engineer in charge of the fire watching was decorated with a medal. Particularly concerned about the rate of aircraft production, Lord Beaverbrook, the minister in charge, appointed Jenny Lee, a journalist, a past and future MP, and wife of Aneurin Bevan, to visit aircraft factories and impress on the workers the need to keep working after the siren had sounded. Lee, who believed that given her solid Labour background she would not be regarded as a government stooge, travelled the country speaking to shop stewards and addressing factory meetings, persuading workers to put in long hours and to work out a system of aircraft spotters so that they would be away from their benches for the minimum time possible. On one occasion, she was called to a Reading aerodrome, where planes were being tested as well as manufactured, because there was unrest among the workers at being expected to stay on the roof during an air raid. During her visit, Lee found that while there were magnificent underground shelters at the aerodrome, there were none for the houses where the workers' families lived nearby. So when the alert sounded, the men were apt to leg it across the fields to check on their homes. With Lee's persuasion and Beaverbrook's famed disdain for red tape, cement was allocated and shelters built, although there was no publicity for this enjoyable act of piracy. A report on the Hawker Aircraft Factory in Kingston-on-Thames and 180 nearby businesses, published after the war, showed the efficacy of the roof spotter scheme. At Hawker, spotters work part-time during the day, ascending the roof when they receive notice from the Factory Defence Service that enemy planes were 40 miles away. At night, they were up there all the time. A checkered barrel would be hoisted on the factory roof, and similar ones on nearby large buildings, such as the Guildhall, Bentl's department store and the local library, so that smaller premises could keep a lookout for this take cover signal and instruct their workers. Between 1940 and 1945, the alert sounded for 1,250 hours, 59 minutes, but the actual take cover warnings signalled by roof spotters and a network of alarms contingent on them lasted only 207 hours, 41 minutes, over 1,000 hours of work time saved. Aircraft spotting was skilled work. Although the favourite wartime reading matter of many British boys was the Penguin special paperback, Aircraft Recognition by R.A. Saville Sneath, and most people were confident that they could tell one of ours from one of theirs. In fact, they often couldn't. Initially, the RAF undertook to provide aircraft recognition courses, and those thus trained disseminated their expertise to others. Soon, aircraft spotting courses were available all over the country, attracting employees not only from factories, but also department stores, newspaper offices, town halls, libraries and post offices, all of which had an interest in keeping their staff at work, with as little interruption as possible, and adopted the rousing slogan of the Daily Express, owned by Beaverbrook, "Look out and work on." Though, if a popular ditty in the Daily Herald is to be believed, civil servants had to be named and shamed, as they were by Churchill, before they adopted the practices they recommended to others. "Keep up your morale," says Whitehall, "while underground it delves. Work on," they cry to one and all, then run to earth themselves. It was cold, boring work, standing on a roof hour after hour, wearing a steel helmet if you were lucky, with RS painted on it, clutching a pair of binoculars and a map of the area. Torches were forbidden because of blackout regulations, though some organisations provided their spotters with silhouettes and photographs of German, Italian and British planes and cloud formations. It was not well paid. £3 a week was about average, and there were dangers, both from enemy aircraft and from spotters falling from their vertiginous perches or nests in the dark. Fire watching carried similar or greater dangers. Although in January 1941, up to 48 hours fire watching a month was made compulsory for men aged between 16 and 60 who worked fewer than 60 hours a week, women from 20 to 45 who worked fewer than 55 hours a week, unless they were pregnant or had children under 14 at home to care for, were not obliged to register for fire watching duties until September 1942, the same year that conscription and direction was extended to certain broad categories of women. In fact, the available pool of fire watchers was much smaller than these categories suggest, since the population of London and most large cities was only about 3/4 what it had been before the war, and many of those who were not in the forces were already engaged in voluntary civil defence or other war work. So although women were not compelled to fire watch after the city Blitz, they were certainly encouraged, admitting that it could be dangerous work, though not as dangerous as the work wardens and firemen do each night the raiders come. Herbert Morrison nevertheless felt that the time has long gone when women could be kept away from dangerous work in the defence of their country. The women of this country have shown that they have just as high courage and just as steady nerves as men. It may be that the idea of defending their homes or the business where they work as a front-line fighter will make a special appeal to them. There were few women roof spotters, though the Bank of England used both sexes, and when it came to fire watching, most women, certainly married women with children, preferred to carry it out at home rather than at the workplace. On the 1st of February 1941, Sidney Chave went to a neighbour's house where were assembled most of the males of Glenhurst Rise, Upper Norwood. We finally fixed up our arrangements for fire watching, so that is settled at last. Most roads in London have their watching parties all fixed up. The scheme is being supported throughout the whole country, Chave added the following week. On Wednesday last, when incendiary bombs were dropped on Hampstead, there were about 6 men to each bomb, and not a single fire broke out. A couple of Sundays later, Chave and his wife were on duty from 11 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. As bad luck would have it, the sirens went at 10:45, just as I was in the bath, so Lee and I stayed up and watched until 2:30, by which time we were dog-tired. Several planes came over, and searchlights and guns sent into action, but we heard no bombs. It was not until the 26th of April that Chave was able to report that I was issued with a steel helmet for fire watching at home today. Whether or not his wife also received one, he does not record. The flat that Hope Cobb shared with 2 other young women in Tite Street, Chelsea, was rocked by a bomb and the ceiling collapsed while she was at work at the Admiralty on the 16th of April 1941. When her 2 flatmates had unravelled themselves miraculously unhurt, they realised they were on fire-watching duty, so they bravely went out into the street. In the absence of tin hats, presumably buried under debris, and pausing only to collect the tin containing the housekeeping money and her new suspender belt, as well she might, because we had no front door anymore, and all the windows were broken. Dana put a saucepan on her head, and Nedra lashed a frying pan to hers. So all that night they were addressed as "Saucepan this way," or "Frying pan over here, quick." There was one group of people who might well have been diligent fire watchers before compulsion was introduced, but who refused to continue doing so when it was. In April 1939, in the face of Labour opposition and despite his own reluctance, Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain had introduced a military training bill that allowed for conscription into the armed services, the first time such a measure had ever been taken in Britain in peacetime. The Act became law on the 26th of May. On the outbreak of war, the National Service Armed Forces Bill extended the categories of those required to register as liable to be called up for military service to men aged between 18 and 40. As the war dragged on, the net trawled deeper into the pool of man, and later woman, power. There were exemptions for those in reserved occupations, often up to a certain age, and the medically unfit, and there was generous provision for those whose consciences, religious, ethical or political, meant they would not take up arms. Indeed, Chamberlain, who had served on a conscientious objectors tribunal in the First World War, was clear that it was both useless and an exasperating waste of time and effort to force such people to act in a manner which was contrary to their principles. Conscientious objectors, COs, were permitted to register not on the military training register, but on a special register of conscientious objectors, on the grounds that they objected to undergoing military training or to performing combat duties. Tribunals were set up, specifically to hear the objections of such people and to decide whether they were sincere, consistent and deeply held, or opportunistic and cowardly. Obviously, looking in men and later women's souls in this way was never going to be easy. There were harsh, unfair or capricious judgments handed down by the bigoted or the confused on occasions, but on the whole the tribunals were more fair-minded than not, and wrestled long and hard to come to a decision, though those COs with a solid history of pacifism and religious objection to war, such as Quakers, tended to fare best. Those objecting to military service could be found all over Britain and from all classes, though there were fewer manual labourers and a preponderance of white-collar workers, plus creatives and intellectuals such as Ralph Partridge, Benjamin Britten, Peter Pearce and Michael Tippett. The tribunals could hand down one of 3 possible verdicts. They could reject an application altogether, in which case the applicant would then have to register for military service and risk a fine or prison or both if he refused, though there were appeal procedures. they could require the applicant to do non-combatant service, where they would not be involved in the handling of military material of an aggressive nature, or they could grant either an unconditional exemption or exemption from military service on the condition that the applicant undertook some alternative form of war service under civilian control, such as ARP or other civil defence work, or working on the land or in the medical services. By the end of the war, there were 59,192 COs, roughly 1.2% of the 5 million called up. Less than 5% had been granted unconditional exemption. Nearly 38% were exempted on condition that they undertook a civilian alternative. Almost 28% were directed to non-combatant duties in the army, and nearly 30% had their objections to military service dismissed altogether. The Blitz presented a particular challenge to COs, particularly the absolutists, who refused to undertake anything connected with war or even to take a job that might release another person to fight. Some even refused to appear before a tribunal. It was one thing to bear arms and actively engage in combat. It was rather another when combat came to you and your fellow civilians in the form of bombs and strafing. The Royal Army Medical Corps, RAMC, was the usual choice of COs who had been directed or were prepared to work in non-combatant roles in the military. But by early 1940, it was said to be full and accepting no more recruits. There was some resentment about the number of lily-livered conchies deployed in the Corps, and it was alleged that other applicants with specialist medical skills were being excluded because of them. So in April 1940, a First World War innovation expressly for conscientious objectors, the Non-Combatant Corps, NCC, or as it was first called, the Non-Combatant Labour Corps, Nancy Elsie to genuine warriors, was revived. It consisted of 14 companies, totalling 6,766 men at its height, and was intended to be integral in all aspects of the war effort, apart from those that required the handling of weapons. Its members received their basic training at the Devon seaside resort of Ilfracombe, where they would drill without arms on the promenade and be trained in such skills as gas detection, passive air defence, decontamination, cooking, cleaning and clerical duties. They could then be employed in administrative, construction or maintenance work, including the care of burial grounds, quarrying, forestry, filling in trenches and any other general duties. Occasionally, there were problems when construction work involved such borderline tasks as building blockades and gun emplacements, or when an NCC company was detailed to firewatch some warehouses in Liverpool which were found to contain shell cases. The court-martial of the men accused was dismissed, or refused to build a road for an ammunition dump. No prosecution resulted. During the Blitz, NCC companies were stationed in Bristol, Coventry, Cardiff, Liverpool and other places that were frequent air raid targets. Many of their members undertook voluntary rescue work in addition to their other tasks. 2 were awarded the George Medal for their services. In January 1941, 2 companies of the NCC were drafted to London to clear bomb sites and help with rescue work. The NCC also undertook some of the most dangerous work on the home front, disposal of unexploded bombs. The initiative came from the COs themselves, and when the War Office finally agreed, 465 NCC COs volunteered. Christopher Wren was one. He had been an absolutist until Dunkirk, when he had been so horrified by the sight of civilians being shot at and bombed that we were prepared to go and help, to do anything that was needed to save life, Germans as well. When it came to dealing with UXBs, I thought that it would be very good to destroy armaments and at the same time protect people. Both aspects seemed to fit with why I had become a non-combatant. The training was minimal. We went to Chester and were under canvas on the racecourse. We were told we were going to London because there was more to be done down there. A few weeks later we were sent to Chelsea Barracks for real training. We really enjoyed that. It was with the Royal Engineers and everything was enjoyable. No prejudice at all. The NCC, or Norwegian Camel Corps, as they were jokingly called, presumably to highlight their Dr. Dolittle incongruity, volunteers worked alongside the regular soldiers and conscripts of the expert Royal Engineers. All you could do was be as useful as you possibly could be to the Royal Engineers. You couldn't take over from them. They were all very skilled men. Wren was not a great handyman, but I have got strength, and the sappers like that. If the conchies were ever taunted as cowards, there would usually be some older soldier who would say quietly, "Don't forget the conscientious objectors did what they wanted. You waited for conscription." If a member of the public saw his NCC badge and asked Wren what it was, I would say, "Non-combatant corps." You knew what they were thinking, so I would say, I was a coward straight away. Then sometimes they would see the bomb flash, the badge denoting his role in bomb disposal, and they wouldn't know what to make of it. I would just leave it. Tony White, a lifelong Methodist, was another CO who volunteered for bomb disposal work. It was doing something constructive, in the sense that you were digging out bombs that were meant to harm, immunising them, and you could see it as a direct service for the community. But the major reason was my proving something to myself, that I wasn't dodging the column. I didn't want to escape the risk, and here was a chance to prove my sincerity, not in the front line, but dangerous. I didn't know how dangerous at the time. There were several 1,000-pounders that we got, about 4 or 5 feet long. They were a pretty good size. They were heavy, of course, and we got them out by winching them out, with a tripod type of rig to haul them out. We'd take them away and try to neutralise them. You'd screw in and make a hole in the casing, trying not to disturb the fuse. That job had to be done very carefully. And then we'd inject steam, which would neutralise the powder or the explosive, and then one could remove the fuse safely. And then the officer would retreat to what was theoretically a safe distance, and then explode it with an electrical device. This was when the thing could explode before the officer had gone far enough away. He was always the one at the greatest risk, and we did suffer casualties. You were never sure when you moved the bomb out of its hole if you disturbed the mechanism, and there was always the risk that the thing might explode. There were all sorts of things like sensible safe distances and safe times and so on to minimise the danger, but it was always there. The fact that they were volunteers was essential to COs who worked in bomb disposal. The introduction of compulsory fire watching, or fire prevention duties as it was technically called, sharpened their wartime dilemma. By undertaking fire watching duties they were, if they followed the logic of Morrison and other war leaders, making a contribution to the war effort and the defeat of Germany. If they did not, they might be allowing the homes of their fellow countrymen and women to go up in flames, perhaps incinerating the occupants. There were further moral refinements. If you were prepared to defend your own property, why not that of other people, or your employer, or an aircraft production or munitions factory? If, as a neighbourly or community-minded act, you were prepared to watch your neighbours' or others' property as well as your own, what happened when legal requirements were imposed on this moral duty? That would be complying with the dictate of a war-prosecuting state, rather than acting from a wellspring of community responsibility and goodwill. Was the principle of individual liberty to be trampled upon, particularly as fire watchers could be compelled by law to do their work in another district if the need was greater there? The debate raged furiously and illuminatingly in the letter columns of the press, most particularly the pacifist press. A man writing from Wimbledon insisted that the grave question of compulsion with which we are faced is the growing threat to individual liberty and judgment. It is not so much a matter of whether Friends, i.e. Quakers, and any of like persuasion can do fire watching, civil defence or other work, but whether they can give themselves to any of these under state compulsion. A woman with a historic Quaker surname, Elizabeth Howard, from Essex, however, reminded readers of the Quakers' magazine The Friend that there is a conscientious obligation as well as a conscientious objection. Another woman with an equally illustrious Quaker name, Elizabeth Cadbury, writing from her manor house near Birmingham, agreed. One is getting a little tired of the efforts of some members to overweight our peace testimony with self-made inhibitions, and we must hope that a more Christian attitude towards our fellow countrymen and women and our country may be the basis for discussion. A woman from Bridport could not understand why people objected to the compulsion clause. Friends are already agreeing to compulsion by complying with other war emergency laws, e.g. paying extra income tax, complying with food rationing, blackout, etc. Before the war, Friends complied with compulsory education, lighting up time, and legislation to do with supporting a wife and bankruptcy. And an article by Carl Heath, a prominent Quaker leader since the First World War, urged, "Do not let us be led into rejecting all compulsions alike because they arise out of the community's war-making. Where we can do so, let's turn them into creative acts. It is for us to transform all compulsions that can be discerned as having intentions of neighbourly act and concern. It is wrong to waste moral strength resisting these. Resistance is rather to be concentrated against those compulsions whose governing purpose is to destroy men. There is a world of difference in spiritual possibility between blacking out and bombing. In submitting to or resisting the many infringements of civil liberty contingent on war conditions, we have to remember that there is little help for the cause of peace in attempting to resist war in progress on each detail. To do so is to get into an Ishmaelite position and to create nothing effective and much mere antagonism. There will be cases where the infringement involves a moral wrong to be withstood, but mostly we shall endure these ills, which the will of the community at war imposes under protest, and seek with determination their undoing in peace. As pacifists and Quakers, we are not outside the community of our nation, we are right inside, and because we are a minority, our criticism and our opposition needs to be specially wise, constructive, and discerning. There was no conscience clause in the compulsory fire-watching registration scheme. The penalty for failing to carry out duties under the legislation was up to 3 months' imprisonment or £100 fine, or both, and employers who did not make suitable arrangements could be similarly penalised. Those in the armed forces, persons of unsound mind or registered blind, were not required to register, though ministers of religion were. Those already engaged in wartime duties, such as the Home Guard or Civil Defence, or spending long hours doing vital war work, were required to register, but would not be enrolled for duty. A man not covered by any of these categories could apply for exemption on the ground that he is medically unfit to perform fire-watching duties, or that it would be an exceptional hardship for him to be required to perform them. This could provide a loophole for COs, who, while they may have been perfectly prepared to put out fires, refused to register to do so. Probably, through hasty drafting, local authorities had been given no powers to register those who refused to sign up. Tribunals, distinct from the CO tribunals, known as hardship committees, were set up to consider exemptions from fire-watching on the grounds of ill health or exceptional hardship. There was no appeal against their decision. Ill health was usually fairly straightforward to assess, exceptional hardship far less so. On the 2nd of April 1941, a Mr. Bell of Hook in Surrey applied to the City of London Hardship Committee for exemption from fire-watching duty at his place of work in the city. He gave as his reason that to be compelled to do something against one's conscience was a hardship. At first, the committee wrote to Bell's employers, telling them that he had been granted indefinite exemption. Then, realising the moment of this decision, they withdrew it, saying that an error had been made. However, 3 subsequent applications from a Bristol employer, a Bolton doctor and a ship owner, though the committee were divided in the case of the ship owner, were granted. These were the only successful applications for exemption until 1943, when the deputy editor of Peace News was granted indefinite exemption, since most committees did not see that a sensitive conscience was equivalent to a broken arm or a dying mother. In March 1941, the first prosecution for refusing to serve on a fire-watching rota at work was brought in Manchester. The miscreant was told to pay a fine of £5 or go to prison for 25 days. He chose the latter. Similar cases were brought in Nottingham, refusal to firewatch for a bank, Glasgow and Exeter. On the 30th of May, John Morley, a Newcastle-upon-Tyne employer who was chairman of the local war resisters group, was fined £50, with 5 guineas cost, for refusing to make firewatching arrangements for his coachmaking premises. Morley refused to pay and was sent down for 3 months instead, though subsequently released after a few hours, only to be rearrested on the same charge. Prosecutions for failure to enrol multiplied, including those of 10 Christadelphians in Bristol who asserted that there comes a time when human laws conflict with the laws of God. The Independent Labour Party MP, Fenner Brockway, had been a CO in the First World War, but had decided that Nazism was an evil that had to be met by force in the Second. Even so, though no longer one himself, he was very involved in the CO movement and was also an active firewatcher before the introduction of compulsion. He arranged a meeting with Ellen Wilkinson at the Home Office, ironically her office overlooked the cenotaph, to try to persuade her to insert a conscience clause into the firewatching regulations. But Wilkinson refused to budge, arguing that, in the serious condition of the present war, firewatching was necessary to save life, and refusal to register for it was a serious offence, and the scheme could not be left to goodwill. The prosecutions continued. So did the odd acts of deception, with those liable employing others to do their duties for them. So did the funk expresses, taking people away from their firewatching responsibilities to the safety of the countryside. And so did the shortage of firewatchers. On the 19th of September 1942, the requirement to register for firewatching duties was extended to women aged between 20 and 45, with certain exemptions. Within 2 months, the prosecutions of women began, including those of the Mrs. Dungy, 3 sisters from Camberley in Surrey, who each went to prison 3 times for refusing to register. The final prosecution for a firewatching, or rather non-firewatching offence, was brought on the 26th of February 1945. Compulsory firewatching was abolished shortly afterwards, by which time a total of 555 prosecutions of COs had been brought, while several thousand more had fulfilled their obligations without noticeable demur. Frequently, people would take the often hard road of the conscientious objection for religious reasons. In addition to the Quaker Society of Friends, there was the Christian Fellowship of Reconciliation, which in 1939 had nearly 10,000 members, and there were small pacifist fellowships within most churches, including the small but influential Roman Catholic PAX, the Anglican Fellowship, around 1,500 members, and the Methodist Peace Fellowship, around 3,500 members. There were COs who were Jews, Buddhists and Hindus, Seventh-day Adventists, Christian Scientists, spiritualists, and members of the Salvation Army. The Peace Pledge Union, PPU, was started in 1934 by Dick Shepherd, canon of St Paul's Cathedral, who had invited men to send him postcards pledging never to support war. 113,000 responded. While it was not a religious organisation, the PPU appealed to many Christians. Its founder, the Reverend Dick Shepherd, had held the living of St Martin in the Fields before becoming a canon of St Paul's, but most of its members could probably best be characterised as humanitarians. Not all pacifists were Christians, or of any other religious persuasion, and not all Christians were pacifists, indeed most were not, and many who had had pacifist inclinations in the interwar years, such as Fenner Brockway, the writer Storm Jameson, and the philosopher and BBC Brains Trust member C.E.M. Joad, had come reluctantly to the conclusion that pacifism was not a viable option with the onslaught of fascism. Brian Richards, a lieutenant in the Royal Engineers who was involved in bomb disposal, was also a Christian. "I thought war was very stupid and wicked, but I think we have to live with people as they are and not as we think they ought to be. The only way of stopping the Germans was to fight them. That didn't seem to me in any way inconsistent with my religious beliefs." The Reverend John Markham, vicar of St Peter's, Walworth in South London, was chief ARP warden for his district. in addition to his heavy parochial duties, and opened the crypt of his church as a public shelter. Other clergymen did the same, or joined the Home Guard. Father Grozer was untiringly active on behalf of his Stepney parishioners and those beyond his parish boundaries. The Reverend Ineson, a nonconformist minister, opened the doors of his East End mission to anyone who had been bombed out, regardless of their faith. When the mission itself was bombed, a deaconess who worked there organised helpers to take boots and food, blankets and warm clothing to the shelters and arches where East Enders were sheltering. St Matthew's Church, Bethnal Green, was bombed out, but the rector, the Reverend Ferraro, turned his rectory into a home for half a dozen bombees. Mr French, the rural dean of Stepney, noted that during the Blitz, the congregation of his bomb-damaged church, St Dunstan, had dwindled, and the collection plate on a Sunday now contained 10 shillings rather than the usual £3. But he believed his real flock is out in the streets, and that is where he and hundreds of men of the cloth like him, vicars, priests and rabbis, worked tirelessly searching for billets, helping fill in forms for compensation, organising evacuations, finding clothes, food and storage for furniture, giving practical help, succour and comfort. Most left their churches and went out into the community, holding services in shelters, praying with the bereaved, giving communion to the wounded and the dying, conducting the funerals of countless Blitz victims, and, in the case of Grozer, inviting high-profile people from film stars to visiting American dignitaries to come to see the conditions in the East End for themselves, so the publicity this engendered might galvanise the government into greater action. But in the end, the fact that we just carried on was of the greatest importance, a reminder that life and hope endured in the midst of so much chaos and uncertainty, wrote Father Grozer. The churches were perceived as being on the front line. After all, many were bombed. 1 in every 6 Methodist chapels was destroyed or badly damaged, and both Coventry Cathedral and St Paul's became powerful national and not just religious symbols. Considering religion to be a potentially important force to encourage national unity and raise morale in wartime, the Ministry of Information created a religions division intended to impart a real conviction of the Christian contribution to our civilization and of the essentially anti-Christian character of Nazism. However, the conviction that God is on our side and that the war was a religious crusade against the dark forces of pagan Germany was inaccurate and could prove counterproductive, particularly with thoughtful churchmen, most notably Bishop Bell of Chichester, who raised concerns about the British bombing of German cities, as well as the internment of enemy aliens, many of whom had fled to Britain from Nazi persecution. It was not intended that John Betjeman's poem in Westminster Abbey should be a model. Gracious Lord, oh, bomb the Germans, spare their women for thy sake, and, if that is not too easy, we will pardon thy mistake. But, gracious Lord, whate'er shall be, don't let anyone bomb me. Think of what this nation stands for. Books from boots and country lanes, free speech, free passes, class distinction, democracy, and proper drains. Lord, put beneath thy special care 189 Cadogan Square. Lord Macmillan, the first Minister of Information, had assured church leaders, I realise that the Christian Church cannot be used as an organ of propaganda. It is, in its essential nature, ecumenical and supranational. But I trust that as individuals you will be ready and anxious to help us. And Duff Cooper, Minister of Information during the Blitz, encouraged the belief that you cannot spread Christianity by the sword, but you can defend a society in which Christian principles are allowed scope and in which there is freedom of thought and worship. Church leaders were delicately circumspect. A joint declaration was published on the 21st of December 1940 and signed by the Archbishops of Canterbury and York, Anglican, the Archbishop of Westminster, Roman Catholic, and the moderator of the free churches. This was careful not to mention bombing the enemy, or indeed the enemy at all. Rather, it concentrated on the religious and ethical foundations of a future peace, and when that came, on a fairer distribution of the world's resources. But what about ordinary people with no religious authority or vocation? Did the dangers and uncertainties of nightly air raids incline them to seek the comfort and certainty of a deity? Or did they turn away from religion, unable to comprehend how a supposedly all-loving and all-seeing God could allow such devastation, death, and mutilation to be inflicted on the innocent? Church membership had been in slow decline since the First World War. It was estimated that by 1939, only 1 in 5 English people went to church on Sundays, and fewer than that in London. On the whole, Catholicism had stood up better than Anglicanism, partly due to an influx of immigrants from Ireland, and partly because conversion was demanded of any person who married a Catholic. Wartime conditions, absence in the forces or working away from home in munitions factories, evacuation, the blackout, air raids, bombed churches, all conspired to reduce this number, so that in January 1941, Gallup found that only 9% of people polled went to church more frequently than they had before the war, while 52% went less often and 32% never went. In Hammersmith in West London, MO found that by 1944, 61% of the population never went to church other than for weddings or funerals, regarding church attendance as something of a harmless hobby. In Paddington, a borough that had suffered badly during the Blitz, though nothing like as badly as the East End, and had lost 42% of its population due to damage to property, evacuation, etc., the average attendance at morning and evening service combined in the late spring of 1941 comprised less than 4% of the population. After the raids on Southampton in December 1940, an Anglican church warden told a mass observer, "The bombings put a stop to church-going. They were never very religious round here before the raids, but any inclination people had to go and pray then has disappeared. I come in here, church, every day at lunchtime, just for a few minutes private devotion, but I haven't seen anyone else lately." The clergy hoped, or more often feared, that their congregation were getting all the religion they needed by tuning into the church services broadcast on the BBC, but this was not a new perception. National days of prayer, held regularly throughout the war, proved more successful in filling pews than regular Sunday services, though that may indicate patriotism rather than religious fervour. When it came to religious belief, rather than church-going, mass observation found a remarkable continuity of faith in wartime, though it dipped from 1939 to 1942, when the progress of the war was at its grimmest, and the decline was halted as the hope of victory seemed more plausible. On the whole, those who were already believers found that war strengthened their faith, which gave them a rock to cling to, inclined them to seek the ritual and community of the church. Those who had been sceptical in peacetime turned further from religion, seeing the sight of man slaughtering man as confirmation that there was no benevolent God, and churches had no more certainties than politicians. Few actually admitted to having lost their faith as a result of war, and some had it strengthened. In the experience of Ivor Leverton, a funeral director, the Blitz did turn a lot of people away from religion, or certainly established religions. On the other hand, there were a lot of people whose only comfort came from a belief in the future, a future life after death, so it worked both ways, really. People might pray during a raid, but that often seemed more an incantation of fear, a sort of insurance policy, just in case there was a God, or an attempt to make a bargain, save me this time and I'll, rather than evidence of consistently held belief. Perhaps surprisingly, belief in spiritualism did not rise appreciably during the Second World War, as it had in the First. Gallup reported in March 1940 that only 1 in 10 people believed that it was possible to get in touch with the dead. On the other hand, astrology, which was a ubiquitous feature in popular newspapers and women's magazines by the end of the 1930s, dipped slightly in popularity at the start of the war, but rose steadily throughout the Blitz, so that by its end, 2/3 of the population admitted to looking at their stars every day, hoping to find some cheerful prediction in an uncertain and bleak world. Chapter 14. Spring Offensive. Until the beginning of the regrouping of forces for Barbarossa, the code name for the German invasion of Russia, efforts will be made to intensify the effect of air and sea war, not only to inflict the heaviest possible losses on England, but also to give the impression that an invasion of Britain is planned this year. Hitler's War Directive No. 23, the 6th of February 1941. Many of those here today have been all night at their posts, and all have been under the fire of the enemy, under heavy and protracted bombardment. That you should gather in this way is a mark of fortitude and phlegm, of courage and detachment from worldly affairs. I go about the country whenever I can escape for a few hours, or for a day, from my duty at headquarters, and I see the damage done by enemy attacks. But I also see, side by side with the devastation, and amid the ruins, a consciousness of being associated with a cause far higher and wider than any human or personal issue. I see the spirit of an unconquerable people. Winston Churchill, speaking at Bristol University on Easter Saturday, the 12th of April 1941. 1941 was the grimmest year of the war for Britain. On land, Allied forces were defeated in every theatre of war in which they were fighting, retreating in North Africa, in Greece and in Crete, a pattern that would soon be played out in the Far East too, with the loss of Hong Kong and Singapore. There were, however, straws in the wind, indicating that the tide would slowly turn. Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union in June opened an eastern front, while in December, America abandoned its neutral stance when Japan bombed the US fleet in Pearl Harbor on the 7th of December, and America, Britain, South American countries and the Dominions declared war on Japan, followed by a declaration of war on the USA by Germany and Italy. The circle of war was now clamped tight shut, although the British public would have been more optimistic had they known that on the 9th of January 1941, Hitler had given orders to cease preparation for Operation Sea Lion, the invasion of Britain. At home, it was a year of increasing compulsion. 1.5 million more people needed to be drawn into the war effort. There was a comb-out of industry to make sure that labour was being maximised for war production. The reserved occupation schedule was overhauled. Study and apprenticeships were largely deferred for the duration, and in December, Britain became the first nation in the modern world to conscript women. Food rations were lower in the first months of 1941 than at any other time during the war. Shipping losses meant that imports had fallen to 2/3 of their pre-war level, and the Ministry of Food was continually having to revise targets downwards. Although farmers were managing to grow more food, this was at the expense of livestock production. The meat ration fell from 2 shillings twopence in autumn 1940 to 1 shilling twopence in January 1941, and hardly rose again for the rest of the war, while the cheese allowance plummeted to 1 ounce per person per week, and jam went on the coupon. In June, clothes rationing was introduced, and the Blitz continued, rising to a peak of attrition that spring. The year opened with the country in the grip of freezing weather. Fierce northeast winds brought snow. The ground was rock solid, rivers froze, and venturing out was hazardous. Bomb-damaged houses that might have just been about fit for human habitation in more clement weather became almost unbearable as wind whistled under tarpaulins and through broken windows ineffectually patched with cardboard, while low gas pressure, as a result of damage to mains and pipes, and shortage of coal and wood to burn added to the misery of the biting cold. On the home front, it was the firemen who were probably the worst affected. The turntables of fire engines were immobilised by ice, and firemen had to use blow lamps to get them moving again. If the water pressure fell, as it frequently did, hose pipes would freeze. Roads were treacherous for vehicles, and huge icicles hanging from buildings and even from their own ladders made their task hazardous for firemen whose wet clothes froze stiff on their bodies. Although there were 13 nights in January when weather conditions were too bad for the Luftwaffe to mount bombing raids, there was little let-up in the Blitz once the so-called Christmas truce was definitively over. The German strategy had switched to attacking the most important English harbours for imports, particularly port installations and ships lying in them, and to attack shipping, especially when homeward bound. Since Germany had not been able to overcome British air supremacy, and bombarding war production factories was not yielding the hoped-for results, Britain's island status, her historic protection, now had to be violated, the country starved of food and war materiel, besieged into submission. Those at sea in the Royal and Merchant Navies, fighting a desperate battle against German U-boats in the Battle of the Atlantic, suffered yet more hardship in the appalling weather. Vital harbour installations all around the coast of the United Kingdom, not just in England, which was how Hitler always referred to Britain, would be pulverised over the coming months as the Blitz entered a new phase. Cardiff in South Wales was the first. On the 2nd of January 1941, over 100 Luftwaffe planes dropped high-explosive bombs and 14,000 incendiaries on the city. It was a cold, clear night with near-perfect visibility. The Luftwaffe's aiming point was the docks, though some bombers were diverted in the direction of a starfish decoy site to the southwest of the city, and 102 high-explosive bombs fell there, which probably saved the vital ammunition dump at Barry. A sheet of flames more than 2,000 yards high could be seen from miles away, and a rubber works, a paint factory, and transport offices were hit, and railways put out of action. But it wasn't Cardiff's docks and industries that suffered the most. It was houses and small shops, particularly in the west end of the city. More than 60 civilians were killed in the riverside suburb within the first hour of the raid that had started soon after sunset at 5 p.m. 7 mourners in a funeral party, which had decided not to take shelter, were killed when a landmine hit a house, throwing a car 100 yards. In a nearby street, a rescue party dug for 6 hours to rescue a 6-year-old child trapped under the staircase where he had been sheltering. Throughout the rescue operation, the boy was reported to have sung "God Save the King." He had learned from his father, a coal miner, that when men were buried underground, they kept singing and singing, and he said that the national anthem was the only song to which he knew the words. A landmine exploded at Cardiff Arms Park rugby stadium, and the city's white Portland stone civic centre reminded onlookers of a wedding cake as it stood proud amidst buildings on fire all around. Firemen and fire watchers posted on the roof saved it by smothering the dozens of incendiary bombs that landed there, or shovelling them into Glamorgan Canal that ran alongside it. Llandaff Cathedral, built on one of the oldest Christian sites in Britain in 1107, at the instigation of Bishop Urban, the first bishop to be appointed by the Normans after the conquest, had the roof of its nave shored off when a parachute mine exploded nearby, leaving a scene of utter desolation. Stout oaken doors were split like matchwood and torn from their hinges. The floor was cluttered with fallen timber and broken slates. Heavy pews had been thrown about and severely damaged. The top of the spire toppled into the churchyard, making a huge crater, and the explosion hurled tombstones as far as half a mile. It was fortunate that 12 valuable stained-glass windows had been removed and put into storage at the outbreak of war. Dante Gabriel Rossetti's famous triptych, The Seed of David, had been packed into a wooden pallet and surrounded by sandbags, and that too was undamaged. Cardiff had an unusually high percentage of volunteers in its civil defence services, and they were praised by politicians and the press for the courageous way they coped with the mayhem that night. A courage that Frontline suggested was not far in space or spirit from the mining valleys where the black dumps are always encroaching on the green hillsides and toilsome lives are lived in the shadow of daily risk of a sudden catastrophe. And like a mining disaster, the raid of the 2nd of January 1941 was a catastrophe for the capital of Wales, its largest and most populous city. 165 people died, and roughly the same number were injured. Many of the dead were given a mass funeral in Cathy's cemetery the following week, with those who could not be identified sharing a common grave. The writer, Naomi Mitchison, went to Cardiff 3 weeks after the raid to visit her oldest son, Denny, and his wife, Ruth, who were both medical students, evacuated to the city to continue their training with University College Hospital. She had to sit on her suitcase in the corridor most of the way from Paddington, in a train crowded with troops, and when she did manage to find a seat, it was in a compartment that was very crowded, all smoking. She found the young couple very short of coal, although, of course, this is coal country, also of meat, vegetables, fish and fruit. Other things patchy. They were very fed up because they are getting so few patients and so little teaching. Their hospital has been turned into a casualty clearing station, so most beds are empty. Talked a lot about the Blitz. Took me out to look at bomb craters. Here, as in London, the thing strikes me as more untidy than dreadful. Bits and pieces off everywhere, ornamental ridge tiles and so on. Often just looks like a place demolished on purpose. Sooner or later, everyone in the south seems to talk about bombs. The next night, the 3rd of January, Bristolians would also be talking about bombs, again. It would be the city's worst raid of the war, as 202 aircraft from WWII and then Luftflotte 3 moved along the coast. Bristol and Avonmouth were in their sights, as they had been in November and December. Their mission was to complete the destruction of the harbour installations, large mills, warehouses and coal stores in Bristol in order to paralyse it as a large trading centre supplying southern England. The raid lasted intermittently for 12 hours, with aircraft converging on the city from 3 directions. For the first time, a Satan bomb, measuring almost 9 feet with its tail in length and weighing nearly 4,000 tons, was dropped on Bristol. Fortunately, it failed to explode. By midnight, the flames of the burning city could be seen from 100 miles away. At first, the guns were silenced, as wave after wave of hurricanes were scrambled to intercept the enemy aircraft. They were not successful, and though the AA guns were reactivated and fired 1,317 rounds of shells, only 1 German plane was downed, and that was when it crash-landed in Belgium on its return flight. The temperature had plunged well below freezing on one of the coldest nights of the winter, and the roads were sheets of ice. As firemen struggled to contain the blaze, 2 houses might be seen side by side, one in flames with the firemen at work on it, the other hung with long icicles where the streams of water had splashed and frozen. WVS workers, who valiantly struggled out with their mobile canteens to provide refreshments, found that, as the firemen put their cups down, the dregs froze and they froze. The tea froze. The hoses froze. 60 fire brigades, some from as far away as Surrey and Buckinghamshire, were ordered to Bristol to help contain the conflagrations. As the fire engines drove into the city along the treacherously icy roads, buses were being driven out to the safety of the countryside so that Bristol's transport system would not be paralysed. Several of the elegant Georgian houses in Berkeley Square in Clifton were hit that night. The YWCA hostel collapsed, and it was several days before the bodies of 15 people buried in the wreckage could be recovered. Other residential areas such as Knowle, Bedminster, Easton, Hotwells, Cottam and St Paul's were also damaged. Templemead's railway station was wrecked, as was Jones's department store in Broadmead. But the docks were not seriously damaged, and though one starfish site at Chew Magna attracted 6 high-explosive bombs and about 1,000 incendiaries, other similar sites were ignored. The historic centre of Bristol had been so badly damaged in earlier raids that there wasn't much left to destroy this time. But the Guildhall was gutted, as was St Augustine's Church, one of the most historic in the city. Bristol General Hospital had a lucky escape, though the nurses' quarters on the top floor were destroyed by incendiary bombs, as were 3 wards, and high explosives blew out most of the windows. Patients, none injured, were evacuated as water, debris and charred wood embers cascaded downstairs and lift ducts and ceilings collapsed. Throughout it all, the matron, Annie Caroline Robbins, stayed put, calmly directing staff and comforting patients. She was awarded an OBE for her work that night and in previous raids. 149 people were killed, including 8 local Bristol firemen, 2 fire watchers, an ambulance driver, and a police war reserve constable. The firefighters and the policemen all died in the High Street, which had been so badly bombed in December. They were trying to put out a fire at the Posada restaurant, where more bombs started to fall, and some nearby buildings collapsed, burying them under tons of masonry. It would take hours to clear the debris to find their bodies. 315 people were injured. The next night, another bitterly cold one, the Avonmouth docks were the target. Although the sky was clear at first, thick cloud soon covered the port, making aiming harder, and the raid did not really develop. Many bombs fell harmlessly in the Bristol Channel, and all the fires were extinguished by 10 p.m. However, Avonmouth's gain was Weston-super-Mare's loss, as the bombers followed the Bristol Channel, dropping high explosives and incendiaries on Weston and the nearby resort of Clevedon, killing 34 people and wounding 85. London seemed to act like a powerful magnet throughout the spring of 1941. The Luftwaffe would fan out to attack the provinces, mainly the ports, then wheel back to bombard the capital again and again. George Orwell drew on his diary to capture these months in an article he wrote for Partisan Review. The aeroplanes come back and back every few minutes. It's just like an eastern country when you keep thinking you have killed the last mosquito inside your net, and every time, as soon as you have turned the light out, another starts droning. The commotion made by the mere passage of a bomb through the air is astonishing. The whole house shakes, enough to rattle objects on the table. Why it is that the electric light dips when a bomb passes close by, nobody seems to know. Regular features of the time, neatly swept up piles of glass, litter and stone and splinters of flint, smell of escaping gas, knots of sightseers waiting at the cordons where there are unexploded bombs. The bombers were drawn back to London. Londoners were drawn back to the city to gaze in horror at its destruction. Everything is a shell, all burnt out inside. Smoke was still coming from one building, wrote Vere Hodgson 7 days after the Great Fire. It is no exaggeration to say that the bulk of the city is destroyed. Anthony Heap had reported the previous day, "Every street has its huge gaping voids, gutted buildings and debris-choked roads. The odour of charred wood still lingers in the air. Never have I seen such widespread ruin and desolation. The damage in the West End is negligible compared with this harrowing sight," though it appears that Heap never ventured to the East End to observe the even more harrowing sights there. Virginia Woolf came up to London from Sussex on the 13th of January. "I went to London Bridge. I looked at the river, very misty. Some tufts of smoke, perhaps from burning houses. There was another fire on Saturday. I wandered in the desolate ruins of my old squares round the Temple, gashed, dismantled. The old red bricks, all white powder, like a builder's yard. All that completeness ravished and demolished. London suffered 4 major raids between the 11th and the 19th of January. The smoke Wolfe saw would have been from buildings still burning after the short, intense raid on the 11th, when a bomb hit Liverpool Street Station, killing 43 people, including 18 who were on passing buses, one of which was thrown across the road by the force of the blast and crashed into the wall of Bishopsgate Police Station. 2 drivers, a conductor, and 22 passengers were killed, and many more were injured. Buses, trams and trolleybuses were particularly vulnerable during a raid, when they could be hit by bombs or shrapnel or fall into craters in the road. By October 1940, so many had been damaged that buses were driven to London from as far north as Aberdeen and Inverness, and as far west as Plymouth and Exeter, to supplement the capital's diminished fleet, and the familiar red London buses were joined by others of a different hue, painted in the livery of dozens of provincial companies. 40 trolleybuses bound for South Africa were diverted for service in London, though they were 6 inches wider and considerably heavier than the usual vehicles, which could cause difficulties for drivers. On the evening of the 11th of January, underground stations were hit too: St Paul's, Baker Street and Green Park. The most serious incident was the bomb that fell on Bank Station just before 8 p.m. It is said, Vere Hodgson reported, that the blast blew many people onto the live rails, where they were electrocuted immediately. 111 people, 53 of whom had been sheltering in the station, and 4 station staff were killed, and a huge crater disrupted traffic and pedestrian passage until the army threw a temporary metal Bailey-type bridge over it. The next night, the Luftwaffe attacked the docks again, and again the Victoria and Albert Dock and Woolwich Arsenal burned. Buildings in Greenwich and Lambeth Hospital across the river were hit. A week later, the bombers reprised the first night of the Blitz, hitting Beckton Gasworks. And then, on the 19th of January, South London was the target. St Stephen's Hospital on the Fulham Road received a direct hit, killing 19 people, and bombs fanned out across Wandsworth, Battersea, Chelsea and Richmond, as well as Hampstead in North London, Marylebone and St Pancras. That month, 992 people across Britain were killed and 1,927 seriously injured. Most people who died in air raids were killed either when masonry or beams fell on them, or were buried by falling debris and suffocated by rubble or brick dust ingested into their lungs. Those trapped under debris or in basements or cellars, or anywhere from where they could not escape, were at risk from fire, escaping gas or flooding. Others were killed by bomb fragments or shrapnel from AA shells penetrating their bodies. Splinters of glass could also kill, which is why people were urged to crisscross the windows of their homes with paper sticky tape in order to hold any shattered glass together. Another, though less frequent cause of death, was from bomb blast. An exploding bomb sends out shock waves, which travel at very high velocity, with as much as 600 times the force of a hurricane, and anyone close to the detonation, particularly if it happened in an enclosed space, would be affected by high-pressure suction impacting on the body's cavities, ears, lungs, the stomach, and intestines. Such victims could appear untouched, and yet be dead within seconds. J.D. Desmond Bernal, a monumental figure in physics in the 1930s, was attached to a newly formed Research and Experiments Department at the Ministry of Home Security, with headquarters at Prince's Risborough, 20 miles from Oxford. One of his projects there was to investigate the risk of concussion from bomb waves to people in underground shelters. Bernal invited a colleague, the zoologist Solly Zuckerman, to help. The scientists devised the harness and fittings with which to restrain some monkeys against the wall of a concrete-lined shelter and to detonate a bomb which was buried in the ground nearby. On the 15th of October 1939, a distinguished group of scientists, plus Mrs. Zuckerman, along for the ride, gathered on Salisbury Plain to see the results. Although the concrete wall cracked, the monkeys appeared to be totally unaffected. So, to the consternation of the onlookers, Bernal and Zuckerman themselves sat in a trench as another bomb was detonated. The effect was so minimal that neither man realised the bomb had actually gone off until anxious faces peered in to see that we were safe. In those days, no one seemed to know anything about the precise effects of bombs, Zuckerman reflected. Zuckerman dismissed the idea of the powerful secretary of the Medical Research Council, Sir Edward Mellanby, that, from the public point of view, this is a case where ignorance is bliss. He was also scornful of J.B.S. Haldane, good scientist though he was, who drew from his experiences in the Spanish Civil War the notion that, when a big bomb explodes, the blast becomes translated at a distance into a wave of sound like that of the last trumpet, which literally flattens everything in front of it. It is the last sound which many people ever hear, even if they are not killed, because their eardrums are burst in and they are deafened for life. It occasionally kills people outright, without any obvious wound. Zuckerman was forced to draw the blunt conclusion that we knew practically nothing. He believed that this was not a state of affairs that should persist. He managed to persuade Sir Reginald Stradling, chief scientific adviser to the Minister of Home Security, that more work needed to be done, and undertook investigations involving rabbits and guinea pigs and exploding gas balloons at the Road Research Laboratory near Slough. These echoed experiments he and Bernal had carried out with pigeons on the Maginot Line in France in the months before the Germans invaded. It was intense work, entailing detailed laboratory tests in the early hours, weeks studying tissue from deceased small creatures killed by bomb or rather gas balloon blast, and sometimes chasing monkeys and goats that had made a bid for freedom across the fields. But it was a new experience and exciting. No one minded. And it paid off. Zuckerman was able to establish that bomb blast killed not by inhalation through the windpipe, as had previously been thought, but from external pressure to the body. But there was more to do. How close to a bomb would someone need to be killed by the blast? And what should be done by way of protection? More experimentation. By this time, food was being strictly rationed, with food coupons being the order of the day. Meat having become scarce, we used to distribute the rabbits, which had been used in our experiments. Rabbit made a splendid dish. Goat was different. As well as experiments into the effects of bomb blast, Zuckerman and his colleagues were investigating death and injuries caused by shrapnel, sometimes using cadavers borrowed from the local mortuary, lumps of meat when meat was still available, or anaesthetised rabbits to test their theories. Again, the results were surprising. It was neither the size nor the shape of the fragment that caused the damage. It was the velocity at which it entered the body and which organ it hit. Thus, a quite large, jagged piece of shrapnel entering a thigh would do relatively little damage unless it severed an artery on the way, whereas a pinhead-sized fragment of metal penetrating a kidney could be lethal. Once the Blitz started, it was possible to test the conclusions of such experimental work against what actually happened in real life. Zuckerman and Bernal set up a casualty survey which paralleled the bomb census, with a permanent team, many of them young women, based at Guy's Hospital in London, a central analytical group in Oxford, and a flying squad ready to investigate incidents elsewhere in the country. It could be frustrating at first, as Des and Solly rushed to an incident at St Pancras Station, only to discover that the damage had in fact been caused by an anti-aircraft shell. But when the pair visited a factory that had been blown up in Luton, they found that a few men had been blown to bits, and some pieces of human flesh, Zuckerman particularly remembered a piece of brain, had not been completely cleared from the fallen masonry. He was deeply impressed by Bernal's objectivity as he tried to reconstruct exactly what had happened when the bomb burst. To me, destruction was still distraction. As well as his work with Zuckerman, Bernal was also heavily involved in experiments at Princess Ryborough to defuse UXBs. He toured the country, lecturing on their disposal and seeking them out where they had fallen, at such risk to himself that JBS Haldane scribbled him a Cleryhue, "Desmond Bernal is not eternal. He may not escape from the next bomb." An audacious, precise bombing attack on Banbury in Oxfordshire was to prove the turning point in Zuckerman's work. The raid on the 3rd of October 1940 was a daytime one by a lone German bomber flying low along the railway tracks. The plane circled before dropping its bombs. The first few, aimed at gasometers near the station goods yard, caused considerable damage, but those aimed at the railway tracks and signal box destroyed a single-storey brick building on the end of the platform with 8 men in it. 1 man outside the small building and 2 inside were killed instantly, and 3 more died subsequently. All had been injured by pieces of bomb casing or falling debris. The blast pressure in the building had been so high that everyone inside's lungs had been affected and eardrums ruptured. What seemed incredible at the time was that all 8 had not been killed. By the end of 1940, with night raids intensifying, Zuckerman's casualty survey team had studied 111 incidents, mostly in London and Birmingham, carrying out post-mortems and interviewing as many people as possible who had been in the vicinity, whether they had been injured or not. In November 1941, helped by medical statistics experts, Zuckerman felt that, between us, Bernal and I had learnt as much about the effects of bombs as could be known at the time, short of becoming victims ourselves, and sufficient data had been collected from more than 10,000 people, of whom about 1,000 had been casualties, for them to be able to publish a report on the effects of bombing raids, though of course this was not declassified until several years after the war. Some of the findings were obvious. During daylight raids, more people were likely to be caught outside or in factories or offices, while in night raids, 5 times more people were in shelters than in the day. Equally, it was not surprising that the casualty rate varied according to the size of the bomb. However, what was unexpected was that ton for ton, smaller bombs of 50 kilograms produced significantly more casualties than did larger bombs of 250 kilograms or even 1,000 kilograms. This was because a plane could carry more 50-kilogram bombs than heavier ones, which meant more strikes. More damage was caused by many bombs with smaller radii of what was called effective action than by one large one, which would be likely to have thick walls within its area of effective action that might protect some people who would otherwise be at risk. Furthermore, more people would be likely to be killed or injured by fragments from several small bombs than from one large one. In this macabre equation, biggest is not always best when it comes to killing people. Moreover, it turned out that in general, most air raid victims were not killed by the primary effects of bombs, blast or splinters or fire from the bomb itself, but by falling debris, including being buried by it, and flying glass. This was because during a raid, most people were in their homes, which usually offered less protection than shelters. The conclusions to be drawn from Zuckerman, Bernal, and their team's work was that during raids, people should take shelter in places where they were least likely to be hit by flying debris, where thick walls protected them as much as possible from bombshells, and where there were no windows to break. One might have thought that this was a conclusive argument for countrywide deep shelters, but by the time they reported their findings, the scientists had become involved in their implications for the formulation of British bombing policy rather than the protection of British citizens from enemy attack. Intercepts of German messages suggested that Manchester was the target for the night of the 10th to the 11th of January, but low cloud and heavy rain was probably the reason the raid was switched at almost the last moment to Portsmouth, a naval base with extensive docks just along the south coast from the by now much battered Southampton. Portsmouth would be raided with sickening regularity, roughly every 4 weeks throughout the spring of 1941. On this night, the 150-odd German bombers were guided by 2 VHF beams that intersected over South Sea Common and dropped a total of 140 tons of high-explosive bombs and over 40,000 incendiaries on the city. Within 2 hours, more than 2,000 fires were burning so fiercely that they could be seen clearly by the crews of the retreating German planes as they crossed the coast of France. Portsmouth's Guildhall, built half a century before, was deluged by incendiaries. Firemen and council workers valiantly succeeded in sweeping them off the roof, but then one fell down a ventilation shaft and proved impossible to extinguish. The Guildhall's 200-foot tower became an incandescent beacon with flames leaping into the night sky. It continued to burn all the following day. The roof fell in. The panelled interior was gutted. All the civic treasures, except the mace, were lost, and the heat was so intense that it was impossible for fire crews to get inside for several days. The City Council was obliged to requisition the Royal Beach Hotel on nearby South Sea seafront to serve as its offices. Bombs fell on HMS Vernon, the shore station headquarters of the Royal Navy's mine counter-warfare establishment, but only part of it was damaged, and the wardroom was saved from destruction by a newly built blast wall. 68 people were reported dead in the raid, and 161 seriously injured. The wet, cloudy and foggy weather in February gave some protection from aerial assault, and for the first time in 5 months, night after night passed without any major raids. There were, unfortunately, exceptions. The important Welsh port of Swansea, which Dylan Thomas, who had a cottage on the Gower Peninsula just along the coast, called an ugly, lovely town, had been bombed before and would be 44 times in all. From the 19th to the 21st of February 1941, it suffered a 3-night blitz, a sustained bombardment that lasted for 72 hours and did more damage and brought more loss of life than to anywhere else in Wales. The docks weren't badly damaged, and though the ICI works on the edge of the city were hit, it was the centre and the residential areas that took the brunt of the attack. Over 40 acres was left as little more than a desert of ruins and rubble, including 575 business premises and the department store David Evans. More than 2,000 people were homeless, and 14 rest centres were open to accommodate them. An estimated 2,000 to 3,000 other people trekked out of the city, hoping to find accommodation at Mumbles and on the Gower Peninsula. Many of the homes of those who remained in Swansea were without water and gas, and people scooped snow off the pavements to boil in a saucepan over a paraffin stove to make tea. The final night, the 21st to the 22nd of February, brought the highest toll of casualties, 98 dead and 78 seriously injured. 219 had been killed and 260 seriously injured over the 3 nights. The welcome respite in the Blitz, thanks to the grim weather of February 1941, was definitively over by early March, though bad weather did prove something of an inhibition to the bombers towards the end of the month. This was to be the final phase of the Blitz, and few large towns, cities or ports escaped, as the ferocity of the German attack intensified before Hitler turned his attention east with the attack on Russia, Operation Barbarossa, in June. In March, 12 raids could be classified as major. Again, the main targets were ports, particularly along the west coast, but London was frequently and heavily attacked too. The Commander-in-Chief of Anti-Aircraft Command, General Sir Frederick Pyle, agreed that AK guns could be moved from the industrial centres and relocated in ports, while starfish sites, which had not been spectacularly successful until then, began to prove their worth. By this time, there were 108, and that number had increased to 164 by the end of the year. There was even one in London. Sited in Richmond Park during the Blitz, it was moved to Hampstead Heath in May 1942, but given the proximity of so much residential property, it was only rarely fired. However, the sites near Cardiff and Bristol were particularly successful. On the 18th of April, 90% of the bombs intended for Portsmouth fell instead on the Starfish at Hayling Island. On average, the sites attracted 16 high-explosive bombs and 130 to 140 incendiaries each time they were lit. The pattern that had been set in Swansea, of pounding the same target for several consecutive nights, continued relentlessly, with places that had already suffered several raids being revisited in the spring. Other targets as scattered as Crewe, Ipswich, Brighton, Great Yarmouth, where 20 people were killed, and Bawdsey Manor radar station near Aldborough, which had escaped the Blitz so far, were now drawn into the firing line. The gazetteer of destruction included several more raids on Cardiff and Southampton. Portsmouth suffered its 37th raid on the 11th of March. Again, the docks, shipyards and factories were the targets. But the 193 high-explosive bombs that were dropped were heavier than previously, several a massive 5,500 pounds. Fuel storage depots went up in flames, and the naval barracks were hit before the bombers crossed the Solent to raid the Isle of Wight, before turning back along the coast to attack Hamble, Selsey and Littlehampton. They came back on the 17th of April, and again the docks were set on fire. 10 days later, Portsmouth was targeted yet again. The docks burned, parachute mines fell on the Central Railway station, and 28 people were killed when Madden's Hotel in the city centre was hit. Patients had to be evacuated from the Royal Portsmouth Hospital, as it had already been hit twice in previous raids. It was bombed again on the 17th of April, and this time several staff were killed. On the night of Good Friday, the 11th of April 1941, the raiders returned to Coventry, which had been bombed on the 8th of April, and several aircraft factories were hit. "The effect on war production will be felt for some time to come," warned Lord Beaverbrook. Winston Churchill, preoccupied with the stream of bad news from North Africa and Greece, and considering that Easter is a very good time for invasion, was well aware that there was uneasiness in the country as a result of the gravity of the war situation. He embarked on a fact-finding and morale-boosting tour of the West Country with his wife Clementine, daughter Mary, Pug Ismay, and a clutch of officials. He also took along John Winant, the newly appointed US ambassador to Britain, a welcome contrast to his defeatist predecessor Joseph P. Kennedy, and soon a personal friend of the Churchill family. Winant's remark on his arrival on the 1st of March 1941, "I'm very glad to be here. There is no place I'd rather be at this time than in England," had made headlines in the press, and naturally endeared him to the British people, particularly coming on the heels of the visit of Wendell Willkie in January. Willkie had been the Republican candidate who fought Roosevelt for the presidency the previous November. He had lost, but had polled an unprecedented number of votes for a defeated candidate, and Roosevelt had told his son James, "I'm happy I've won, but I'm sorry Wendell lost." The German chargé d'affaires in Washington, Dr. Hans Thompson, had recognized that Willkie's nomination was unfortunate for Germany. Unlike most in his party, he is not an isolationist, and his attitude in the past permits no doubt that he belongs to those Republicans who see America's best defence in supporting England by all means short of war. Less than a month after Roosevelt's Arsenal of Democracy speech, Willkie had come to London, representing no one, but determined to see for himself the condition of Britain and to carry reports home. He toured the Blitz-devastated cities, Coventry, London, Liverpool and Manchester, then went to Dublin to meet the Taoiseach, Eamon de Valera, and tried unsuccessfully to persuade him to allow the British Navy to use Irish ports. Everywhere Willkie went, wearing his white-painted tin hat, he took the country by storm, with hundreds turning out to cheer. "Tell them we can take it, and send us anything you can," reported Lady Diana Cooper, wife of the Minister of Information, who had entertained Willkie to dinner. Willkie was impressed by the resilience and fortitude of the people he met on his Blitz tour, and when he got back to America in February, he did what Lady Diana had prayed God he would. give a good account of us and our country, our needs and our hopes, when he comes to testify to the Senate. On the 8th of March 1941, the day that the Lend-Lease Bill was passed, the Republicans voting 17-10 against, Roosevelt told Harry Hopkins, his right-hand man, who had also been in Britain assessing the country's Lend-Lease requirements, "We might not have had Lend-Lease if it hadn't been for Wendell Willkie." The Prime Minister, the Ambassador, and the rest of the party slept on the train to avoid putting pressure on accommodation in the Blitz cities they intended to visit, and woke up in Swansea on Good Friday. "Spent morning among battered ruins and inspecting detachments of civil defence workers," wrote John Colville, Churchill's private secretary. "The centre of the town has not a house standing. I was amazed by the eagerness and cheerfulness of the population. Winston had a great reception." Then it was off to Cardigan Bay, where they saw a noisy but interesting display of rockets. Then back to the train, which stopped in a siding for the night. Early on Easter Saturday, Churchill and his entourage arrived in Bristol, and after breakfast, led by the Lord Mayor, we walked and motored through devastation such as I had never thought possible. Swansea is mild in comparison. There had been a bad raid during the night, and many of the ruins were still smoking. The people looked bewildered, but, as at Swansea, were brave, and were thrilled by the sight of Winston, who drove about, sitting on the hood of an open car and waving his hat. At the university, the PM, as Chancellor, conferred honorary degrees on Winant and Menzies, Robert Menzies, Prime Minister of Australia, and made an excellent impromptu speech in which he likened the fortitude of Bristol to that which we are accustomed to associate with ancient Rome and modern Greece, which was at the time being overrun by German forces. The gowns and pageantry were a strange contrast to the smoking ruins outside. "It was quite extraordinary," remembers Churchill's daughter Mary, later Soames. "People kept on arriving late with grime on their faces, half washed off. They had their ceremonial robes on over their firefighting clothes, which were still wet." Among those on the platform was the Regional Commissioner, Sir Hugh Ellis, who had earned a reputation for himself in the Blitz as one of the most active of controllers. The previous night, he had been on hand to help the firemen, taking his turn training a hose on burning buildings, as he had on other occasions. Churchill referred to being in battered Bristol, with scars of new attacks on it, as well as the scars inflicted in November and January. Fresh wounds had opened up in another heavy raid on the 16th of March. That night, the Luftwaffe had followed the railway line from Temple Meads, attacking Avonmouth, Clifton, St George, and the centre of the city. Many residential areas had also been hit, particularly the working-class suburb of Easton. 2 nurses from the Bristol Maternity Hospital, who had volunteered to go to the aid of a heavily pregnant woman trapped in a partially collapsed house in Kingsdown, and had stayed all night with her in extremely dangerous conditions, were awarded George medals. Scarcely a parish church escaped intact throughout the city, and 6,000 houses were damaged, in addition to those destroyed. The Regional Commissioner announced that the city would require 2,000 men for repair and clearance work for an indefinite time. The casualties were heavy. 257 dead, including 40 people involved in civil defence work as fire watchers, ARP wardens, shelter marshals, police reservists, members of a decontamination party, and a casualty service auxiliary nurse, and 391 people were injured. More raids followed on Bristol and Avonmouth, but the Good Friday raid was the largest on the battered city that spring, targeting industrial installations in Bristol, Avonmouth, and nearby Portishead. 200 high-explosive bombs and 35,000 incendiaries were dropped in a wide arc over the city, damaging houses, offices, factories, Colston Girls' School, and Cheltenham Public Library. Taylor's department store was destroyed, as was St Paul's Church in Bedminster. St Philip's Bridge, known locally as the Halfpenny Bridge, which had replaced a ferry in 1841 and charged a halfpenny toll for the next 40 years, was gone, and the cable supply severed, with the unfortunate result that after 46 years service trams would never run along Bristol streets again. When the all-clear sounded, at 3:52 a.m., 100 UXBs blocked the streets. 180 people had been killed, and 382 were injured. Yet again, civil defence workers, desperately vulnerable because of the requirements of their jobs, had been scythed down, 30 losing their lives. This was to be almost the end of Bristol's Blitz ordeal. Though there were minor raids in May, often it seemed by pilots returning off course from raids in the Midlands and anxious to shed the last of their bombs. It was not only ports that were attacked. The Midlands were raided consistently that spring. Birmingham was bombed on the 11th of March and again on the 9th and 10th of April. On the first night, the Bullring and the High Street burned, hit by some of the 280 tons of high explosives and 40,000 incendiaries dropped on the city, and fires were still alight the following night when 245 bombers droned over. But this time it was residential areas, such as Small Heath, which had suffered so badly in the November raids, Kings Heath, Aston and Netchells, that sustained the most serious damage. On the 16th of May, it looked as if Birmingham would be raided again, and indeed the Wolsey car factory and the ICI works were bombed, as were several streets on the outskirts of the city. However, it seems that nearby Nuneaton took many of the bombs intended for Birmingham, with the result that more than 80 civilians were killed in the town. Bombs had fallen along the South Shields coast between St Abbs and Flamborough Head in February, and the raiders came back on the 9th of April. Bombs fell across Tyneside, crashing into railway lines, sending passenger coaches and goods tracks flying about like a toy railway, falling on South Shields, where the Queen's Theatre was set on fire, Jarrow, Gateshead, Sunderland, where the town hall was gutted, Tynemouth, where the docks burned furiously, as did warehouses and blocks of commercial premises and housing, Whitley Bay, and Newcastle, most of them places of considerable military importance. It would almost be simpler to catalogue where bombs didn't fall on those April and early May nights in 1941. So widespread was the destruction that also took in Eastbourne, Bournemouth, Chichester, Rugby, Cromer, Bridlington, Thameshaven, Slough, Falmouth, Gloucester, Grantham, Lowestoft, Sheffield, Doncaster, Weymouth, Barrow-in-Furness, Cambridge, Hull, Leeds, Harwich, Holyhead, Ramsgate. Winston Churchill claimed that British air intelligence successfully interfered with the German navigational beams on the 8th of May, when raiders were deflected from their target, the Rolls-Royce factory, and other important industrial plants in Derby. If this was true, and no German source has authenticated it, the loser was Nottingham, where the historic Moot Hall and Lace Market were devastated by bombs, as was the red brick University College, the cricket ground at Trent Bridge, and Notts County football pitch. It was a major raid. 90% of the bombs that fell on Nottingham throughout the entire war fell on that night. Nearly 100 fires were started in the city centre, 350 houses were destroyed or damaged beyond repair, and 430 people perished in Nottingham and the surrounding area. A bomb hit 2 shelters beneath the Co-op bakery, entered at an angle, and skidded across the floor, killing 49 night shift workers. St Christopher's Church nearby was also hit. The vicar, the Reverend Frederick Rolfe, was anxious to help those wounded in the devastated shelter, but was dissuaded from doing so by civil defence workers since there was nothing I could do. The wreckage was all mixed up with marmalade and jam and flour and bodies. It was terrible. On the 21st of February 1941, the Ministry of Home Security had issued a list of the damage sustained by domestic property up to the 15th of February, excluding Scotland. 33,575 houses had been destroyed or damaged beyond repair in London, and 60,290 elsewhere. In London, 123,395 houses were seriously damaged but repairable. The figure elsewhere in the country was 175,520. In London, 379,140 houses had been damaged. Elsewhere in the country, the number was 715,050. The ministry estimated that it cost £750, almost £30,000 in today's prices, to rebuild a house that had been destroyed, £100 to repair a seriously damaged one, and £30 to sort out minor damage. The total bill had already reached £113,115,390, and although of course no one knew it then, there were still 3 more months of heavy bombing to come in 1941, followed by the Baedeker raids in the spring of 1942, retaliation visited on England's most historic cities, those given 3 stars in the German guidebooks, tip-and-run raids mainly on ports, the Little Blitz on southern England from January to April 1944, and finally from June 1944, the V1 and V2 attacks would further raze great swathes of property, since on average each V1 damaged 400 houses in the London area, and each V2 between 600 and 750. The human toll of the Blitz was mounting inexorably too. 6,065 people were killed in April 1941. So far, 29,856 British civilians had been killed since the start of the war as a result of aerial bombardment. Many people in places it had somewhat complacently been assumed that the German bombers could not reach, or had no interest in reaching, would be tragically disabused. Chapter 15. The Far Reach. Hitler is 52 today. Napoleon died at 52. Diary entry of Sidney Chave, the 20th of April 1941. Things have been very quiet here of late, and we have had quite a number of nights free from alarms. But when we have a quiet night, I always fear that we are enjoying our peace and quiet at the expense of some other folk equally anxious to be left in peace, and that the unfortunate folk may be our own folk in Glasgow, which heaven forbid. Letter from Nellie Lawson in Baldock, Hertfordshire, to her cousin Colin Ferguson in Glasgow, 25th of March 1941. During the past financial year, national expenditure was £3,867,000,000, or about £10.5 million a day, £3,220,000,000 of it being war expenditure. Budget day. Income tax is to be raised to 10 shillings in the pound, and the highest scale of surtax to 19 6. Tax will be payable on all incomes over £110 per annum, and allowances will be reduced. But the amount paid on account of the latter measure will be credited to the taxpayer as savings, repayable after the war. There are no increases in direct taxation. Diary entries of Wren Audrey Hawkins, Plymouth, for the 1st and the 7th of April 1941. In October 1935, David Kirkwood, who was seeking re-election as Labour MP for Clydebank and Dumbarton, received a tumultuous applause when he declared, "I am all out for peace in the real sense, and would not send a Clydebank boy to war upon any consideration." Clydeside had a long history of political militancy. In the post-First World War election, Labour had won 21 out of the 28 seats in the area, and in nearby Glasgow it had been 10 out of 15 seats. A huge crowd had gathered at St Enoch's Station in Glasgow to cheer the Clydeside Brigade, which included the striking figure of the ex-schoolteacher, now MP, James Maxton, and the brilliant intransigent John Wheatley, on their way to Westminster. One worker had sported a badge that read, "High explosive, handle carefully," and as Kirkwood boarded the train, he turned to address the crowd. "When we come back, this station, this railway, will belong to the people," he promised. Clydesiders had much to be militant about. Shipbuilding, the main industry on the Clyde, had been poleaxed in the 30s, leaving the area with one of the highest unemployment rates in the country and widespread poverty and hopelessness. Indeed, engineering apprentices were on strike for better pay and conditions when the Blitz struck Clydeside. Although strikes were illegal under wartime regulations, poor industrial relations in several industries, including mining and shipbuilding, made them all but inevitable. The apprentices voted to suspend the strike and to help clear up the bomb damage. The Clydesiders' deep distrust of the national government, made up of members from all three major parties, but predominantly conservative, coupled with currents of pacifism that coursed through and deeply divided the Labour Party and the Labour movement, had led them to oppose any preparations for war. When advice had come from the Scottish office in September 1935 for local authorities to make preparations against possible enemy air raids, Clydebank's Labour Council rejected it and voted not to cooperate with other local authorities. In their view, the answer to the threat of war was not appeasement, but collective security among like-minded nations, including Russia. To start making preparations for war would be to endorse the government's foreign policy. They were not alone in this stance. Several councils throughout Britain, including Poplar and Stepney in London's East End, took the same line, while many more complained that it was all very well to advise such action, but where was the cash to pay for its implementation by hard-pressed local authorities still struggling with the effects of long-term unemployment? But Clydebank was more intransigent than most, or was intransigent for longer. 2 days after Hitler had reoccupied the Rhineland in March 1936, Clydebank Council voted by 13 votes to 5 not to send delegates to a conference on air raid precautions, and by January 1937, Clydebank was one of only 3 Scottish boroughs still refusing to cooperate. On the 1st of January 1938, the Air Raid Precautions Act became law. It was no longer simply advised that local authorities should prepare for war. It was a statutory duty. Clydebank fell into line and started to plan for defending its citizens in the event of war. It could be argued that, in fact, the delay was to Clydebank's benefit. Much of the earlier preparations had been unfocused and ill-considered. Clydebank would benefit from lessons learned in other boroughs, or burghs, as they are known in Scotland. Although Hitler's key objectives, since the start of 1941, had been ports and naval installations, as well as war production industries, Clydebank had so far escaped all but minor raids, and a degree of complacency had seeped into the minds of many of its citizens that maybe Glasgow and its environs were too far for the German bombers to come, and that they would escape the raids that were ravaging the rest of the country. "It's England they're more for than Scotland. If they'd wanted to bomb Scotland, they'd be here now," were some of the remarks made to mass observation investigators when they came to report on morale in Glasgow on the 7th of March 1941, exactly 1 week before the Clydeside Blitz. On the warm spring evening of Thursday the 13th of March, the alert sounded at a few minutes past 9 p.m. There was a near full moon, perfect bombing weather, and the first wave of German bombers, first Heinkel HE-3s, followed by Junker 88s, crossed the coast between the Tees and Tweed from their bases in Holland and northern Germany. Later waves would sweep up from northern France and down from airfields in Norway and Denmark, guided by the treacherous silver ribbon of the Clyde. There were no devices in Scotland to jam Luftwaffe navigational signals or bend directional beams, as there were in most of the large English cities, so the planes had an unimpeded run towards the Scottish port. There was a follow-up raid to the previous night's massive attack on Liverpool and Birkenhead, and bombs were also dropped on Hull that night. But the main targets were Glasgow and Clydebank, which were about 7 miles apart. At 9:30 p.m, the bombs started to fall. The visibility was so perfect that the bomb aimers switched from automatic release to manual. The raid took the pattern that had become usual. Smallish 50-kilogram bombs dropped first to drive everyone, including firefighters, to take shelter, followed by a hail of incendiaries which started fires that would act as markers to the target. In peacetime, the Singer Manufacturing Company had produced sewing machines. In war, the company's Clydebank factory had largely switched production to armaments, including machine guns. Next to the factory was stored an inestimable amount of timber, £500,000 worth, belonging to the Singer Company, plus huge government reserves. Soon it was all blazing furiously. Also highly flammable were the great vats of whisky at the Yoker distillery in Glasgow, which were soon on fire, as were 3 of the Admiralty oil tanks at Dalnotter and Old Kilpatrick. The choking, sickly smell of burning rubber enveloped the streets near John Brown's shipyard in Rothsay Dock, though in fact the yard escaped relatively lightly, and a Polish destroyer in for repairs was able to put up a formidable barrage of ack-ack fire throughout the night, though, as the brigadier in command admitted, it was about as effective as shooting a blue bottle in the dark with an air pistol. The Royal Ordnance Factory at Dalmuir was seriously damaged by fire, as was Turner's toxic asbestos factory. Within a couple of hours of the raid starting, RAF planes taking off from Dice Airport near Aberdeen could already see the flames. That night, about 12 of Clydebank's schools were destroyed or badly damaged. Schools were particularly vulnerable to fire, with their assembly halls that provided a strong through-draft to fan the flames of incendiaries trapped in the roof, and pitch pine floors that, once ignited, crackled like a giant bonfire. Churches, too, burned, and there was reputedly not a single pub left standing. But it was the homes of Clydebank that suffered the greatest devastation. The rows of tenement buildings, workers' dwellings that characterised Scotland's cities, had no room for Anderson shelters. More than 40% were overcrowded. Clydebank was the 3rd most overcrowded area in Scotland. People's protection came from communal arrangements, either brick and concrete public surface shelters, similar to those found all over Britain, or, distinctive to Scotland, closes strutted with steel scaffolding. To minimise the effect of bomb blast, brick baffle walls had been erected on the edges of pavements and at the entrances to the closes, creating a painful hazard in the blackout. The population of Clydebank in 1941 was around 50,000, with perhaps an additional 10,000 war workers billeted there temporarily. By the second night of their Blitz, 35,000 were homeless. Hardly a single street in the whole borough escaped without at least one person dead or seriously injured. Some were simply destroyed, the faces pulled off the houses, and those inside killed. Many of the tenements were multi-occupied, some in effect lodging houses. There were 80 deaths in 2nd Avenue alone, with 10 members of one family killed and 8 of another, while the deaths in nearby streets were nearly all in double figures. In Paterson Street, a high-explosive bomb fell on a shelter, killing 14 neighbours who had been persuaded that they would be safer there than in their own flats. The cumulative effect was like that among the PALS battalions of the First World War, friends and neighbours dying together. The effect on the local community, hard to imagine. The all-clear sounded at 6:25 a.m. Bankies emerged from their homes or shelters to scenes of unimaginable horror. The city was still burning fiercely. Bodies covered in blankets lay in the streets. The water mains had been hit. Tram lines reared, grotesquely twisted into the air. Thousands, traumatised, gathered what they could carry or what they had left and took to the hills. The next night the bombers came back. At 8:40 p.m. the sirens sounded, and many who had not fled the city boundaries already did so then. 203 German bombers flew over Clydebank, dropping 227 tons of high-explosive bombs and 781 incendiaries. The previous night it had been 268 tons and 1,630 incendiaries, most of which fell on the same area that had been devastated the night before. 10 more tanks at Dalnotter, containing 12 million gallons of oil, were set alight. The damage throughout Clydebank, though terrible, was less than on the previous night. Only 1/10 as many people were killed. The Clydebank Blitz was, in the almost unnecessary summation of the Scottish Regional Commissioner Lord Rosebery, a major disaster. The announcement from the Ministry of Home Security on the 18th of March that about 500 people had been killed in the raids was met with frank incredulity and resentment by locals. "Which street?" one man asked. On the 3rd of April, the Regional Commissioner's Office confirmed, but not to the public, that 1,083 people had been killed over the 2 nights in Glasgow, Dunbartonshire and the surrounding area, and 1,620 seriously wounded. In fact, more people had been killed outside Clydebank than in. It was the concentration of the destruction in the area that had such a powerful effect. In Glasgow, though the toll was higher, the bombs were scattered across the city. The Lord Provost had been confident that Glasgow houses are more solidly built than those that collapsed from concussion in London. His confidence proved misplaced when bombs carpeted the residential areas of Drumchapel, Maryhill, Partick and Govan. A parachute mine landed on 3 tenement buildings in Maryhill, killing 92 people, and at Yarrow Shipyard 80 workers died after their shelter sustained a direct hit. Glasgow University was badly damaged, as were the shipyards at Scottstown and the Rolls-Royce factory at Hillington, which in wartime was making aero engines. Clydebank's Greyhound Stadium had been requisitioned as a mortuary, but it was destroyed in the first night of the raid, so emergency ones were established. By Monday the 17th of March, many relatives had arranged private burials for their dead, but there were still some 160 bodies unclaimed or unidentified. These were buried in Dalnotta Cemetery in a communal grave, dug with the assistance of gravediggers from Glasgow and Edinburgh. The burials were conducted at great pressure and with inadequate resources. Sir Stephen Bilsland, the highly respected Civil Defence Regional Commissioner for Glasgow, complained bitterly that it was indecorous that the corpses had been trussed in white sheets, tied with string at the waist and neck. He retracted his criticism, however, when it was pointed out that requests from Clydebank's sanitary inspector to the Department of Health at the Scottish office for authorisation to purchase papier-mâché or waxed cardboard coffins had been repeatedly turned down. Only 8 of Clydebank's 12,000 houses were reported to be undamaged. 4,300 were totally destroyed or damaged beyond repair. An inspector from the Scottish office reported, "There is a part locally known as the Holy City, situated on a hill and overlooking the riverside, and this impressed me as being in a most distressing condition. The roofs of many of these houses had been of tarred felt, with the result that they blazed with the greatest fury, and it was decided to let them burn themselves out. I understand that whatever preparations had been made for such a vicious assault, it would have been impossible to keep the fires under control." Terrified dogs and near-feral cats roamed the gutted streets, displaced, disorientated. Dogs started to form howling, scavenging packs, as in a post-apocalypse movie. In a couple of days, the Scottish Society for the Protection of Animals opened a sanctuary. Soon 500 strays had been put down. By the end of the year, it was almost 1,800. Why had Clydebank burned so out of control? Had the high toll of casualties been avoidable? How were the bankies being cared for after the raid? Were there lessons that needed to be learned? The answer to the last question would seem to be yes. Essentially, the local fire services were overwhelmed on the night of the 13th of March, though the circumstances make this hardly surprising. No firemaster could possibly have coped with the number of buildings on fire. Literally, one got the impression that there was a fire in every tenement. 3 AFS stations were put out of action. Telegraph lines were brought down, disrupting communication with the control centre for several hours, and the largest water main was put out of action, though the Forth and Clyde Canal was a useful resource. Fire engines and appliances sent from other districts encountered the same problems as in almost every raid throughout the Blitz. No uniformity of equipment meant that hoses of different sizes could not be screwed together or be fitted onto hydrants, while firemen were trained in different procedures and even used different terminology. Craters and debris prevented fire engines from getting near enough to the fires. While the fire trailers used by the AFS were more manoeuvrable, the throw of their hoses was shorter, and they were often damaged as they were manhandled across broken paving stones and heaps of shattered glass. At 8 o'clock on the morning of Friday the 14th of March, Lord Rosebery arrived to assess the situation. Deciding that operations lacked direction, he in effect sacked the firemaster Robert Buchanan, making him a scapegoat, a local historian of the Blitz, Dr. MacPhail, himself a bomb disposal expert, thought, and replaced him with the second officer from Paisley. Much the same happened to Clydebank's superintendent of police, William McCulloch. When the Anderson shelter in which he and his family were sheltering was badly damaged by a bomb, he decided to get out, taking his family into the hills above the town. For this perceived dereliction of duty, McCulloch was removed from his post and transferred elsewhere. As well as problems with the fire services, Clydebank's voluntary firewatching organisation was little more than embryonic. The town council had expressed dissatisfaction about the state of affairs at their March meeting. A demonstration of how to put out an incendiary bomb was poorly attended, and anyway there was an acute shortage of stirrup pumps for such purposes. It wasn't clear whether people were failing to volunteer for firewatching duties, or the organisation was so poor that volunteers were not being registered. The ARP services were not in much better shape. There were anxieties that one of the beneficial effects of the war for the region, the increased employment in shipyards and in armaments manufacture, meant that men were working such long hours that they had little time for voluntary civil defence work. In addition, while hundreds of circulars had been issued from the Glasgow office of the Ministry of Home Security, dealing with every conceivable contingency in the event of a blitz, getting funding to implement these recommendations was a slow and tortuous process, and just before Clydebank's Night of Hell, a request to purchase additional fire hoses had not been approved. Moreover, the Ministry had insisted that the ARP Control Centre should be situated in the basement of the public library, despite objections that this was near John Brown's shipyard, an obvious target. The centre received a direct hit on the first night of the raid, and was subsequently out of action. Thursday night was the weekly practice night for Clydebank Casualty Services, so when the raid started on the 13th of March, most of the first aid posts were fully staffed, and the first aid parties, ambulances and other forms of transport were ready for action. 2 ambulance drivers, Hugh Campbell and Mary Haldane, were awarded OBEs for their heroic work that night, driving through the Blitz as bombs crashed down all around them to take the wounded to medical services, and tending to others themselves. At one point, a first aid post was burned to the ground, and those injured who were able to walk made for a nearby one. There many people were tended by medical students from Glasgow Royal Infirmary, whose final examinations were still 9 days away. Summoned by a young nurse who had seen how bad conditions were, they had packed medical supplies, excluding morphia, which the medical superintendent refused to give them, and gone by ambulance straight into the inferno. They worked all through the night, returning blood-stained and exhausted to the hospital. Their actions won the concession that in future, final-year medical students would be allowed to administer morphia. Clydebank's rescue parties had harrowing experiences, several of them working for 72 hours without a break. Again, when it was all over, rewards for bravery were handed out to them, 2 George medals and 2 OBEs. A rescue party of miners, brought in from West Lothian, pioneered a recently devised rescue technique, burrowing into the rubble from the bottom rather than uncovering it from the top. This method soon found its way into the manual of instruction for rescue parties, working to release those trapped after an explosion. Some 3,500 people were evacuated by buses on Friday the 14th of March, most to the Vale of Leven, others to Helensburgh and Kirkintilloch, while many more took themselves off to stay with friends or relatives. Others remained in rest centres in Clydebank. Of the original 9 of these, 3 had been obliterated in the raids. The remainder had to accommodate from 3 to 4 times the number of persons expected in them, by lunchtime, though most had been cleared by the time the second raid started that night. However, some shelterers were marooned for 2 nights in an Episcopalian church when, in what threatened to be a dreadful reprise of the South Hallsville school incident in the first days of the Blitz, the promised buses failed to materialise. On Saturday afternoon, after a second night of raids, a further 12,000 people fled Clydebank, many in a shuttle service of around 200 buses. That day, 7,000 arrived in the Vale of Leven, in addition to those who had turned up the previous day. The Vale had not been designated as a reception area for evacuees, and no preparations had been made. Schools and village halls were requisitioned, but although they could just about serve for a night or two, the homeless of Clydebank would need accommodating for several weeks. Each rest centre had been issued with 100 cups, but that was all. No cutlery, food, bedding or cooking equipment. The local co-ops tried to help with supplies of rolls and milk, but when sacks of turnips and carrots were delivered, they could not be cooked. School children were sent round to houses in the neighbourhood to solicit the loan of cutlery and crockery, and sterling souls managed to set up kitchens in various places to provide meals and cups of tea, with teachers taking kitchen-maid duties, heating babies' bottles over Bunsen burners, obtaining the necessary nappies and sanitary towels, and assisting at the birth of a baby in the headmaster's study at one school now rest centre. The WVS in Edinburgh was contacted, and Lady Ruth Balfour arranged for 4 lorry loads of clothes to be sent to the rest centres. By Thursday the 20th of March, there were 3,500 people in the rest centres in the Vale of Leven. The total had fallen to 1,164 a fortnight later, but after that the departures slowed to a dispiriting trickle. In addition to those in the rest centres, 4,049 evacuees had been billeted in private houses in the Vale. Some were fortunate enough to end up in hospitable homes, but others were made to feel an imposition. There were stories of families being put up in garden sheds or sleeping for weeks on the floor, and generally being made to feel like war sponges rather than war victims. The success of the billeting depends on the spirit of cooperation among those who have been more fortunate, whose assistance will be necessary to complete it, said Sir Stephen Bilsland. But when the MP David Kirkwood urged that big houses should be taken over for homeless families, a young man yelled, "What about your house?" to which Kirkwood replied that 3 families were already under his roof. Those who remained in the shattered city hardly fared any better. Gas and electricity supplies were restored by Saturday, but gas pressure was low, and many people had to rely on candles for light. Water was brought in barrels from Glasgow, and hot meals were also sent. With no cooking facilities in most homes, people were dependent on mobile canteens and army field kitchens. A communal feeding centre was set up at the town hall, supplemented by mobile canteens, most run by the WVS. It was estimated that between 15,000 and 20,000 people were eating meals provided in various ways by the Ministry of Food and voluntary bodies. In those hectic days, wrapped and sliced bread, a novel commodity in England at the time but common in Glasgow, proved its worth. Since, as a WVS organiser reported, nearly 5,000 meat sandwiches were made between breakfast time and 11:45 and sold for 4p each. It was one of the worst, if not the worst example, of enemy ruthlessness, said Herbert Morrison when he visited Clydebank days after the raids. Sir John Reith, ex-Director General of the BBC, ex-Minister of Information and himself a Scot, agreed that the damage was worse than anything he had seen in any part of the country. J.P. Hutchinson, who had been Education Officer for Clydeside, was equally sombre. Clydebank had suffered a bad knock, probably severer than Coventry or any English town since the whole town got it, and no single area or district escaped. It is difficult to discover another place of similar size in Britain that was virtually obliterated. Our patch, on the outer edge of Europe, would have a pretty low rating in the German plans, wrote civil servant Patrick Shea, and many in Belfast shared his complacent conviction. Like Clydeside, their city was at the far reach of the German bombers. Indeed, Northern Ireland had seemed to be having a rather different war from the rest of Britain. In March 1940, it was still possible for a resident to observe, "We are unbombed, and we have no conscription, and life is relatively normal." But the price of that normality would be high. The government at Westminster had absolutely turned down Stormont's request that the province should be included in the legislation for civil defence, the provision of shelters in particular. Although this was partly due to cost, it was also because Major General Pug Ismay, Secretary of the Committee of Imperial Defence, shared the complacency that Northern Ireland was unlikely to be a military target. Belfast, he had argued as late as June 1939, was the most distant city of the United Kingdom from any possible enemy base. It is 535 miles from the nearest point in Germany. An attack on Northern Ireland would involve a flight over 1,000 miles. For aeroplanes of the bombing type, loaded, this is a very big undertaking. To reach Northern Ireland, the attacking planes would pass over targets which would appear to be more attractive than anything Northern Ireland has to offer. For Ismay, the relationship of Northern Ireland to mainland Britain could be compared to a Woolworths store, the only entrance to which was through Carrington's, the biggest jewellery store in London. The Vice-Chancellor of Queen's University Belfast might have been less than happy with this patronising colonial attitude, but he wondered if there isn't some force in the suggestion that the immunity of Northern Ireland from aerial attack may be connected with the absence of important munitions plants here. It is at least possible that the corollary might well be that immunity would cease were ordnance factories to be set up. It was only those in authority who were complacent. Moya Woodside, a Belfast housewife, persisted in her conviction that the ARP in the city was redundant and that somehow the neutrality of the South would provide a protection shield for the North. She repeated the rumour that De Valera indicated to the German legation that Ireland is to be regarded as a whole. As long as the English keep out of error, this state of affairs will be respected. Then there was the matter of logistics. We're another 240 miles and back from Liverpool, and why should Germans come all that distance when there are plenty of important targets to hand? She refused to prepare for war. Soon, our house in a professional middle-class suburb of the city will be the only house to remain normal. I prefer to run the risk of bombs falling nearby rather than live for the duration in rooms which remind one of a dungeon or a meat safe. Besides, it has never been proved, or if it has, I have never seen it stated, that all this sticky paper, muslin, etc. are of the slightest use. As the war progressed and France and the Low Countries were occupied, bringing Northern Ireland within closer range, and the Blitz started in earnest, the vulnerability of Belfast to attack, and the probability of that attack given the importance of its port, its shipbuilding and aircraft manufacturing industries, were more seriously considered. But the political will, under the ageing and near-senile Prime Minister Lord Craigavon, remained seriously under-galvanised. There was an acute shortage of ARP workers and no legal compulsion on local authorities in Northern Ireland to prepare air defence schemes. Blackout regulations were only patchily observed, and it seemed rather illogical to be draconian about this, when across the border the lights of neutral Southern Ireland burned bright every night. By the summer of 1940, there were only 200 public shelters for the entire 425,000 population of Belfast, though around 4,000 low-income households near the vulnerable harbour area had been provided with a domestic shelter. The main reason for the delay in accelerating a shelter-building programme was the shortage of building materials, since so much was required for military purposes. By the spring of 1941, although almost all the 12,000 householders considered to be in the target area had been provided with shelters, public shelter provision remained woefully inadequate. There were still only 750 shelters, capable of holding a total of around 37,500 people ready. This meant that roughly 3/4 of Belfast's population had no shelter accommodation when the raids came. Added to which, there were only 38 AK guns, 24 heavy and 14 light, 1 RAF Hurricane squadron, 6 radar stations, no efficient observer corps, 2 barrage balloons, and a single bomb disposal unit, while the AFS had not been trained how to use the recently acquired fire pumps and hoses. The Minister of Public Security, John McDermott, in his post only since June 1940, had conceded that Belfast was less well defended than any comparable city or port in the kingdom, and even given his fast-track efforts to improve the situation, it still held true in April 1941. On the night of the 7th to the 8th of April, Belfast suffered its first raid, attacked by aircraft, most of which were on their way to or from dropping bombs on the British mainland. The docks and the Holland and Wolff shipyard were the main targets. Incendiaries rained down like hailstones on the poorly built working-class housing around the docks. St. Patrick's Church was gutted, leaving only the altar and one wall standing. There were 2 tragedies half an hour before the all clear sounded at 4 a.m. The Rank flour mill by the Pollock Basin was hit by a parachute mine, ripping the building apart. 20 men trapped inside the twisted steel and asbestos structure died. At about the same time, workers at Holland and Wolff's aeroplane fuselage factory, believing the all clear had gone, emerged from their shelter and rushed over to inspect what they thought was a German parachutist who had landed on the roof. It was in fact a parachute mine, and the explosion killed several men and injured others. 13 people died in the raid that night, and more than 80 were injured. Easter Tuesday is a traditional Northern Irish bank holiday. On that day in 1941, the 15th of April, the Belfast siren sounded at 10:40 p.m. Within an hour, 180 German aircraft were over the city, dropping flares to illuminate their targets. William Macready, a post office worker, looked out of his bedroom window in North Belfast and saw what looked like the powerful headlights of a car shining straight down from the sky. I had a sinking feeling, and on this occasion, the Germans meant business. A black smoke screen, put up as a precautionary measure, obscured the docks, so that the back-to-back working-class houses in the north and east of the city, where the poor of Belfast lay unprotected, took most of the onslaught. More than 2 bombs fell every minute, 674 during the 5 hours the raid lasted. Many were specially adapted, their noses covered with a steel plate intended to prevent them from embedding deep in the ground and thus causing the maximum damage over as wide an area as possible. But to William Macready, the most terrible bombs were the screamers, which had tubes shaped like organ pipes welded to their tail fins, so they emitted a terrifying, eerie sound as they plunged to earth. There were few shelters in the narrow streets, and when 2 streets were flattened, whole families were wiped out, and those who survived ran in panic and terror from their homes, some crouching in ditches, others huddling under bridges. Others just kept running for their lives. The huge bulk of York Street flax spinning mill was hit by a parachute mine, and the 6-story-high, 60-foot-long brick rear wall collapsed into the street, pulverising houses and flattening shelters. 35 people were killed, their bodies laid in a row along the pavement. 45 people were killed in nearby Hogarth Street when bombs hit both ends simultaneously and incendiaries rained down like confetti. Those who did manage to find shelter were not necessarily any better off. Revellers, many still in party clothes, on their way home from a dance in the Floral Hall, alighted from a tram and dived into a shelter at the corner of Antrim Street. When a bomb fell nearby, many of them were killed, along with other shelterers. A single bomb could wreak untold havoc in the narrow streets, with their shabby, poorly built houses. Around the Crumlin Road, terraces simply concertinaed, and 70 people were killed. Hewitt's weaving mill on the corner was still burning 24 hours later. The Shankill Road and the Falls Road were largely untouched, but a parachute mine fell near a public shelter at the corner of the Shankill Road and Percy Street. The walls were sucked out, and the roof collapsed. A local doctor decided that the only way to save some of the survivors was to amputate their legs to release them from the tons of concrete that was trapping them. 30 people died. Belfast's most exclusive undertakers, Wilton's, was hit, and dozens of the black Belgian horses that, wearing elegant feather plumes, were used to pull the carriages containing hearses, perished. Nearly 40 fires were burning in the docks, but a number of parachute mines fell harmlessly into the water and failed to explode. 4 Sterling aircraft, almost ready for service, were destroyed, 4 fire watchers were killed, and high-explosive bombs brought cranes crashing down. Although the city centre escaped relatively lightly, Trinity Church was hit by a parachute mine. No trace was ever found of the Hill family who lived next door. At an ARP warden's post in Unity Street, 12 people were killed, including 5 ARP wardens. Other off-duty wardens, returning from a concert in Ulster Hall, where, at the suggestion of the popular singer Delia Murphy, they had sung loudly to drown out the noise of the attack, were killed as they walked home. The central telephone exchange was put out of action by a parachute mine, which cut connections to mainland Britain and also meant that it was not possible to coordinate civil defence and anti-aircraft activities. The radar plotting lines were broken between Aldergrove Airport and the filter station at Preston in Lancashire, which meant that the RAF had no idea how many aircraft were raiding Belfast, nor from which direction they were coming. At 2 a.m, British fighters withdrew to beyond a 5-mile radius of Belfast, and the Luftwaffe had the sky to themselves. By 1:45 a.m, it was clear that fires were burning out of control, and containing them was beyond the capacity of the fire services, as pumps ran dry and rubble and craters blocked roads. Flames leapt into the sky, turning it blood red. Fortunately, just before the phone lines went down, John McDermott, crouching under his desk in the study of his home near Stormont Castle, as the bombs crashed around it, shrapnel clattered on the roof, and an explosion blew the windows out, managed to get a telegram through to Eamon de Valera, asking for assistance. De Valera, who had experienced the Blitz on his own doorstep when Dublin was bombed twice, most seriously on the 30th of May 1941, in error, the German government apologised, took what was possibly the fastest decision of his career, and agreed to send some of Era's resources over the border to Ulster. "They are all our people," he said. 13 fire engines and their crews raced from Dublin, Dundalk, Drogheda and Dunleary to Belfast. Most did so because, like their Prime Minister, they believed that the people of Belfast are Irishmen too. The one, Patrick Finlay from Dublin, had his suspicions that their northern counterparts might concern themselves only with Protestant areas. When Moya Woodside, who had spent much of the raid crouching with her husband under the stairs, shaking and trying to pull herself together by drinking neat whisky, heard of this, she was very pleased, believing that an action like this does more for Irish unity than any words of politicians. "I hear that the brigades were wildly cheered in towns and villages in Ulster as they passed through. But not by the British government, which rewarded the Republic's firemen, who had spent a miserable night with no waterproof clothing to protect them from the freezing water from their hoses, many of which they had in any case been unable to fit to Belfast's different gauge hydrants, with 5 shillings to cover the cost of their meals. Moya Woodside also drew comfort from the fact that 42 fire engines and 400 crew arrived from mainland Britain, crossing the Irish Sea from Liverpool, Glasgow and Preston in a destroyer and several ferries. "It makes us conscious of a comforting solidarity with Britain," she thought. The all-clear sounded at 4:55 a.m. Since electricity supplies had been ruptured in many areas, the police went around the streets ringing handbells to advise people that it was safe to come out. What they found was a scene of utter desolation. Men were digging out dead women and children who had been killed in their homes. Glass lay inches deep on the pavements. Houses were roofless, windowless, burnt out or burning, familiar landscapes gone, and in their places vast craters and mounds of rubble. People wandered about with tear-stained, mourning faces, or looked wild-eyed and dazed. The next day it was announced that 173 people had been killed, but the figure kept rising. A week later, the Ministry of Home Security stated that the dead at present is known to be 500, based on the number of bodies removed to date. By 1944, the official toll was 745 dead and over 430 seriously injured. But the Northern Ireland Fire Authority insisted that 950 had been killed and 600 seriously wounded. The mortuaries were unable to cope. Belfast had lost about as many people in a single raid as Liverpool had, and was not far behind London's tragic record. The novelist-to-be, Brian Moore, was an ARP warden attached to the Martyr Hospital, and he wrote of a stream of corpses, in the stink of excrement, the acrid smell of disinfectant. These dead were heaped, body on body, flung arm, twisted feet, open mouth, staring eyes, old men on top of young women, a child lying on a policeman's back, a soldier's hand resting on a woman's thigh, a carter still wearing his coal sacks on top of a pile of arms and legs, his own arm outstretched, finger pointing as though he warned of some unseen horror. Forbidding and clumsy, the dead cluttered the morgue room from floor to ceiling. Identifying bodies and body parts was always a deeply distressing task, but in Belfast the pain was compounded by sectarianism. In the Falls Road public baths, the dead were segregated, as were the living, by their religious faith. If the victim was unknown, there was a meticulous search to find evidence of his or her religious denomination, perhaps a rosary or a crucifix, so that no Protestant would be inadvertently buried among the Celtic crosses of Milltown, or a Catholic interred in the city cemetery at Roselawn, to lie for eternity denied the proper rituals of their own faith. Some 20,000 people were made homeless. 3,500 houses had been demolished or were uninhabitable, and 10,000 more were in need of urgent repair. Rest centres and emergency feeding centres struggled to cope, and hundreds of ditchers, the Irish equivalent of trekkers, left the city each night to sleep wherever they could on Cave Hill or Divis Mountain, or chalked "Gone to Ballymena" or similar on their doorposts. Others crammed into trains to travel further afield, many of them crossing the border into Eire. Belfast had not been alone in Northern Ireland in its agony. On the same night, the walled city of Londonderry, with its ports and shipyards, had been hit by parachute mines, one poignantly falling on a group of ex-servicemen's homes, killing 15 and injuring another 15. The aerodrome at Newton Ards was also hit, killing 10 guards and injuring 3 civilians, and in Bangor, County Down, 5 civilians were killed and 35 injured. There was little possibility that the ditchers from Belfast would find much of a welcome in these afflicted places, where there is absolutely no provision for the reception or feeding of those vast numbers. Soon, Moya Woodside noted that public opinion is veering round to disapproval of those who bolted from undamaged houses, particularly those who did not even have young children. In an area where more than 6 weeks since the last raid, still everywhere one looks are roofless houses or great piles of bricks and mortar where houses once stood. Woodside saw painted on a wall in 2 different places, "Be a man, not a mouse. Come down from the hills and sleep in your house." The story went round that Lord Haw had informed the citizens of Belfast that Hitler would give them time to bury your dead before the next attack. Tuesday was only a sample. The propagandist's chilling broadcast proved accurate. Belfast was bombed again on the 4th of May. The only precautions that had been taken against fresh attack had been to try to camouflage the Stormont building with black paint and a cinder path, and to hire a Royal Ulster Constabulary marksman to shoot 6 wolves, 2 raccoons, a puma, a hyena, 5 lions, 2 lionesses, a tiger, a black bear, 2 brown bears, 2 polar bears, a lynx, a vulture, and a black rat at the city's Bellevue Zoo, as the head keeper watched, tears streaming down his face, as the executioner moved from cage to cage, in case Belfast was bombed again and they escaped. This time the target was the harbour, shipyards and aircraft factory, and as it was a clear night, some 200 planes honed in on the area, dropping 235 tons of high-explosive bombs and 96,000 incendiaries. Holland and Wolff, among the largest shipbuilding yards in the world, employing 23,000 people, was hit by high-explosive bombs, parachute mines and incendiaries. 2/3 of its entire premises were destroyed, including workshops, drawing offices, administrative buildings and repair sheds. The firefighting equipment proved inadequate. The hoses were too short to reach the water in the harbour as the tide ebbed. Given the layout of the city, which had taken shape long before the concept of industrial estates, away from town and city centres, was in planners' minds, residential streets around the yards suffered terrible damage too, regardless of the fact that they were not the main target. Again, the streets around St Patrick's Church were devastated, and one, Chater Street, was entirely demolished. In the centre of Belfast, the historic City Hall banqueting chamber was badly damaged. A parachute mine fell near a public shelter, pushing it along the pavement and killing 25 of the occupants. 7 young policemen, who had just finished their training, were killed when Glenraven Street Police Station received a direct hit. York Street Mill, damaged in the April raid, was hit again, and this time was totally consumed by flames. The pavements of nearby streets were so hot that walking on them was like treading on burning coals. Women splashed their windows with cold water to try to stop the glass from cracking. At one point in the night, 200 separate fires were burning. It looked as if the entire city was ablaze. In the comfortable house in Elmwood Avenue, where he was a lodger, civil servant Patrick Shea and his fellow lodgers listened to the frightening drone of the raiding aircraft, the sounds of the city centre being torn apart, the detonations of the exploding bombs, and the return fire of the anti-aircraft guns. On that night, fear was in every heart in Belfast. When the all-clear sounded, Shea made his way to the city centre, past burning buildings, through streets crisscrossed with fire hoses, around areas in which unexploded bombs had been found, to the law courts, which had been designated as the meeting place for the emergency group for which he was working. From the roof of the building, as the dawn broke, I watched the city centre being consumed by flames, and down below where I stood, open vehicles were bringing dead bodies into St George's Market. Fires burned for more than 48 hours after the all-clear, again signalled by the ringing of handbells, since the harbour power station had been blasted out of action. They may have been a beacon for the German planes, probably making for Clydeside, that dropped bombs on East Belfast again the next night. 2 adjacent public shelters and some nearby houses were demolished by a parachute mine. 14 people were killed, 40 were seriously injured, and 300 were made homeless. The entire city of Belfast was without electricity for 24 hours. One area had no gas for a week. The main sewage plant was unable to function. Food was almost unobtainable in the shops, and many people were still having to get water from standpipes in the street 10 days after the raid. 150 UXBs blocked roads and added to the transport chaos. It seemed almost unbelievable given the conflagration, but Holland and Wolff was not destroyed, though its compensation claim of £3 million for bomb damage in its yards and plant in Belfast and on the mainland was the highest amount claimed by any British company throughout the entire war. At first, its workers, terrified of another Blitz and aware of the minimal level of air raid protection, refused to work night shifts. But by November, production was pretty much back to where it had been before the Blitz, and that was true of most of Belfast's other war industries too. The fire raids of early May claimed fewer casualties than the Easter raids: 191 dead, 189 seriously injured, and 3 people unaccounted for. In total, the air raids on Belfast left over 1,000 people dead and 650 seriously injured. The toll on property was devastating. In a city that already had an acute housing shortage before the war and a considerable slum problem, 56,600 houses were damaged, and of those, 32,000 were completely demolished. The Blitz spirit of unity and endurance had been strong during the raids, as Protestants from the Shankill Road area crammed into the Clonard Monastery with Catholics. Women and children sheltered together in the crypt, and at one point, when it looked as if the chapel would be hit, one of the priests, Father Tom Murphy, donned a tin hat and offered absolution to all present. Refugees from the Blitz flooded into Dublin and other places in the south. An editorial in the Irish Independent on the 18th of April 1941 ventured that, if anything further was needed to demonstrate the utter unreliability of the artificial border that divides our country, the welcome that has been given to the refugees from Belfast proves it. De Valera reiterated the point 2 days later. In the past, and probably in the present too, a number of them did not see eye to eye with us politically, but they are all our people. We are one and the same people, and their sorrows in the present instance are our sorrows. Though when the government at Westminster had asked to be allowed to use Ayre's treaty ports to help the Navy in the Battle of the Atlantic against German U-boats, the request had been refused. The spirit of unity didn't last. Unionist politicians from the north were soon emphasising that the raids proved that Northern Ireland was an integral part of Britain's war, from which the South's neutrality made it remote, though not entirely immune from attack. Belfast Protestants accused Catholics of suffering less in the raids. Fewer Catholic churches were hit than Protestant, but more Catholic schools suffered damage than Protestant ones. In general, Protestant areas suffered more damage than Catholic ones, but this was likely to have been accounted for by the fact that Protestant homes were more likely to be in industrial areas than because the Pope was in the first aeroplane, or because Catholics were allegedly parading up and down the Falls Road with lighted matches in their hands to encourage the German bombers flying at over 20,000 feet above Belfast. Bigotry is rampant in Belfast, concluded Moya Woodside in August 1941, after she had seen that, in Roman Catholic districts, the police barrack buildings are almost completely bricked up, and brick structures, apparently from machine guns, built out over the pavement. It looks as though riots were expected. On the walls in these same districts are painted up such slogans as "Join the IRA," "No conscription here," ARP stands for arrests, robbery, police, etc. Some of these have been defaced, but some look quite recent. Of the 3 British ports united by their attraction to the German bombers in the spring of 1941 and by their optimism that they would escape bombardment, Plymouth was the westernmost. With a population of around 200,000, Plymouth is located in Devon, near the border with Cornwall. Behind the city stretches the huge, often bleak expanse of Dartmoor. To the fore, it juts out into the open sea. Plymouth, from which the Pilgrim Fathers set sail for America on the Mayflower, and which gave thanks for the defeat of the Armada, is a historic seafaring town, dominated by its naval connections. In 1941, the Royal Navy base HMS Drake spilled its many functions and ever-changing personnel into the city, with fine Georgian houses for admirals and other high-ranking officers, barracks in Devonport named for great seafarers Drake, Hawkins, Grenville and Raleigh, and the vast King William Victualling Yard. Dockyards provided much work for the civilian population, repairing and refitting ships, while other vessels laid anchor in the harbour, ocean liners and trawlers in peacetime, battleships and destroyers in war. Its prominent position on the southwest coast and its key role in the defence of Britain meant that Plymouth had been attacked many times over the centuries. Probably the first time was during an unsuccessful invasion attempt by Bretons in August 1403. More than 500 years later, it had to be recognised that, while the seaport remained vulnerable to attack from the sea, it could also be at risk from the air, although for some time there was uncertainty about the reach of German bombers, and a certain amount of confidence that Plymouth would either be spared aerial bombardment or, for some reason, would receive more warning of impending attack than any naval base in Britain. By the summer of 1940, the war had definitively come to Plymouth. It had been designated one of the reception ports for thousands of British, French and Belgian soldiers evacuated from Dunkirk, as France was overrun by German troops, and on the 18th of June it received 110 survivors from SS Lancastria, sunk by German air fire as she left Saint-Nazaire, loaded with Allied soldiers. Plymouth Sound was awash with boats of all sizes, many from the French fleet. Devonport Dockyard was fully occupied in repairing ships, like HMS Exeter and HMS Belfast, that were scarred from battle. The Home Guard was on alert, conscious that detachments of a seaborne German invasion from occupied France might attempt to land at Plymouth and secure the port as a supply base. Throughout the autumn and winter of 1940 to 1941, Plymouth was subjected to intermittent air raids, many on RAF Mountbatten on the peninsula, where a squadron of Sunderland flying boats was stationed to attack German U-boats. These culminated in a severe raid on the 14th of January 1941, with considerable damage to property and some loss of life, after which the Mayor gave a speech in which he suggested that Plymouth's civil defence arrangements had been tested and found to be adequate. He gave the impression that the city could now tick that off and would not be tested again. It was. On the 12th of March, Plymouth suffered its 31st air raid of the war. Buildings were damaged, shop windows broken, and the city received one of the marks of recognition as a war zone when it was honoured with a royal visit on the 20th of March, the eve of the vernal equinox, one of the 2 days in the year on which the earth is in equilibrium. The King and Queen arrived in the royal train at 10:30 a.m. They were met by Lady Astor, Plymouth's Conservative MP and strong advocate of appeasing Germany before the war, who combined her parliamentary duties with the de facto role of Lord Mayor, since her husband, Waldolf, whose job it really was frequently indisposed, as he was on this occasion. The morale-boosting visit included a tour of the dockyards and naval barracks, the inspection of civil defence workers lined up in front of the Guildhall, a call on a rest centre, tea with the Astors in their constituency home — they also owned the stately Cliveden in Buckinghamshire — and finally a quick look-in at the YMCA before the royal couple returned to their train, which pulled out of the station at 5:45 p.m. Less than 3 hours later, the alert sounded. Within minutes, Heinkel 111s, the undersides of their wings painted black to make them less visible against the night sky, started dropping their bomb loads. They were followed by a Pathfinder force which, once it had located the target area, dropped iridescent blue, green, red and crimson flares to guide the bombers that were following. Soon the centre of the city was ablaze, the flames fanned by a strong wind. With an acute shortage of fire tenders, water, despite the fact that Plymouth is surrounded by sea, and firemen, only 263 part-time firemen out of a force of 537 reported for duty that night, the fires soon coalesced into seamless sheets of leaping, out-of-control flames. The Navy rushed in pumps to help. A connection was made from Sutton Harbour to the water tank by the Guildhall, and urgent calls went out to neighbouring brigades for vehicles and water carriers, since so many of Plymouth's mains had been damaged and much of the water supply to the city cut off. Within an hour, the police HQ was out of commission. All but 5 police telephone boxes had been hit, and the only way messages could be relayed was by motorcycle dispatch riders loaned by the Navy. The Palace Theatre, where Billy Cotton was playing, was hit, and the lights went out. A factory adjacent to the theatre was on fire, but the safety curtain saved the palace. The Alhambra Music Hall nearby was packed with servicemen watching the striptease artiste Phyllis Dixie go through her routine. Because of the mayhem outside, the manager persuaded his patrons to spend the night on the premises. By midnight, when the all-clear sounded, Plymouth was a ball of fire. Since many fires could not be brought under control, they were left to burn all night. Some were still smouldering 7 days later. The following morning, BBC news bulletins referred to enemy action being on a small scale. The Home Intelligence Unit was unable to correct this, as its phone lines were down. A German reconnaissance plane that flew over the city to photograph the damage received a more accurate impression. When Audrey Hawkins, a Wren, Women's Royal Naval Service, waited for a train at North Road Station on the morning of the 21st of March, at the start of a week's leave, she found it a bit of a mess. One platform had been hit and a train burned out. There was a dead man on the station roof. There was a time bomb on the line. We had to wait for 2 hours in frost and fog, getting very cold. The next night, the 1st of spring, the bombers came back, more of them this time and with heavier loads. The Pathfinder force circled over the city for more than 20 minutes before releasing an explosion of flares. This was immediately followed by a hailstorm of 7,000 incendiaries and 64 high-explosive bombs. Again, a strong westerly wind fanned the flames, and again there was a desperate shortage of firefighting equipment, water and manpower. The tide was out. Fire crews were 174 men under strength, and communications broke down. The situation was worse than on the previous night, because while once again the only way to transmit information was by messengers, their motorbikes and bicycles had all been destroyed. Locked buildings burned, since no one could get in to extinguish the incendiaries. When a call went out to Exeter for more ambulances to convey the wounded to hospital, the request was refused by the controller. Fortunately, the Navy again came to the rescue, allowing civilians to be transported in naval ambulances. Others were carried through the burning streets on stretchers, only for their rescuers to find that the Prince of Wales Hospital was almost out of blood plasma and could not contact any neighbouring hospitals to obtain more. The telephone supervisor at Devonport finally managed to get through to Barnstable Hospital, and additional stocks were sent by plane. Union Street, which linked the shopping areas of Plymouth and Devonport, was burning all along its eastern end, and the mainline railway station had also been hit. The General Post Office was a burned-out shell. The Guildhall had been hit, and the ARP control centre in the basement had to be evacuated to Devonport. A tar distillery was blazing, and the 15th century St Andrews, Plymouth's mother church, had almost nothing but its walls left standing. The children's ward and recently opened maternity ward of Plymouth General Hospital were hit, killing 25 children and 6 nurses. Naval barracks and the victualling yard were hit. When the wind rose, it whipped the flames so fiercely that there was talk of dynamiting buildings to form a firebreak. Throughout great swathes of the city, with 80 water mains destroyed, there was no water to be had to fight the fires. There was almost a mutiny in Devonport that night when sailors aboard HMS Jackal refused to return to their stations unless they were promised shore leave to see how their families were faring. Lord Louis Mountbatten, captain of the 5th Flotilla, finally acquiesced to the men's request. There was no subsequent court-martial after it became apparent that when the men did go ashore, many found they had lost their homes, relatives and friends in the raids. The sight next morning was one of utter desolation. 100 Royal Engineers were drafted in to clear the 85 UXBs that blocked the roads and made buildings unsafe. Hoses, wielded by blackened and exhausted firemen, played on still-burning buildings. Steamrollers were flattening the piles of rubble. 14 of Plymouth's 46 rest centres had been damaged and had to be closed. Urgent calls went out for billets for the homeless, and though Devon, which had been designated an evacuation area, seemed to have no spare capacity, representatives from Exeter, Totnes and Dartmouth arrived to see if they could help. There were virtually no food shops open in the centre of Plymouth until emergency vans arrived. Staff from Spooner's department store, which had been gutted, opened for business in a car showroom. One member of staff was dispatched to Devonport to buy as much calico as he could find, which was then tacked onto the showroom's window frames and sized over to keep out the rain. Staff went as far as Exeter, Bristol and Totnes to buy supplies of food, and the shop stayed open until 9 p.m, using tables borrowed from a local dance hall as counters and lit by candles, providing customers with parcels of tea, sugar, bacon, butter and sausages without requesting coupons. In order to notify the public of the improvised store's existence, since the local newspaper, which had to be printed in Exeter, had no space for advertisements, John Bedford, the manager, took most of the large hoardings that were available in Plymouth, and when considering what to put on them, remembered the words from St. Paul's letter to the Corinthians: "We are pressed on every side, yet not straitened, perplexed, yet not in disrepair, smitten down, yet not destroyed." Bedford, therefore, headed all our advertisements with, "Smitten down, yet not destroyed." The German report noted that Plymouth's defences had been very weak, and there were also undoubtedly some shortcomings in the response to the raids. Although the Army and Navy provided cooking facilities outside the rest centres that were still open and managed to produce hot meals, they could not cope with the demand. The emergency meals service, detailed to feed the population, closed its doors on the 23rd of March, observing the Sabbath in a way that was hardly humane. Herbert Morrison resolutely refused to name Plymouth as the city that had been so brutally attacked, despite complaints from Lady Astor, who dubbed the Ministry of Information the Ministry of Inflammation, so profoundly angry were so many who had suffered so grievously, and, as they saw it, with so little recognition. "No one in Whitehall cared about us or our safety," wrote the town clerk, Colin Campbell. "We were left alone to get on with it, to bury our dead and clear up the mess. No one had warned us what to expect." The Ministry of Home Security expressed disquiet at the firefighting capabilities of the city and demanded improvements. Plymouth's Emergency Committee rejected most of the charges, but agreed to erect more standpipes and to standardise hydrant fittings throughout the city. 292 people had died in the raids. A military funeral was held to bury the forces personnel, while the civilian dead were accorded a mass funeral and buried in a communal grave, wedged side by side in wooden coffins covered by Union Jacks. There was worse to come. At 8:39 p.m. on Monday the 21st of April, 120 planes of Luftflotte 3 started to mass over Plymouth. Within a quarter of an hour, 10,000 incendiary bombs had landed on the city. In the course of the 6-hour attack, 35,000 incendiaries and 700 high-explosive bombs were dropped. A large underground shelter in the centre of the city received a direct hit. 74 people were sheltering there. Only 2 survived. One child lost her father, mother, sister and grandfather in the incident. Another terrible shelter tragedy took place at HMS Drake Naval Base, when one of the towers, Boscawen Block, housing petty officers, was hit. Those sheltering in the basement were killed when the bomb crashed through the floor, and others were trapped when the floors above collapsed. The next day, 78 bodies were recovered, and it was thought that another 18 burned corpses were still somewhere in the debris. But the next day a sentry, thinking he heard a cry for help, alerted the watch. The boarding that had been nailed over the site was removed. Digging recommenced, and several sailors were brought out alive. It was clear that Plymouth's public shelters were inadequate, built without proper mortar, as many London ones had been in the early days of the Blitz. In many cases, the roofs had no reinforcement, Morrison sandwiches waiting to happen. The fire service was obviously deficient in a number of ways, and in the eyes of the South West Regional Commissioner, Sir Hugh Ellis, who arrived in the city from Bristol the next day, the civil defence services were lacking leadership, organisation and motivation in a city in which 105 bodies had been found so far, 60,000 homes had been damaged, and water and gas cut off. There was no respite. The bombers came back on the 22nd of April, when Devonport Dockyard was the main target. A destroyer, HMS Lewis, was hit, the railway goods yard was badly damaged, the telephone exchange was knocked out of action, and the casualty department of the Prince of Wales Hospital was demolished by a bomb as the wounded continued to be brought in. Emergency operations were carried out in a basement filled with brick dust and without adequate supplies of water or gas to boil water to sterilise surgical equipment. The terms front line, and battle zone, sometimes hyperbolically used, were entirely appropriate to Plymouth that night. Again, fires burned out of control. The London Fire Service sent men by train to help. On the 23rd of April, Plymouth was bombed again for the third night in succession. Devonport was again attacked. 8,700 tons of petrol and 3,000 tons of diesel were ignited. The fires burned for 4 nights. Hundreds of houses in the area were badly damaged. The situation had become so acute that Sir Aylmer Firebrace, the chief superintendent of the fire service, was ordered to fly to Plymouth from the northeast of England, where he had been on a tour of inspection. His opinion confirmed that of Ellis. There was a total lack of authoritative leadership in the city. Again, exhausted firemen had been summoned from London and elsewhere, their gallant efforts often frustrated by lack of water. Devonport seemed little more than ruins and debris, with many dead and wounded, and most of the equipment and medical stores at the naval base destroyed. Plymouth's terrible ordeal was still not over. On Monday, the 28th of April, 124 bombers headed to the city. The pattern was sickeningly familiar. Widespread showers of incendiaries followed by high-explosive bombs. Yet again, water mains were damaged, docks alight, telecommunications out of commission, bomb craters hindered the movement of firefighting equipment. This time, Saltash was bombed. It was impossible to reach the area because of UXBs, and roads made impassable by craters and rubble. 43 sailors were killed when 2 adjacent shelters at HMS Raleigh were hit, and many more were injured. On Tuesday, the 29th of April, the bombers returned again. This time the fleet of 162 planes initially had difficulty locating their target, and some bombs fell in the countryside outside the city, but soon they were falling on Plymouth, Devonport, Saltash, Milehouse and Keynsham. A gasometer was set on fire at Milehouse, and 40 houses were destroyed in Saltash. Nearly 8,000 tons of fuel oil were lost when an oil depot at Tor Point was torched. A railway station was demolished, and a steam train fell into a bomb crater at Keynsham. Plymouth's Central Library was burned to the ground, with the loss of 100,000 books, and though the Swindon Fire Brigade had arrived in the city, there was no water for their hoses, and they could do little but stand and watch the inferno. The only good news was that the Art Gallery and Museum, which housed the valuable Cottonian collection, including paintings by Sir Joshua Reynolds, were saved, though their treasures were sensibly packed up and evacuated the following week. The official death toll for those 3 nights was 591. The actual toll was almost certainly more, as many bodies were never recovered. Students from Bristol University's medical school were asked to help with piecing bodies together for burial. In what Churchill, following naval tradition, called the Butcher's Bill, the cost to Plymouth of all the raids in the spring of 1941 was 928 civilians dead. They included 19 civil defence workers, the youngest of whom was a 15-year-old messenger, though the official minimum age for enrolment was 16, 26 firemen and 1 firewoman, 66 fireguards, 10 policemen and 7 nurses. Add service deaths to this, and the total is 1,172, although since so many witnesses were killed and so many records destroyed, it may well be higher. The youngest person to die was just 7 days old. Harold Santilla was killed with his 24-year-old mother, to whom he was attached by a cord, when the maternity wing of the city hospital received a direct hit. The oldest killed was 92. 3,269 people were injured. An overall total of 5,748 civilians and service personnel were killed or injured. The 2 main shopping centres of Plymouth and Devonport were razed, and for many months people had to shop at stalls set up by stores like Woolworths in the covered market, in rows of Nissen huts with hastily installed shop fronts, or even in private houses. The number of houses demolished totaled 3,745, and another 18,398 were seriously damaged. 40 churches were wrecked. Nearly every civic building had gone, and so had 20 schools. Plymouth was like a city of the dead, its buildings scrawny, misshapen skeletons. It has been estimated that as many as 30,000 people left the city every night after the raids had begun. They would pour out into the countryside by train, vouchers were issued, car or by lorry if they could manage to hitch a lift, by bicycle or trudging on foot. An endless column clutching all they could carry, most of them with no specific destination, no idea who might put them up, just determined to get away. They were sometimes dubbed the Yellow Convoy or the Funk Express by a judgmental press. While it is hard to think of a more rational response to the raids, their absence cast a heavy burden on those who stayed put, as they were instructed to do. On them fell increased fire-watching duties and other civil defence functions, and it is no wonder that resentment smouldered against those who left. Soon nearby towns and villages were full to capacity with the refugees. Beer Alston and Beer Ferris, a few miles from Devonport, were overwhelmed with trekkers. Places which have since been absorbed into Plymouth's urban sprawl were outlying villages in 1941. 2,000 trekkers flooded into Plympton, where the grammar school had been turned into a rest centre. Others went to Rowborough, where the asbestos village hall was set up to accommodate as many people as possible, though that meant that only blankets were available, no mattresses or palliasses. A rest centre had also been arranged at Bickley, and others ventured to Yelverton, Horrabridge or Tavistock. A few fortunate people found billets with sympathetic families. Many were put up in far too overcrowded village halls and schools. Others slept in huts, tents, ditches or hedgerows. Some went as far as Dartmoor, prepared to sleep wrapped in blankets on the drizzling moors, so profound was their fear of the seemingly magnetic pull of Plymouth for the Luftwaffe. Most trekked back to the city during the day if they could, men to work, women to wander the streets trying to find food, to rummage through their bombed houses for their lost possessions, shattered furniture, trying to piece their lives together again. Queuing endlessly at public assistance offices for money, for food and clothes, forms to fill in for compensation, for new ration books, identity cards. Plymouth claimed to be the worst bombed city in Britain. That was not true, but it came unenviably near the top. Of those places that suffered major attacks, classified as raids in which 100 tons or more of bombs were dropped, Plymouth had 8, the same as Merseyside and Birmingham, but fewer than London with 14. In terms of the number of high-explosive bombs dropped, Plymouth came 5th, in a table on which no city would wish to feature. With 1,228 bombs, it was behind Glasgow, Clydeside, as well as Merseyside, Birmingham and London, but above Coventry, often seen as the benchmark, Bristol, and other ports such as Portsmouth, Southampton, Cardiff and Hull. And Plymouth was a much smaller city than London, with a wartime population of around 8 million, or the Merseyside, Clydeside conurbations. Apart from London, more high-explosive bombs per acre fell on Liverpool, Merseyside than on Plymouth, and the tonnage of bombs did not necessarily equate to the amount of damage done. 449 bombers hit Coventry in a single night, killing 555 people and seriously injuring 865. Moreover, if a place had already been heavily raided, subsequent bombs might simply fall on the ruins, doing minimal additional damage. By early May 1941, mass observation had built up a thick dossier of reports on how Blitz towns coped with raids. Plymouth was a particularly well-studied example. MO teams spent a considerable amount of time in the city after each raid, making contacts, including an unskilled observer with special qualifications for obtaining information about sailors' problems. The report it produced on the 30th of April raid was its third on the city. The civilian and domestic devastation in Plymouth exceeds anything we have seen elsewhere, both as regards concentration through the heart of the town and as regards the random shattering of homes all over the town. The dislocation of everyday life also exceeds anything we have seen elsewhere, and an enormous burden is being placed on the determined spirits of the people, MO investigators reported. While they recognised that these were exceptionally difficult circumstances, and singled out some individuals, like the public assistance officers and those running mobile canteens, for praise, they were, in general, deeply unimpressed by what they observed of the organisation in the city, and particularly the post-raid evacuation, which they described as disastrous chaos, disgusting, degrading, and tantamount to sabotaging the war effort. Who can let things get in such a mess and get away with it? This was a rerun of the lesson of London. It seemed as if everything had to be relearned every time there was a heavy raid. Every part of the post-Blitz problem is treated as ad hoc, uncoordinated, locally, and only after the worst has happened. MO found the same shortcomings in almost every city that it had first highlighted in its reports on Coventry 6 months previously. There was no morale policy, no clear guidelines or arrangements in place to ensure that information about what to do, where to go for help, was readily available, that the plight of the homeless was recognised and prepared for, that evacuation was not left to individual enterprise, but was firmly and clearly regulated. Otherwise it would be the survival of the fittest, winner takes all. MO was particularly concerned about the elderly, who were bewildered and with few resources, and cited the heartbreaking case of 8 old women, all over 70, and all dressed in Victorian bonnets and lace, sitting in a large, bare, underground room in one of Plymouth's rest centres. They'd been sitting on the hard seats, there were no others, in this uncomfortable room for several days, the home from which they came having received a direct hit, killing and injuring many. The people in charge were doing their best to look after them, but with inadequate facilities and perhaps not much imagination. No billeting officer had been, and no arrangements were said to be underway for their movement. These might take some days yet. The people of Plymouth, with their strong local pride and tradition of toughness associated with the sea, were determined to show that they could take it, but anyone would have been of superhuman character to come through the raids unaffected and unshaken. The report was critical of the official definition of good morale as cheerfulness, as expressed in facile displays such as cheers for the Prime Minister, thumbs up to the cameraman, rather than consisting of citizen cooperation, work, and the determination to work on, long-term endurance, and confidence in victory and leadership. Although the people of Plymouth talked of little else than their city being as flat as a pancake, and admitted to being scared stiff, and to thinking that people have had just about enough, the MO observers did not think they were being defeatist. Far from it. But they are defeated. Their town has suffered a major military defeat, and they, the untrained and undisciplined soldiers of the home front, can, at present, do nothing much about it. The Prime Minister came to visit these home front soldiers on the 2nd of May. Churchill went first to Royal Naval Barracks, where bombs had killed a number of sailors. There was a gruesome sight in the gymnasium. Beds in which some 40 injured sailors lay, separated only by a low curtain from some coffins which were being nailed down. The hammering must have been horrible to the injured men, but such was the damage that there was nowhere else it could be done. The Ministry of Home Security was incandescent when MO's first report on morale in Plymouth was widely circulated among government ministers by the Admiralty, regarding it as less a report on low morale than a contributory factor. The Conservative MP, Victor Warrender, a junior minister at the Admiralty, sent the report to Sir John Anderson, the Lord President of the Council. "I think it is most dangerous to give these reports any kind of circulation at all. They give what I believe to be, in many cases, an entirely false impression. I presume they were written by what are known as the intelligentsia, and I think they would be very much better employed doing something useful for the community." "I don't think I've heard of mass observation," ventured Anderson. The MO intelligentsia were also inclined to be dubious about the prime ministerial visit. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon by the time Churchill arrived in the devastated city centre, presumably because he had been delayed in the naval barracks, and by that time the nightly exodus had begun, so only a small proportion of Plymouth people saw him, We suggest about 500 people saw him closely enough to feel impersonal contact. Another 1,500 saw him clearly passing, and another 2,000 glimpsed him as he passed, often not taking in who it was until after he had passed. The car travelled too quickly. Rather than going on a walkabout, Churchill sat in a Daimler with Lady Astor, who had done her bit for morale, initiating dances on the Hoe and, rather improbably, doing cartwheels to cheer people up in some of the shelters. However, for those who managed to see this great man, fierce-faced, firmly balanced on the back of the car, with great tears of angry sorrow in his eyes, a man overflowing with human sympathy, an epic figure riding through an epic of distraction, and who were close enough to hear his few remarks. God bless you all. Well done, Plymouth. It was a moving moment, beautifully summed up by a man standing outside the Guildhall. He's like a lighthouse. Chapter 16. Attrition. Let's be gay, it's Easter Day, and spring at last is on its way. It's Hitler's habit in the spring to do some dark, disgusting thing. But you and I may still decline to sign on Hitler's dotty line. A.P. Herbert's postscript, broadcast on the 12th of April, 1941. The street was as flat as this here wharf side. There was just my house well, part of my house. My missus was just making me a cup of tea when I come home. She were in the passage between the kitchen and the wash-house when it blowed her. She was burnt right up to her waist. Her legs were just two cinders, and her face. The only thing I could recognise her by was one of her boots. I'd have lost 15 homes if I could have kept me missus. We used to read together. I can't read mysen. She used to read to me We'd have our armchairs on either side of the fire, and she'd read me bits out of the paper. We'd a paper every evening. Every evening. ARP Warden Hull, reported by mass observation. There was a little woman from Dovehouse Street sitting on a bench. Dovehouse Street had had a parachute mine on it, and the Chelsea Hospital for Women had dealt with many casualties. Suddenly, her control gave way, and she began screaming in a frenzy of grief. He's gone, and I'm all alone and no home, nothing, no one wants me. Why didn't I go with him? It's cruel, cruel, why? Her anguish was terrible. In the appalled silence with which officialdom treats such outbursts, almost as if she had said or done something obscene, a sleek, well-dressed clergyman told her sternly to desist. What had happened was God's will, and that she must accept it and thank him for her own deliverance from death. She looked at him in dazed misery, as if he spoke a foreign language, and began screaming even more wildly, God! There's no God! There's only Hitler and the devil! I looked at his well-kept hands and his beautifully tended nails, and I thought of the Reverend Arrowsmith and his curate, digging frantically with their bare hands in the rubble, of the Reverend Newsom sitting night after night on a hard bench with his parishioners, sharing the perils of the Blitz, and then of the Vicar of Old Church, fighting incendiaries and looking after his fire parties so wonderfully. And now his church was gone. I thought of how Kathleen and Anne were dead that night, and I said nothing. It did not seem to me that there was anything to say. Red Cross nurse Frances Faville, writing about the morning after the Wednesday raid on London, on the 16th to the 17th of April, 1941. April and May were the cruelest months. The vital east coast port of Hull was a natural target, standing on the confluence of two rivers and highly visible to any plane flying overhead. In early March, the Yorkshire Post journalist Cyril Dunn, who was living in Leeds, reported, "We've only had 1 or 2 air raid alarms lately, but nothing dropped. They've been slamming Hull again, though it's not up to Blitz standard, and have taken one more crack at Bridlington." But there were 2 heavy raids in March, the first on the 13th to the 14th, which targeted industrial sites along the river, destroyed 200 homes and killed 39 people. In the second, on the 18th, 300 tons of high explosive bombs and 77,000 incendiaries were dropped. But in the fog that night, most missed their target, the port, and caused widespread devastation in residential and commercial districts. Dan found these raids a curiously ordinary experience, though some very substantial fires got going. He was sent to the Bellevue Road area and got some good stories from a man who had been digging people out from the ruins of some bombed houses, a woman with dirt in her disordered hair who was half daft with shock and who spoke to me with exaggerated refinement. The all clear went while we were there, and an ambulance arrived and they carried quiet bundles out of the houses on stretchers, and policemen made notes by car light, and everybody came out laughing and boasting and hugging each other. We drove round a bit looking for damage, and policemen at the strings of red lights headed us off and said there were sleepers, presumably UXBs, lying over there. We had a puncture driving over snowdrifts of broken glass, and while the driver mended it, we walked on to where a great army of rescuers worked in the moonlight to dig some trapped people out of a very quiet ruin in Institution Street. Thereafter, I saw the town hall roof on fire, and I was rebuffed when I tried to interview the police chief, and after a lot more comings and goings and writings of stories, I went home about 6:30 a.m. The smoke from some great fire smirched the cold virginity of the dawn, and there was white dew all over our lawn, and a bird sang very lustily in our tree and made me feel ashamed of being human. There were 42 killed, 79 seriously injured, 116 injured, and 12,000 made homeless. The Germans call it a sharp attack. Hull was the unwilling beneficiary of bad weather over Merseyside, when on the 31st of March, bombers on course for Liverpool were diverted to the east at the last moment. The missiles this time were mainly parachute mines. The ARPHQ was hit, and Dr. David Diamond, Hull's Deputy Medical Officer of Health, who had recently introduced a comprehensive blood transfusion service to the town, was killed as he talked in the basement to the newly appointed medical officer for the Civil Defence Service. The policeman guarding the door, PC Robert Garton, was never seen again. All that was ever found were torn scraps of his uniform. Fire watchers on the roof were killed instantly too. Easter Sunday fell on the 13th of April, and Cyril Dan paid a visit to nearby Bridlington, which he found very grim. In anticipation of a possible invasion, whole blocks of private hotels and apartment houses have bleak and curtainless windows. The seafront is festooned with rusted barbed wire, and there's not a footprint on the empty sands. The place is stiff with troops living in the deserted houses. I walked down Richmond Street, and it was just like going down the lines of a military camp. Soldiers going around in their khaki vests, carrying enamel mugs and plates. On the 16th of April, a parachute mine fell on a crowded public shelter in Hull, and between 40 and 50 of those inside were killed. Twice again in April, parachute mines fell on the city. On the 8th of May, high explosive bombs, parachute mines and incendiaries fell on Hull, and the bombers returned the following night. The night before the RAF bombed Hamburg, so last night the Luftwaffe bombed Hull. And so on, I suppose, to infinity, wrote Dan. This is the worst Blitz damage I've seen so far, although I always say that I can't possibly detail it. Even so, the list of places destroyed or badly damaged ran to 5 pages of Dan's exercise book. They included streets not bombed but bombarded, Hammond's Great Store, the most majestic ruin I ever saw, its huge floors laid open and sagging under debris, the huge ghastly pile of the Prudential building down, all except the high corner tower, with 14 WRNS buried under tons of rubble, with sweating soldiers patiently carrying it off brick by brick. Ferron's Gallery had its white front splattered with red brick dust, just like blood, from the exploding Prudential. The lovely dock offices just had windows broken. The City Hall had missed the worst. West Street was still blocked with the ruins of the Metropole. Like ancient tribesmen, the people have made a new West Street, a track across the metropole's foundations. The old Alexandra Theatre was a heap of muck, its tower pinnacle set on top like a fool's cap. Then up to Dampton Lane, to the back streets of poverty. I got some good stories and saw a ragged child digging for her toys. I heard tell of much more damage, along the docks, for instance, but this is the kind of damage that doesn't happen officially. I heard the usual wild rumours: shelters hit, the bus station fired by a crashing Nazi, German pilots bailing out. One is said to have fallen in the docks and been drowned by keelmen. Another was almost certainly arrested on Holderness Road, and a fireman whose home had been destroyed went up and kicked him hard in the balls. The police threatened to arrest him, and he said, "I don't care if you do, I've had my satisfaction." I told this story later in the mail office in Hull, where Dunn used to work, and Giles said even if this one wasn't true, it was a fact that a Nazi plane had crashed in Bridlington Bay, and some fishermen went out to rescue the pilot, believing the plane to have been British. When they found it wasn't, they threw the pilot back in the sea and kept him under with a boat hook. The RAF launches later got the body, and, said Giles in confirmation of his story, the pilot had a great boat hook stab in his bottom. They must have got close to the appalling limit in Hull, Dunn wrote on the 10th of May, the day that would come to be seen as the finale of the Blitz. There was a second Blitz raid in the early hours of yesterday morning. It will take years to rebuild the city. I spent 5 hours there yesterday, and I only saw a small part of the disaster. Today, I've temporarily resigned from the Yorkshire Post, pretending illness, to get over the numbing dejection of my experience. The biggest achievements of the Nazis yesterday were complete destruction of whole stretches along the old harbour. Rank's huge flour mill, for example, is an epic ruin. They set fire to the whole of King George Dock, a policeman told me, on fire from end to end, with all the ships in it, including 2 destroyers. But I can't convey the fantastic thoroughness of it all. I stood, for instance, in Clarence Street. Everything I could see was wrecked. The vast Gehenna of Rank's Mill filling the skyline. I walked round into Church Street. All the houses were shattered. St. Peter's Church was just a dead shell. But the whole thing has lost its meaning. It is too fantastic, too stupid for the ordinary human mind. And what relief can there be in hoping that the same kind of havoc exists in Germany? The City Hall is damaged by fire. The Cecil Cinema is gutted. A lump has been carved out of the Guildhall. There have been 2 direct hits on the charming Trinity House almshouses. The Constitutional Club is rubble. Curious to remember that it was here I heard those aged Tories eagerly prophesying war years ago. The geography of Hull's city centre has been abolished. In 10 years, people will only talk of it as an antiquity. People were really afraid, too. One of our machines flew over the city. Why do the fools after a blitz? And I saw several women run into the shelter of the shops. And at tea time, Ferrens Way was crowded with people with suitcases, waiting for buses to take them to hell out of it for the night. The same sort of thing happened at Coventry and Plymouth. People just went out into the fields. Commercial areas were the worst hit during the first night of Hull's May raids. The docks were devastated on the 2nd, and it was said that the fires raging along the quays could be seen from the coast of Denmark. Riverside Quay was gutted as embers ignited the timber stacks. The contents of the huge grain warehouses lining the docks were on fire and would smoulder for days. As Dunn noted, Rank's flour mill was razed, and horses stabled nearby had to have sacks put over their heads so they could be led to safety. The central fire station was destroyed, as was the corporation garage and a telephone exchange, a tannery and the Eagle oil mill, among other industrial buildings. The railway network was damaged, and the main bus garage burned out of control, leaving just the iron skeletons of buses standing when the flames were finally doused. So many gas mains were either fractured or flooded that Hull was without gas, and the corporation offered to rent out electric kettles and hot plates to people without the facilities to boil water or cook. More than 400 civilians were killed over the 2 nights, and 550 injured, many seriously. 40,000 people were homeless, and in the weeks following the raids, nearly 500,000 hot meals were served to people who no longer had the means to provide their own. Although the Yorkshire Post was able to come out with a lovely front-page splash about the raid, and the Mail nobly rushed out a first leader about it, other papers were less fortunate. In the national press reports, Hull was referred to for reasons of security simply as a northeast town or a northern coastal town, so it was not for some time that many people were aware of the city's plight. Out of a population of 320,000 when war broke out, 1,200 civilians were killed and 3,000 seriously injured. 86,715 buildings were damaged and 152,000 people made homeless. The emergency services and the 1,000-odd-strong WVS were strained to breaking point. However, the port, amazingly, was never so devastated that it could not function. If Hull had taken the bombs intended for Liverpool in March, Merseyside received its full complement during the devastating May week, when it was raided for 7 successive nights, by the end of which the city had a depressed and sordid atmosphere, according to a Home Intelligence report. This is partly due to the blackness and the number of the very poor seen in the streets, and is enhanced by the Blitz debris. During those 7 nights, 2,315 tons of high-explosive bombs and 112,000 incendiaries fell on Merseyside. On the night of the 3rd to the 4th of May alone, 400 fires were burning. Again, the docks were the target, since they were key to Britain's wartime survival. Over 90% of war material came through Merseyside's 11 miles of quays, which were Britain's main link to the United States. On the 3rd of May, a burning barrage balloon tugged free of its moorings and came to rest on SS Mackerland, moored in Huskisson Dock, and packed to the gunwales with 1,000 tons of bombs. Despite frantic efforts to extinguish the fire, many of the bombs exploded, destroying the quay completely and damaging others, while parts of the ship's plating were hurled over a mile by the force of the explosions. Mill Road Infirmary was hit by a heavyweight high-explosive bomb, completely destroying 3 buildings and damaging others. Ambulances and other vehicles parked on the forecourt were consumed by fire. 17 members of the medical staff were killed, as were 15 ambulance drivers and 30 patients, although one, who was on the operating table in the basement at the time of the attack, was buried by debris, but was eventually dug out alive. On the 5th of May, an ammunition train parked in Clubmoor Sidings near Anfield received a direct hit. 10 LMS railwaymen struggled valiantly to contain the fires, and with ammunition exploding all around them, managed to decouple some of the rear coaches and push them to safety. One of the men, George Roberts, was awarded a George Medal for his bravery. St Luke's Church in the centre of Liverpool was gutted. Only a few retaining walls remained. It was never rebuilt and remains today a stark reminder of May Week. Several other churches were also destroyed, as were Liverpool's head post office, the Mersey Dock office, other historic buildings connected with the work of the port, the Corn Exchange, and the public library. The casualties were numbing. 1,453 were killed in Liverpool, 257 in Bootle, 28 in Birkenhead, and 3 in Wallasey. 1,065 were seriously injured in Liverpool, and the Civil Defence Services lost many of their personnel. 28 ARP wardens and WVS workers killed, and 14 seriously injured. 11 police killed and 51 injured. 27 first aid workers, ambulance drivers and stretcher bearers dead, and 6 injured, while the heavy and light rescue services lost 5 men and the same number seriously injured. However, the government, anxious not to alert the Germans to how devastating their raids on Merseyside were being, was even more careful than usual not to let such figures escape the scrutiny of the censor. Although the docks had been the target in Hitler's final attempt, as it turned out to be, though no one could be sure of this at the time, to disable Britain's capacity to wage war before preparing to veer east to attack Russia, as was usual, streets of small terraced houses ran alongside the docks, the homes of those who laboured in the port. The devastation of these was appalling. 6,500 houses were destroyed in Liverpool, 16,400 were seriously damaged, and 45,000 sustained slight damage. In Bootle, only 15% of the total housing stock was undamaged, and 25,000 people were made homeless. The number of those who lost their homes in the raids on Liverpool was 51,000. The local authorities in the area were alleged to be too easily satisfied with the provisions made and are inclined to ignore public opinion and be on the defensive and unwilling to discuss difficulties, concluded the intelligence report the Ministry of Home Security received. Cooperation between the ARP services and voluntary organisations broke down. Food supplies were limited, conditions in public shelters were indescribable, and evacuation, particularly of the elderly, was chaotic. Those who could fled into the surrounding countryside. On the 8th of May, when Bootle was attacked and 262 people were killed, all the main roads of the town were blocked, and a third of all shops were destroyed. Only one house in 10 was undamaged, leaving one person in every 4 homeless. To add to the misery, 11 of the town's 12 rest centres had been destroyed or rendered unusable. That night, almost half the population had trekked out of Bootle, and 10 days later, nearly a fifth were still going as far as 20 miles away to escape the bombs, though many returned each day to work. On the 10th of May, the last night of the raids, 50,000 trekkers left Merseyside by any means they could, by special trains and buses laid on for the purpose, a few by lorry, car or bicycle, many just by trudging along the roads. This weary column of the fearful and the dispossessed, a familiar feature of wars in all places and at all times, imposed an intolerable burden on nearby towns and villages, most of which were totally unprepared for the mass of dispirited and disorientated humanity that settled like an exhausted swarm on their inadequate facilities. Maghull, a small town a few miles north of Merseyside, had made arrangements to take 1,750 refugees. In the event, 6,000 arrived, almost the equal to the town's normal population of 8,000. They had to be put up in every school, church and village hall in the vicinity, and the wards of an empty hospital were opened to accommodate the overspill. Dreadful though they were, the number of casualties in May week would have been much higher if it had not been for the nightly exodus into the Wirral and as far away as North Wales. London had enjoyed 2 virtually raid-free months, but on the 8th of March 1941, 30,000 incendiaries fell on the capital. 3 railway termini were hit and rolling stock damaged. Buckingham Palace was hit again. This time the North Lodge was almost destroyed. Bart's Hospital near Smithfield Market was hit too. In the West End, 2 110-pound bombs fell near Leicester Square, damaging the Rialto Cinema and crashing down into what was advertised as the safest and gayest restaurant in town, 20 feet below the ground, the Café de Paris, where the phenomenally popular singer Ken Snakehips Johnson had just started to croon the second chorus of the 30s revival, "Oh Johnny, How You Can Love." One bomb failed to explode, but split open, spilling its contents on the floor. The other exploded in front of the stage, killing Johnson, a member of his band, and the cafe's head waiter, Charles. The room was packed, with a smart crowd of officers on leave and elegant women in evening dress sipping cocktails and enjoying the music. 30 of them were killed, and many more injured, including Betty, the daughter of the pre-war Conservative Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin. A dustman who happened to be passing wept at the sight of young men in uniform carrying out their dead girlfriends. Due to a communications mix-up, it took some ambulances over an hour to arrive at the incident, while the dead and injured lay among the rubble, twisted girders, shattered mirrors and chandeliers and matchsticks of furniture, all that was left of a nightclub that was reputed to have been constructed on the site of a bear-baiting pit and had the sinuous, elegant lines and chromium-plated decor of an ocean liner. Indeed, its design was ominously similar to that of the ill-fated Titanic, which had been built around the same time. Barbara Nixon described the Café de Paris raid as a gory incident and recounted how the melodramatic nature of the incident caught the fancy of reporters, and for 3 days the papers were full of the gallantries of expensive girls who had torn their expensive frocks into strips to make bandages. But the same week, another dance hall a mile to the east of us, in Finsbury, where Nixon was an ARP warden, was hit, and there were nearly 200 casualties. This time, there were only 10 shillings and sixpence frocks, and a few lines in the paper followed by, "It was feared there were several casualties." Local feeling was rather bitter. But there was one aspect of the melodramatic incident at the Café de Paris that the papers did not report. As the dead and injured lay among the debris, looters picked their way among them, easing rings from dead fingers, or reputedly, if that was not possible, cutting off the fingers with a penknife, denuding corpses of earrings and necklaces, shoving gold compacts and cigarette cases into their pockets. Looting was the largely unspoken, unacknowledged underside of the Blitz spirit, the fissure that crazed the pulling together to face a common enemy. And it was widespread. "I lost more through looting than by bomb damage," a London trader told the Daily Mirror in February 1941. Some looters were bomb chasers. When a raid was on, they would converge on a target area and smash shop windows as the bombs fell and official attention was distracted, the streets empty, with most people having taken shelter. The thieves' network would pass on information about houses damaged by bombs where rich pickings might be had. The Reverend John Markham in Walworth, South London, had learned that nothing helps the recovery of air raid victims more than the knowledge that their personal treasures were safe. The usual practice of those who took shelter was to put all their cash, saving certificates, items of jewellery, and personal papers such as birth and marriage certificates in their handbags, which they kept under the chair on which they were sitting or by their side if they were in bed. As soon as it was daylight, I used to take 2 of my wardens and tunnel through the mountains of rubble to find these handbags. We dared not leave them, even for a few hours, or they would be gone. After a particularly heavy raid on the 17th of April, the Reverend Markham borrowed a ladder belonging to one of his wardens, who was a window cleaner, to reach the top flat in a block round the corner from his rectory, since the staircase had been destroyed when a bomb fell on the building. We let down on ropes all the furniture and other fittings we could find. I can picture to this day a tin bath which we loaded with a complete dinner service, slowly and jerkily descending 3 floors on 2 ropes. We stored all we saved from this flat in the crypt, from which Mr. and Mrs. Marsh were able to recover it when they came out of hospital. That made a lot of difference. If we had waited another day, it would have been looted. A few days later, a family of another of the blasted flats came to collect their furniture and found that a piano had been taken from an upstairs flat. 2 other relatives came to ask me whether they could enter their old mother's flat in Merrow Street, which had been blasted and made unsafe, and I took them there and found all her trinkets, including her son's First World War medals, were gone. In fact, the very morning of the raid, the borough treasurer's men came to empty the gas and electricity meters in the blasted flats, only to find that every one had been broken into and rifled. That was less than 6 hours after the bomb exploded. A rather more macabre side to looting is illustrated by another precaution that I had to take when I recovered dead bodies. As soon as we found them, I had to put them in an empty room under the guard of 2 wardens until the stretcher party could remove them to the mortuary. Otherwise, their clothes would be rifled, there in the midst of the darkness and dust and falling bombs. It was a good thing I was not armed with a pistol or a gun. A more comic side of looting was shown the same night. I arrived at the scene of the explosion within a couple of minutes of hearing it. I quickly found the body of one of my fire watchers lying in the rubble. Then I found his wife, shouting and swearing her head off. "Some bleeder," she cried, "has nicked a couple of pounds of bacon I had in my meat safe." It transpired that the said meat safe was sitting on top of the rubble of the block in which she had occupied a top flat. I do not think that she knew that her husband's dead body lay a few yards away. Shock can play funny tricks with people. Others without a conscientious warden, like the Reverend Markham, alert to his parishioners' every need, might return home after a raid to find that all that remained was destruction, rubble, broken glass, smashed furniture, gas and electricity meters broken open, everything of value cleaned out. The mansion block in West Hampstead, where Gladys Cox and her husband Ralph lived, was bombed in October 1940. When they went back the following morning, we wandered from room to room, our feet squelching in the saturated carpets. I found that my silver cigarette lighter had disappeared from its drawer. Under my bed, my trinket box was lying open, its contents scattered over the wet carpet. It had been taken out of my dressing table drawers, which had been forced, and everything of the least value taken. Ralph's room had been ransacked, and most of his underclothing, as well as a gold watch, taken. All the work of looters. In September 1940, there were 539 cases of looting reported in London alone. The figure rose to 1,662 in October and 1,463 in November, and there was talk of appointing a director of anti-looting. The appalled Lord Mayor of London urged that notices should be posted warning that the legislature has provided that those found guilty of looting from premises damaged or vacated by reasons of attacks by the enemy are, on conviction, liable to suffer death or penal servitude for life. Thus, the law puts looters into the category of murderers, and the day may well be approaching when they will be treated as such. They never were, though in Germany looters were routinely shot. The maximum penalty a magistrate could impose was 3 months' imprisonment, or remitting the case to a higher court, where sentences could be exemplary. After raids in Sheffield in December 1940, the Assize Court had to sit for a full 2 days to hear cases of looting. The presiding judge pronounced, "When a great city is attacked by bombs on a heavy scale, numbers of houses and their contents are left exposed and deprived of their natural defences. Necessarily, these are the homes of comparatively poor people, since they are by far the most numerous. The task of guarding shattered houses from prowling thieves, especially during the blackout, is obviously beyond the capacity of any police force." While this was said in Sheffield, regrettably it could have applied anywhere. Liverpool, Glasgow, Birmingham, London, where on the night of the 10th to the 11th of May, raid thieves stole the great bells of the bombed St Mary's Church near Elephant and Castle, to the deep distress of its vicar, the Reverend Christopher Vesey, and his wife Joan. That same night, the American journalist Larry Rue, in London for the isolationist paper The Chicago Tribune, filed a story that would appear under the headline, "Air Raid Blitzkrieg Breeds Crime, London Learns." It reported the comments of the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir Philip Game, that juvenile crime was on the increase, accounting for 48% of all arrests, and that there had been 4,584 cases of looting since the start of the Blitz. For Game, the most distressing feature was the number of cases in which various members of the public services abused what is in fact a position of trust. When the figures of prosecutions for looting in England and Wales were finally released in 1947, it was revealed that in 1940 there had been 701, including 46 women, and in 1941 the total had been 2,763, including 163 women. Clearly, the police did not have the resources to investigate or prosecute anything like the number of cases reported. The Blitz, like the blackout, provided cover for all sorts of nefarious activities. In one case, a murder was attempted to be passed off as death in an air raid. Pickpocketing, protection rackets, racketeers charging fabulous sums for reserving a place in a shelter or the tube, or to store bedding, inspectors carrying notebooks who would strip out anything of value from normally locked shelters, including such things as ventilation pipes or escape hatches, the absence of which could render them lethal. People made false claims for the loss of ration books or ID cards, or said they had been bombed out when they hadn't. A Wandsworth man claimed to have been bombed out 19 times in 5 months before the authorities realised his game, and he was sent to prison for 3 years in February 1941. The sheer overburdening of bureaucracy during the Blitz meant that legitimate claimants for damage to property could wait for months for their claims for repairs to be processed. In the meantime, many of them had to live in intolerable conditions, unable to afford to pay a builder to do the work. Loan sharks took advantage of this, offering to advance money to desperate householders at exorbitant rates of interest. Damaged, unprotected houses were often cannibalised for their fixtures and fittings, sometimes by local authorities, which in seeking to repair one house might strip another. Many looters were petty criminals in peacetime, who found that the Blitz provided them with unprecedented opportunities as previously inaccessible premises suddenly spilt forth bounty. Others were simply opportunistic, in the right place at the right time, pouncing when they saw watches, jewellery, silverware, radios, cartons of cigarettes spilling out from the windows of a Blitz shop onto the pavement. Previously honest citizens impetuously yielded to temptation in these times of stress and chaos, picking up what could seem like discarded goods. Many were children or young people, scrounging in urban wastelands. New Scotland Yard reckoned that 50% of looters were under 21, and many were a good deal younger than that. One 7-year-old boy was described in the Daily Mirror as a looting ringleader and a menace to the community. Such young offenders were dealt with severely, often being sentenced to several strokes of the birch. Glass shattering sounded the same, whether caused by a bomb blast or a hurled brick. The noise of the AA guns blotted out sounds of illegal entry or demolition. Sometimes ARP wardens, firemen or members of demolition squads and rescue parties would succumb to the temptation to plunder. In 1941, 33 Royal Engineers, including NCOs, sent to clear up bomb sites, appeared at the Old Bailey wearing battle dress, charged with stealing over 9 tons of lead. 4 were acquitted, but the rest went to prison, including the 63-year-old Fence. In May that year, the Metropolitan Police claimed that out of a sample of 228 men prosecuted for looting, 96 held official positions. At one point, a despairing magistrate expostulated, "I'm beginning to wonder if there is an honest demolition worker in London," though that was clearly not the case, and the Home Secretary admitted that no inquiries were made into the background of those employed to carry out such duties. To ensure that there were no misunderstandings, one part-time ARP warden in central London claimed that the 130 pairs of ladies' gloves, 214 towels, 17 bottles of hair lotion, 2 fur coats and a fur collar he had managed to accumulate were tips. It was made clear to all involved that they were not allowed to accept gifts from grateful victims. These must be handed to the incident officer or a senior police officer at the scene. In July 1941, Mass Observation reported on a demolition squad where the childhood ethos finders-keepers seemed to be the norm, with the men taking anything they came across that was useful and portable. The foreman, however, was outraged. "They're not doing anything to help their country. They're fucking hindrance. I'm no angel myself, but I'm not having that going on." On finding a handbag with an empty purse in a bomb building, he exploded, "It's the funniest bloody bomb I ever come across. I've been all through the last war and I done several jobs like this, but I never come across a bomb like this. It's blown every bag open and knocked the money out of the gas meters, yet it didn't break a single light bulb in the basement." The big boys, the career criminals, usually eschewed such chancy pickings. They preferred to identify houses that had been closed up for the duration, the owners evacuating to a safer berth, and organised comprehensive raids, taking a pantechnicon and loading up the entire contents of a home, unchallenged since there were so many moves, so much coming and going in wartime. When the owners returned, all they would find would be curtains flapping in the wind and maybe pools of water on the floor, since the lead had been stripped from the roof. Dover had been largely evacuated in the summer of 1940, when an invasion looked imminent. When the residents were allowed to return in 1942, most found their homes stripped bare of anything remotely portable. In Cardiff, the regional officer of the War Damage Commission reported that the evil is at its height immediately after a blitz, but it continues until there is little left that is worth removing. Even fruit trees in gardens are uprooted and stolen. Baths, fireplaces, copper tanks, whole staircases, etc. are removed undamaged, which demands a certain amount of skill. It is evident that the looting, as distinct from willful damage, is not the work of irresponsible youths. How the culprits succeed in carting the articles away without being detected is a mystery to me. In Ninian Park Road, Cardiff, the new work is disappearing as fast as it can be reinstated by the corporation, who appear quite helpless in the matter, despite the vigilance of the police. It was the fear of looting, as much as anything, that made many people unwilling to leave their blitzed homes, and an urgent priority for local authorities was to provide secure storage for furniture and effects so their owners could decamp with confidence. This was another charge laid on their overstretched resources, which many signally failed to fulfill. Looting is a particularly invidious and mean-spirited crime, taking advantage of the adversity of others, making someone's recovery from a traumatic incident so much harder. Penalties were often harshly exemplary, particularly if a person employed to help abused his authority. Several Portsmouth policemen who had been posted to guard bombed premises in Southsea in the autumn of 1940 looted them instead, taking a fur coat and cape, among other things. Each was sentenced to 10 years behind bars. In October 1940, 6 London auxiliary firemen were accused of looting. In pronouncing sentence, the judge chided, "Each of you was sent to trade premises for the purpose of extinguishing or of dampening down such parts of the debris that were still smouldering. While so engaged, all of you seized the opportunity of stealing such stock on the premises which you could conveniently carry in your water buckets or by hand, and of hiding the stolen property in the motor vehicle entrusted to you for carrying yourselves, your hoses, and other fire gear. As a deterrent to others, the sentences must be severe. You have disgraced the uniform you wear, and have failed to carry on the great tradition of the London Fire Brigade, which has won the respect and admiration of all." He sentenced each of the men to 5 years in prison. If anything, the press was even harsher than the law. Daily Mirror headlines urged, "Hang a looter and stop this filthy crime," twice in November 1940. The Sunday Dispatch weighed in with "Forward the gallows" in the same month, and the Observer talked about the dregs of society. However, the definition of the crime could be cruelly rigid. There could be a thin line between looting and salvage, and many accused pleaded, with some justification, that the goods they pocketed were damaged and would go to waste if left, which in times of chronic shortage seemed profligate. There are stories of ARP wardens prosecuted for filling their pockets with a few lumps of coal, a couple of battered tins of soup, or an orange that no one would ever claim. A Bristol man was sentenced to 4 months' imprisonment with hard labour in May 1941 for stealing sugar from a bombed house. He claimed that it was being trampled underfoot. An auxiliary fireman was made an example of by being sent to prison for 5 years for filling 2 buckets with food, though his sentence was quashed on appeal. A seaman whose ship had been torpedoed and who had spent 20 hours in an open boat, which was then machine-gunned, was prosecuted for stealing a bottle of cough mixture and a jar of hair cream. Leonard Watson, in charge of a heavy rescue squad digging for victims or their remains after a pub was hit, found a quarter bottle of gin among the debris and passed it round his fellow workers to strengthen their sinews for the laborious and gruesome task. He was jailed for this crime. As Liverpool would suffer its devastating May week, earlier newspaper headlines had read, "The big Blitz back again in the capital." On the 15th of March, it was the turn of southeast London. 30 boroughs were carpeted with 100 tons of high-explosive bombs and 16,000 incendiaries. The docks were damaged, as were 3 hospitals, shops, offices and houses. In Southgate, on the northern edge of London, 42 civilians were killed in a single incident. A raid on the 19th of March devastated a large area, with 500 planes dropping 470 tons of high-explosive bombs, 122,000 incendiaries, plus a large number of parachute bombs, which caused widespread damage. "All clear, didn't sound till 5:30 this morning. The longest alert this year so far," noted Anthony Heap. The next day, on his route to pay ARP wardens' wages, Heap saw the damage caused by a landmine which fell in the centre of a block of buildings near the corner of York Way and Hungerford Road in North London. "In order to pay some of the stretcher men digging for bodies there, I was able to go right to the thick of it and see the whole works. Not a building in the entire block was left standing. It was just a gigantic pile of debris, surrounded by jagged shells of shattered walls. Every window and shop front in many streets was blasted out. The total casualties were unknown, but likely to prove heavy. These landmines are the very devil." The mines razed whole streets in the East End too, in Poplar, Stepney and West Ham. Several of the bombs that fell that night were the massive SC 2500s known as Maxes, weighing 5,500 pounds. The destruction was fearful. A public shelter in Poplar was hit, killing 44 of the occupants. Other public shelters were bombed, as were 9 hospitals, and bombs fell in an arc from Bromley in Kent to Leighton in East London. 2,000 fires burned. The utility services and transport systems were severely disrupted. Then came a lull, or as Anthony Heap, who was chuckling wryly at the latest rationing joke, cheese to be 1 ounce per person per week from the beginning of May, put it. There is this to be said for the Germans' particular tactics. They do spread the Blitz fairly over the country and give the provinces their due share, instead of concentrating solely on London as they did at first. The effect is that we now have time to digest our weekly dose before being served up with another. When the next dose was administered, on the night of the 16th to the 17th of April, it came with unprecedented ferocity. "About the worst Blitz we've yet experienced," broke over London after 9 p.m. last night, and lasted a good 7 hours. It took us right back to last September, though neither then nor since has there been anything to match the raid for non-stop intensity, wrote Heap, of a night that would become known in its awfulness simply as the Wednesday. On that evening, Harold Nicholson dined with Sybil Colfax, the socialite interior decorator who during the Blitz held ordinaries, dinner parties at the Dorchester Hotel, at which guests paid for themselves, and ran a canteen in Belgravia. Walking back to the Ministry of Information, where he sometimes slept since there was no transport, Nicholson noted, "There is a hot Blitz on. To the south, round about Westminster, there is a gale of fire, as red as an Egyptian dawn. To the north, there is another fire, which I subsequently see at close quarters. The stump of the spire of Langham Place Church is outlined against pink smoke. I walk under the guns and flares and the droning of the planes. I fall over a brick and break my glasses. I limp into the ministry to be told that we have sunk a large convoy between Sicily and Tripoli. This is the news we wanted." But 5 days later he would write, "We are evacuating from Greece. The Americans will take this badly, and there is a wave of defeatism sweeping the continent." Less than half a mile from Senate House, where the Ministry of Information was located, Anthony Heap found that the basement shelter of the Friends Meeting House in Euston Road was packed by 9:30 p.m, and though we turned in as usual, the incessant drone of relays of planes flying overhead, there recurred at least one a minute, the continued gunfire and the frequent explosion of bombs in the near vicinity all made sleep impossible. Finally, when somewhere around 3 a.m, a bomb hit the other end of the friend's house itself, penetrated 2 floors and shook the building from the top to the bottom, we all got up and dressed and kept on the QV until the all-clear sounded around 4:45. Heap immediately went out to look around, and in the course of an hour's walk witnessed the following fires still raging. The whole of Maple's furniture store main building between Tottenham Court Road and Gower Street, by far the largest and most destructive of the lot. The Hotel Russell, Hebrand Street School, the Express Dairy head offices in Tavistock Place, the south wing of University College, and a number of houses further along Gower Street, a factory and a block of flats in Cheney Street, one side of the Embassy Cinema in Torrington Place, a block of buildings on the south side of Oxford Street, Fleming's Restaurant in Oxford Street, and a road crater by Waring's further up, and 1 or 2 minor fires off Charlotte Street. So numerous, in fact, were the fires that there couldn't have been sufficient firemen to cope with them, and some were burning away and spreading unattended. Dawn had broken by the time I got back to the shelter for a final hour's courting of sleep. Courting was all it came to. June Spencer, a young ambulance driver who lodged in Chain Walk, Chelsea, had been out to dinner that night. After leaving the ARP wine cellar of a Spanish restaurant in Soho, she emerged to find Piccadilly blazing, to the 400, a nightclub in Leicester Square, to dance for 2 hours. Bad news of Chelsea. Impossible to find a taxi driver, so we walked. I was wearing a long pink and black tulle dress. Fires were raging all around. Very heavy bombing. We threw ourselves to the pavement a few times. Got a lift from Cadogan Square. Incendiary bombs all down the King's Road. Got to the ambulance station opposite the old church. It was quite flat, and most of Chain Walk too. Glass in windows, puffed out as you looked at them. One huge sheet of glass from the garage roof moved in the moonlight. Sydney pulled it, and from underneath rose a very tall policeman with a long beard, the painter Stanley Grimm, a special constable. Very drunk. He said he had no legs. To reassure him he was standing on them, I pulled up his trousers. In his relief, he danced down the street holding Sydney's hand. Back to 97. Windows out and many holes, but all was well. Changed. Out again. Amazing sight. Brilliant moon. Blazing wreckage. Glass. Glass everywhere. Ambulances and cars with flat tyres. Had to carry dog home. 9 Chelsea pensioners, one of them 101 years old, were killed when a bomb hit the Royal Hospital. And at Lambeth Palace, 4 HE bombs exploded. The 4th exposed a grave dating from over 100 years ago and hurled bits of corpse, still not fully decomposed, all over the place. The head landed on the roof of the church and the stench was terrible. The coffin, with an inner lead casing, must have been airtight. A horrible thought. The sooner cremation becomes universal, the better, wrote the Reverend Alan Donn. Theodora Fitzgibbon, an artist model and aspiring actress, was living with the painter Peter Rose Pullum in King's Mansions, Lawrence Street in Chelsea. The couple were in bed when there was a thud, as if a gigantic sack of coal had been dropped, making the room shudder. Almost immediately another thud, and a tremendous explosion. The window blew in, and a dense cloud of greenish dust moved slowly through a gaping hole, forming the shape of a weird monster. Peter flung himself on top of me on the bed, his eyes wide and dark with fear. His face and lips pressed onto mine, tasted gritty. Dear pussy, dear pussy. There was a noise like exceptionally heavy rain, and his weight became almost unbearable. The bedside light was still on. The clock said 1:25. All the furniture had moved, not far, it had just moved round about a foot, except for the chair with my clothes on, which was under the window. There was no sign of that. I could move only my head, for the bed was covered with lumps of plaster, broken glass, wood, and what looked like small stones. "I'm all right, darling, I think. But what's happened? There were all those thuds. It didn't sound like a bomb." "Well, if it wasn't a bomb, I don't know what has brought the ceiling and walls down. You're right, though. It wasn't the usual long shriek." Through the open window came the sound of excited voices. I turned my head to look out and saw leaping flames quite nearby. "I can see fires. That's not unusual." "But it is. Normally I can see the church tower." He framed his face in his hands and peered through the fog-like dust. "I can't see the church either. I think it's gone. There are fires everywhere. I must get you out, Pussy." The stone staircase was littered with debris. "Some of the banisters have gone. Go slowly. Sit down if necessary, and come down that way." We slid down, slithering on our bottoms like children. In the streets were the occupants from the lower floors, wardens, ambulances, nurses, firemen and police, all lit by torchlight, the wardens with their log sheets hanging round their necks. Someone tried to herd me into an ambulance, but I pulled away, and Peter and I went into the Cross Keys, which was wide open, the door and one wall blown into the bar. The elderly couple who ran it, never known for their generosity, were sitting down sipping brandy, covered in white plaster, looking dazed and very, very old, amongst the people gathered there. A local resident was in charge and gave us all a drink. "The old church is gone." This was repeated frequently. That they were alive seemed incomprehensible. We soon left and went towards the remains of Chelsea Old Church. That rare thing, a church which no restorer had ever spoiled, mourned the Architectural Review, to see if we could help. The nurses' home of the Chain Hospital for Children had the top floor blown off. A neat nurse's bedroom, the ceiling light still shining, looked like a stage set. A warden perilously climbed up the staircase and switched it off, although there was a flaming gas main burning round the corner, which floodlit the entire area. The church was nothing but an immense heap of timber and stone, flames licking through it. A large vaulted tomb with a stone urn on top rose up undamaged at the front. The new Café Lombard and all the large and small houses at the end of Old Church Street had been flung together into a giant mountain of shale-like destruction, all lit by fires and the gas main. Under that fantastic mountain were people, some still alive. Heavy stones were flung aside like pebbles. The local grocer of the street, Mr. Cremonese, put his hand down through the space and felt warm flesh. A naked, unhurt woman was pulled up. An old lady appeared, staggering from the far side of the mountain, having been flung at least 30 yards and then covered with glass, wood and bricks, from which she had extricated herself. She seemed unhurt. A curious rattling sound, like a time bomb, made us cautious. A battered tin was moving on a stick. Below, a young woman had forced it through the bricks to attract attention. She was rescued by a war reserve policeman. A 16-year-old girl, pinned, only her head showing, talked to a rescue worker. She was freed, but died several hours later. Young and old brought buckets of water to supply stirrup pumps to douse fires. The dust was like a great fog. Charred papers and smouldering wood choked the helpers. Still the raid continued with whining bombs, cracking, thudding guns, droning aeroplanes, both German and our own night fighters. Huge chandeliers of flares hanging in the sky like Roman candles illuminated the bombers' targets. Our hands were cut and bleeding. Several wardens, police and onlookers were talking together on the embankment. 2 landmines had been parachuted down on the church, which is why the usual whining sound was absent. All the fire watchers at my post had been killed, except Arthur Mallet. The next day, in borrowed clothes, Fitzgibbon struggled into work half an hour late. No one was interested in my bomb story. They had become like fishermen's tales. I was the one who got away. When she went home that night, Pullum greeted her with the words, "Not a flat any longer, Pussy. A bed-sitting room. There's nobody else in the whole block but ourselves." The artist, Francis Favale, who was working in a first aid post in Chelsea, found it was almost impossible to sketch anywhere, and absolutely forbidden to make drawings of bomb-damaged buildings without a Ministry of Works permit. Every drawing had to be passed by them and was stamped on the back as having been permitted, but not for reproduction. After Rex Whistler had told me to apply for such a permit, I did do some drawings of blitzed houses in Chelsea. Favale was scornful of suggestions that April's heavy raids were in retaliation for the concentrated British bombing of Germany. In her view, they were retribution for Roosevelt's announcement of the Lend-Lease scheme for Britain, which would come into effect in June. On the 18th of April, Favale's own house was hit. 1 in a million. And the feeling I was conscious of was furious anger. It was our worst night yet, and when news came that the old church, where Favale had attended the day of national prayer ordered by the King on the 23rd of March 1941, had gone, it seemed the climax to the mounting horrors. "It's a pile of dust," one of the stretcher-bearers said. "The whole of that bit, all Pettit Place, seems to have disappeared, and the fire watchers with it," including a 17-year-old boy home for the school holidays. Yvonne Green, a 30-year-old Canadian woman, newly married to a Canadian Army officer, lived in Old Church Street, Chelsea, and was a part-time auxiliary fire service driver. On the 15th of April, she and her husband dug for victory in the garden, as she wrote to her mother. "I have carrots, beets, onions, which were in very short supply, since before the war most had been imported from the Netherlands, Brittany or the Channel Islands, lettuce and tomatoes perhaps." The next day, although she was not on duty, Mrs. Green went along to the warden's post in Pettit Place to see if she could help. She was one of the 6 killed in the Wednesday's raid. Her clothing was torn to shreds. The following remains only, recorded her death certificate: 1 AFS tunic and slacks, 1 man's blue sock, 1 portion white vest, 1 tank core brooch, pink brassiere, part of red belt, 1 lipstick, 1 lighter, 1 wallet, 1 identity card, driving licence, AFS card, 6 stamps at 2 halfpenny. The cause of death was given as bomb blast, and Yvonne Marie Green was deemed to have been buried by council. Across the river from Chelsea, the Battersea house in which Doris Pearce lived with her parents, sister and brother was also hit. Her brother Jim had been badly hurt and was taken to hospital. The rest of the family had been dug out from the rubble, and though cut, bruised and shaken, were not badly injured. But taking stock of the situation, we all came to the conclusion that we had lost everything apart from a few items in the front room. We had no clothes, beds, kitchenware, furnishings or personal belongings. It was as if we had never been. Dad looked white and haggard and didn't seem to be able to say anything coherent but "bloody hell" again and again. But it was Mum who was most affected. She stood with tears in her eyes, looking at the shattered remnants of 20 years of marriage. All her hard work and sacrifices over the years had ended in a flash. For the first time in our lives, we had to comfort her instead of the other way around. We had to be optimistic, Daphne and I, and assure her that we could get another home together. This wasn't the end. We would fight back. There were all the usual words said to bolster ourselves, but they were really empty words without substance. We had reached rock bottom and were frightened. We had been bombed by day and night, and in spite of everything had managed our daily lives and achieved a sort of routine. We had come through a number of hazards and believed ourselves invincible. But we weren't. The worst had happened. Could we really pick ourselves up? Had we still enough energy to cope with what was to come? I had always been optimistic, but the events of that night had drained the optimism all away. I could only dwell on the fact that what had happened once could easily happen again. Our reveries were interrupted by a neighbour's daughter. On hearing that Daphne and I hadn't a coat between us, Jessie offered to find us something from her own clothes. We assured her it would only be a temporary loan, but the next day we would have an allocation of money from the council to buy essential clothing. Jessie was a lot thinner than us, so inevitably things didn't fit very well. But she did her best. There was an oatmeal-coloured cardigan for Daphne, and a full-length lilac-coloured coat for me. It was too small to do up, but it went perfectly well with my mauve footwear, a pair of bedroom slippers with Cuban heels and matching silk bows that she had been issued with from the emergency supply at her local rest centre. Doris worked at the Army and Navy stores in Victoria Street, and the next morning she and her sister set off to inform the shop that Doris would need a few days off to sort her life out. We caught the train to Victoria, and on the way there was plenty of evidence of the ferocity of the night's air raid, but there were no diversions, and we alighted at our stop. Walking along classy Victoria Street, I suddenly felt conscious of our appearance. Daphne in her grubby plimsolls, also a rest centre issue, and too small cardigan. Me in my fancy slippers, too small coat, and both of us with grey, dusty hair because we hadn't been able to have a bath and hair wash yet, as the water and gas was still dodgy. Strangely, we didn't get many odd looks. I suppose in wartime London, the unusual wasn't unusual anymore. In the normal course of events, I would never draw attention to myself, but I think I felt a certain pride that we had risen from the ashes, so to speak, and had survived our baptism of fire. Seeing the well-heeled shoppers of Victoria and feeling the warmth of the spring sun, I found my natural optimism beginning to surface. Things could only get better now. For several days after the raid, Anthony Heap roamed around London looking at the devastation, the high explosive wreckage around the BMA, British Medical Association building in Woburn Place, St Pancras Square, where a landmine demolished the entire block of flats and shattered all the surrounding houses with heavy casualties. This was one of the worst incidents the borough had, with 77 killed and 52 wounded out of a total of 200 shelterers. The first aid post at the back of St Pancras Hospital, some schools at the foot of Haverstock Hill, a landmine between Gray's Inn Road and King's Cross. The West End is in a sorry state. Among the buildings completely written off, the Shaftesbury Theatre and the block of tenements opposite, Stone's Chop House in Panton Street, Buzzards in Oxford Street. Slightly damaged was Selfridge's and Peter Robinson's. This is the fourth time PR's windows mid-frontage has been blown in. Big slabs of Oxford Street were damaged beyond repair on both sides. Any number of thoroughfares blocked with debris, and the air was thick with dust and smoke, and the smell of smouldering ruins. By Friday the 18th of April, the ruins of the Bourne Estate and Gray's Inn, which were laid waste, were still smouldering. The City Temple and St Andrew's, a Wren church, behind it were completely burnt out. So were several shops and buildings in Leather Lane, High Holborn, Gray's Inn Road and Red Lion Street. Such was but a fraction of the total havoc wrought on London during this one night of the Blitz, which the press and radio both here and in Germany agree to have been the worst we've had so far. In the 8.5 hours that the raid lasted, German bombers had made a total of 685 sorties, some planes making the return shuttle to France 3 times that night. 890 tons of bombs were dropped, including 151,230 incendiaries. Bombs fell indiscriminately from Maidstone to Grimsby, Yarmouth and Bury St Edmunds to Exeter, Margate and Wallingham in Surrey, where 7 people died. But it was London that suffered the worst. Most of the capital was affected, from the docks along the Thames, Holborn, where Heap peregrinated, the West End, and out to the suburbs. Bomb damage was recorded in 66 of the 101 boroughs covered by the London Civil Defence region, and over 2,250 fires burned, of which 50 were classified as major. The South Metropolitan Gas Works at Rotherhithe exploded. The granaries opposite the Tower of London were on fire, and air raid shelters in Holborn, Camberwell, Ealing, Lambeth and Leicester Square were hit with heavy casualties. The Houses of Parliament were damaged, as were the Admiralty and the Law Courts. St Paul's Cathedral received a direct hit, but once more the symbol of London's fortitude survived. The jazz singer and crooner Al Bowley, who had had such success in the 1930s with Lou Stone's band at the Monsignor restaurant with hits like Blue Moon and My Melancholy Baby, had been trying to revive his career in Britain after his return from America by playing out-of-town engagements. On the 16th of April, he had been singing at High Wycombe, but declining an invitation to stay the night, returned to his flat off Duke Street near Selfridges and was reading in bed when a bomb hit the block. The force of the explosion threw Bowley's bedroom door across the room, hitting him on the head and killing him. The last song he had recorded was "When That Man Is Dead and Gone." 2 fire watchers on the Reverend John Markham's patrol were killed when a large bomb fell on a block of flats at Elephant and Castle and damaged another nearby. The next morning, Markham consulted his list of occupants and reckoned that 2 people were still unaccounted for. Most of the rescue parties had withdrawn, convinced that they had done their job, but the vicar persisted. We called and listened by a heap of bricks and mortar. Then we heard what sounded like the faint mewing of a cat. I told the one remaining rescue squad to dig, and very soon we found 2 girls, one dead, under the remains of a kitchen table where she had sheltered, the other still alive, sitting in the remains of an armchair nearby. She was the source of the faint sound, which was all she could make when she regained consciousness 6 hours later. Her throat and lungs were choked with white mortar dust, which still remains in my memory as one of the most vivid sensations of all the bombing. It had an acrid, damp sort of smell. She was rushed to hospital, where she recovered quite quickly from a broken arm and severe bruising. I do not think that she ever knew how close we had been to leaving the site that April morning, before we heard that faint mewing sound. "London looks bleary-eyed and disfigured," wrote John Colville the next morning. "There is a great gash in the Admiralty. St. Peter's Eaton Square has been hit. The popular vicar Austin Thompson, who had gone out onto the steps to urge people to shelter in his solid brick church, was killed there by a bomb. Chelsea Old Church, famous from Whistler's painting, is demolished. Jermyn Street is wrecked. Mayfair has suffered badly." James Leese-Milne had been caught out in the raid and had spent the night sheltering in the Piccadilly Hotel, which was hit by a bomb. When he emerged into the street as dawn broke, Piccadilly resembled a giant skeleton asleep upon an ice floe. The eye sockets of the houses looked reproachfully at the dawn. Like lids, torn blinds and curtains fluttered from every window. The brows of the windows and portals were wrenched and plucked. On pavements and street, a film of broken glass crunched under the feet, like the jagged crystals of lush icicles. One had to take care they did not clamber over the edge of one's shoes. The contents of shop windows were strewn over the pavements among the broken glass. Silk shirts and brocaded dressing gowns fluttered upon area railings. The showcases of a jeweller's window had sprinkled trayloads of gold watches and bracelets as far as the curb of the street. I stooped to pick up a handful of diamonds and emeralds and chuck them back into the shop before they got trodden on or looted. The sky had the gunmetal solidity of sky before a snowstorm. Cinders showered upon our hair, faces and clothes. On all sides, columns of smoke sprang from raging fires, the glint of whose flames could be seen above the rooftops, trembling upon chimney stacks and burnishing the dull surface of the sky. I wished to see all the damage there might be, to be saddened and maddened thereby. We could not walk up Piccadilly, because a stick of bombs, having fallen from the 50-shilling tailors to St. James's Church, had penetrated a gas main. Tongues of flame were belching from craters in the road. We could not walk down Jermyn Street, which was blocked by rubble from collapsed houses. Here I noticed a stripped, torn trunk of a man on the pavement. Further on I picked up what looked like the mottled spread leaf of a plane tree. It was a detached hand, with a signet ring on the little finger. For the flaneur Charles Graves, London is definitely an unedifying spectacle. The annoying part is that we claim to have destroyed only 5 bombers out of the hundreds that came over last night. Fortnum and Mason's have been blitzed. Jermyn Street is a shambles. Walked along Piccadilly with further bomb craters en route into Leicester Square, where the whole of the northeast corner has disappeared, including the Café Anglais and Jack Bloomfield's pub. I hope Jack was not there. The Cockney has a marvellously morbid sense of humour. Thousands of people were taking a Roman holiday, looking at the devastation. We walked onto the Strand. Traffic, even pedestrians, were diverted. Farringdon Street and Clerkenwell Road were blitzed. It might have been unnecessary to destroy the one remaining tower of the Crystal Palace. The rest had been destroyed by fire in 1936, but there was fear that the radio tower might be a landmark for the bombers, which happened yesterday because the Germans would probably have done it last night. The Germans have reported that it was in revenge for our bombing the centre of Berlin last Wednesday. They claim that it was the largest force of bombers ever sent over London. I'm glad to think so. I should hate to imagine that it had been done by a small force of bombers. Injured people were taken into the Ministry of Information, where 3 of them died. So the MOI has been really useful in a direct way. Wherever one goes, from pubs to clubs and back again to clubs, pubs and offices, there is further news of the raid last night. Streatham, Brixton, the Old Kent Road have all caught it badly. Old grey London sprawls so much that she can conceal her wounds very adequately. Walked home by a different route this morning. There are shocking sights in Holborn and Bloomsbury. They're still dampening down the burning ruins of Gerrard Street, which is cordoned off. In Portland Place, whole blocks of flats have been shattered. Marylebone, where Graves lived, touch wood and don't look round, is largely undamaged. Went on a Home Guard parade, but only 6 people turned up for street fighting, so we paraded at the Stag's Head and had a drink. On the Wednesday, 1,180 people were killed, including many ARP workers, and 2,230 were seriously injured. The Saturday, 3 days later, was the heaviest attack of the war on Britain so far. Again, it was London that was the primary target, though there were widespread attacks throughout the home counties. There was no deadly bomber's moon that night, but low cloud, mist, and intermittent rain, though this proved little deterrent. More than 1,000 tons of high explosives were dropped between 9:15 p.m. and 4:15 a.m. on the night of the 19th to the 20th of April, the most ever in a single night's raid, plus 153,096 incendiaries. This time areas along the Thames from Tower Bridge downstream to the docks in the east took the brunt. The Royal Victoria docks were once again consumed by fire, as were the East and West India docks, the granaries at Millwall docks, and the streets around Greenwich Power Station. The Royal Naval College was hit, and so were St Peter's Hospital, Stepney, and innumerable houses and tenements. East Ham was heavily bombed, with whole terraces of houses being razed. In Nuttall Street, Shoreditch, 3 blocks of LCC flats and an underground shelter were destroyed. 46 people were listed as killed, and another 46 were missing. The toll mounted. Across the country, a total of 6,065 civilians were killed in April 1941. The sense of material loss was palpable too. Cityscapes were reconfigured, familiar landmarks erased. People felt disorientated as they wandered through streets that had been familiar to them all their lives, unsure of what a jagged wall, a heap of bricks represented. The sound of glass being swept up, of crashing masonry as unsafe buildings were dynamited, became the sombre symphony of those late spring days, as dust hung like an ochre pall in the air. Piles of rubble lay everywhere, despite the Herculean efforts of the energetic Mandarin Sir Warren Fisher, formerly head of the Civil Service, but since September 1940, the Special Commissioner for the London region, in charge of the restoration of bomb-damaged roads and public utilities, the demolition of unsafe buildings, and the salvage of valuable materials such as timber, metals, bricks and hardcore. Fisher, an impatient man with a tendency to fall out with everyone, was determined to organise the clearing up of Blitz rubble as soon as possible, since he thought there was nothing worse for morale than to have this debris untouched for everyone to see. 5,000 Pioneer Corps soldiers had been drafted in to help with clearance work in mid-October 1940. They were joined by a large workforce of the unemployed, and by early December this force had been swelled by a further 8,000 troops, many skilled engineers. A number of Indians from the Punjab, specialists in railway construction, arrived to assist in getting vital transport links operational again as soon as possible. Transport was frequently disrupted, with diversions to avoid UXBs and bomb craters. In any case, as Anthony Heap wrote, travelling by bus these days isn't what it used to be. From most of them, the windows have been rendered opaque by green gauze material spread thereon to prevent flying glass and dim the lights at night. Heap had never realised what an innocent pleasure one used to derive, and still can on some, from looking out of bus windows. Just another case of not appreciating anything until deprived of it. Bricks and rubble were carted away to be used in the building of runways, some sent to the United States in ships that had carried food and supplies across the Atlantic as part of the Lend-Lease arrangements. Whatever might be useful in rebuilding, timber, bricks, girders, was stored. Everything else was burned. Since it was spring, nature, abhorring a vacuum, crept into the crevices of distraction. Soon willow herb, buddleia, conch grass, brambles and weeds pushed through the cracks, reclaiming the bomb sites, often for years, sometimes for decades. May 1941 was bitterly cold, and the 4th saw what Anthony Heap thought was a splendid idea, really: the introduction of double summertime. The clocks were advanced a further hour overnight, in addition to the already existing hour which has been maintained throughout the winter, so that it doesn't get dark now until after 10 p.m, and we need only go down to the shelter to sleep and not waste half the evening there. The primary purpose of the extended daylight hours was to enable those working on the land to extend their productive hours, though according to Heap, the farmers with their usual pig-headedness opposed the measure, but fortunately it made no difference. It's to last till August the 10th and will of course mean regular evenings' entertainment again. The Metropolitan Police agreed that cinema performances could finish an hour later than previously, at 10 p.m. On Saturday the 10th of May, a crowd of 93,500 spectators crammed into Wembley Stadium, its roof camouflaged with black paint, where Preston North End were playing Arsenal in the FA Cup final. One man was censorious, the Labour MP Emmanuel Shinwell, while proclaiming himself to be no killjoy. I want to see the people of this country getting a fair measure of recreation. Nevertheless wondered whether we are crazy. Think of the petrol consumed, the transport used, and the services used for this so-called recreation, and ask yourselves whether we are really organising our resources for war. The young Tom Finney, playing on the right wing that day, was Preston's greatest hope. For the Gunners it was Dennis Compton, both a cricket and a football international, and the fullback and England captain Eddie Hapgood. But when the final whistle blew at 5 p.m, there was no victor. The game was drawn 1-1, with Compton scoring Arsenal's goal. Preston would win the replay 2-1. There was still plenty of evening ahead. Since it was double summertime, the blackout began at 10:21 p.m. Less than an hour later, the alert sounded. Since the London boroughs received a signal from Scotland Yard near the Houses of Parliament to activate their air raid imminence signals, there was usually a slight discrepancy between the awful warbling-like sound of a howling wolf ululating across one borough and another. That evening was no exception. In Westminster, the alert sounded at 11 p.m. In Croydon in South London, it had been 7 minutes earlier, and in Kennington, 2 minutes later. In South Norwood, Sidney Chave prepared to start his shift as a fire watcher, sitting in his box room peering out at the sky. It was a perfect moonlit night, almost as clear as day, while his wife took their daughter Gillian to the shelter. At 11:15 p.m, the first bombs fell. 507 aircraft converged on London, wheeled, turned back, reloaded, and returned. By the time the all-clear sounded at 5:24 a.m., 711 tons of high-explosive bombs and 86,173 incendiaries had fallen on the capital. Again, the docks were the main target, and soon both sides of the Thames were alight, from Victoria Docks to Waterloo Bridge. Fires joined up to form conflagrations from Stepney and Bow to the city, with smoke rising as high as 10,000 feet in the loop of the Thames. Other fierce fires fanned north to Hackney Marshes, with 2,154 fires burning across 61 of the London Defence Region's boroughs. The fire services were stretched to breaking point. That night the Thames was low, and many mains were fractured, reducing water pressure to little more than a dribble as firemen struggled with the flames. Soon every route across the city was impassable. The buildings hit that night read like a tourist guide to London. The Royal Naval College at Greenwich again, the War Office, the Law Courts in the Strand, the Public Record Office in Chancery Lane, Fleet Street, the British Museum, the Palace of St James, the Houses of Parliament. In the city, the destruction included the Mansion House, the official residence of the Lord Mayor of London, Sweeting's famous oyster bar in Queen Victoria Street, another Wren Church, St Nicholas Cole Abbey, and a number of guild halls such as the Butchers, Cordwainers, Mercers and Salters. St Mary le Bow and St Stephen's Walbrook were hit. St Stephen's, a Wren church, had been damaged in the 29th of December raid. Now it was destroyed. The 9-storey white concrete Faraday House, the largest telephone exchange in the world, with its frontage on Queen Victoria Street, straddled 10 acres. It was built like a citadel, and inside sheltered the former Home Secretary Sir John Anderson and the Minister of Labour, Ernest Bevin. Also at stake were Britain's links with the rest of the world. If Faraday House were to be destroyed, the island really would stand isolated and alone. A fleet of lorries carried 1,000-gallon loads of water through the cratered and burning streets, then tipped them into a 5,000-gallon steel dam to feed the fire hoses. So essential was the exchange's survival that if that didn't work, orders were given to dynamite nearby buildings to create a firebreak. But that might threaten the foundations of St Paul's Cathedral, just up the hill, the symbol of London's survival. From the offices of the Daily Mirror in Fetter Lane, the newspaper's chairman, Cecil King, gazed on a desolate scene. The smoke was such that you could not see that it was a full moon with no clouds. The air was full of flying sparks. Every now and then there was the roar of a collapsing building. The Temple Church, one of the great monuments of English history, was on fire. St Clement Danes, of the famed nursery rhyme Oranges and Lemons, where Dr Johnson had worshipped, had been gutted, and only the spire was alight halfway up the top and sending out showers and sparks, an odd and rather beautiful spectacle. Alan Donn, now a canon, had been appointed rector of St Margaret's Church, Westminster, in January 1941, and with his wife Muriel had moved from their apartment in Lambeth Palace into 20 Dean's Yard, from where Donn had a perfect view of the 900-year-old Westminster Abbey's damage that night. Many of the windows had been blown out in earlier raids, but 60,000 sandbags were stacked around the tombs of the monarchs buried there, including Edward the Confessor behind the high altar and Henry V under his chantry chapel, while the coronation chair on which George VI had sat during his coronation 4 years earlier had been removed to Gloucester Cathedral for safekeeping. The stone of Scone had been removed and hidden privily, the choristers evacuated to Christ's Hospital in Sussex, and an internal ARP team of 40 or so Abbey staff and volunteers were always on duty. St Margaret's, the 15th century parish church of the House of Commons, always a fashionable venue for weddings. Samuel Pepys had married there in 1614, as had Winston Churchill and Clementine Hosier in 1908, had also been damaged in earlier raids. Westminster School had been evacuated to Herefordshire, and the firemen and women stationed in Little Dean's Yard made use of its premises for offices and sleeping quarters now the boys had gone. Alan Don would lend them the key to the gate of the Abbey gardens so they could enjoy the sunshine while they waited for a summons. Soon after midnight, a shower of incendiaries dropped on the Abbey roof, with its crevices, ledges, little variegated knobs of stone abounding everywhere. Each one of these myriad ornaments became a possible fire trap. The fire watchers were able to deal with most of them, though one fired the lantern roof, causing it to crash down onto the pavement 130 feet below and burn out. The Victoria Tower, part of the House of Lords just across the road, was surrounded by scaffolding since the limestone was being cleaned and repaired. This meant that an incendiary could smoulder there unseen. Police Sergeant Alex Forbes caught a glimpse of a small fire that threatened to take hold and climbed 300 feet up the scaffolding, carrying a heavy sandbag to extinguish it. Nearby, 2 auxiliary policemen had already plummeted to their deaths when a high-explosive bomb struck the octagonal turret of the Royal Gallery in Victoria Tower, used on ceremonial occasions, and brought down a shower of debris, and the policemen with it. The rubble had to be cleared, because if there was not a clear passage through the maze of the Palace of Westminster's miles of corridors, the risk of a fire being impossible to reach would be high. At the Abbey, the deanery was blazing out of control, and a bomb had lodged in the roof, burning directly over the tomb of the unknown warrior from the previous World War. Over the road, the hammer-beam roof of Westminster Hall, the finest in the country, was on fire. A message was sent to Downing Street by the desperate Dean. It was relayed to Churchill, who was watching a film at Ditchley Park near Oxford, the home of Conservative MP Ronald Tree, who had offered it as a weekend sanctuary because Chequers was vulnerably near to London. "The Abbey must be saved at all cost," the Prime Minister replied imperiously. However, at 1 a.m, the water supply gave out, and there was no water in the hoses, reported Don. While firemen were concentrating on controlling the fires in the House of Lords, the Commons, at the other end of the palace, was also alight, and there was an unexploded bomb beneath the ARP control room. The fires, fed by drafts from the labyrinthine heating ducts below the floors, were soon burning out of control. By morning, the walls of the chamber of the House of Commons had bowed outwards in the heat. The roof had collapsed, the Speaker's chair was no more, and the green leather members' benches, embossed with gold portcullises, were charred and saturated by water. It took 2 days to extinguish the last of the fires. At about 5 a.m, Canon Alan Don looked across the river and saw that Lambeth Palace was on fire. As he raced across the Thames, he passed the much-stricken St Thomas's Hospital, which, a casualty sister wrote, was experiencing quite the noisiest and most nerve-wracking raid we had so far experienced. It was a night of fire, when incendiary bombs fairly whistled and rained down on us without ceasing, falling on the old theatres and the wards, and the piles of wood and debris from former raids. There were not enough people to cope with so many fires, and firemen and engines were in demand everywhere. Many firemen and girls from mobile units came in, not only bringing patients, but as patients themselves. Besides injuries, many had sore eyes from dust and smoke. The noise was so terrific that we in casualty were advised to descend to the basement and receive patients there. Burning debris intermittently crashed down the lift shaft to the basement. And to make matters worse, a large pipe burst, and there was a flood, and there was a loss of precious water. This was squeegeed and swept away from the patients in the corridor for about 2 hours by an army of willing workers, some of whom were the first aid staff already on the spot in the basement. Fortunately, no patients or staff died that night, though 2 firemen lost their lives in a bomb explosion in the hospital's garage yard. When Alan Don arrived at Lambeth Palace, he found the Archbishop, Cosmo Lang, safe. He had retired to bed at 3 a.m, after having been knocked off his feet by bomb blast, though the mass of humanity sheltering in the palace's corridors, added to the cacophony of the raid, kept the prelate from sleep. Lollard's Tower, with its iron rings, to which heretics, followers of John Wycliffe in the 14th century, had been tethered, was gutted by fire, as was the chapel. In St Paul's Cathedral, the architect Ralph Tubbs was on duty that night as a fire watcher. We had an unbelievable view of the fires around St Paul's. Everything within 100 yards of the cathedral was burnt to the ground, and we had this extraordinary view. Mind you, we didn't have much time to look at it because we had our own job to do. But it was remarkable. I remember coming down at 4 a.m. into the main body of the cathedral. The glass had been blown out at high level all around the dome, and these great sparks were blowing. The sparks from burning buildings all around were being blown in through the windows and circling down, and it was really, one shouldn't say it, I suppose, but it was almost poetic, seeing these great sparks circling round and round the dome. The Tower of London had been deluged by incendiaries early in the raid, setting fire to the Constable Tower. Near Lincoln's Inn, the Royal College of Surgeons, founded in the reign of Henry VIII as the Barber Surgeon Company, was hit, and over half the 6,000 anatomical and pathological specimens and surgical instruments collected over 4 centuries were lost, though stretcher-bearers salvaged as many pickled specimens as they could. Fortunately, 2 of the key exhibits, the skeleton of the thief and thief-taker Jonathan Wild, immortalised in Daniel Defoe's novel and by John Gay in his Beggar's Opera, hanged in 1725, and that of the 7-foot 10-inch Irish giant Charles Byrne had been evacuated to the country. Gray's Inn burned too, despite the valiant efforts of its fire watchers. The Great Hall, where Shakespeare's Comedy of Errors had first been performed, was razed to the ground. The library of over 30,000 books reduced to little but ashes. At the other 2 of England's 4 Inns of Court, Middle and Inner Temple, resident barristers acting as fire watchers joined firemen in a night-long battle to save the buildings, despite scant water and a stiff breeze that ignited dormant flames and scattered smouldering wood. When it was clear that the fires were unquenchable, the benchers darted into the 750-year-old Temple Church, rescuing what they could of the valuables within, and managed to wrest some oil paintings of their famous forebears from the walls of Inner Temple Hall. But the 90,000 books in the library went up in flames, and Lamb Building burned like matchwood. There were moments, reflected one of the Inner Temple barristers, when it seemed there was no limit to the havoc being wrought. At the Queen's Hall, home since 1895 of the Proms, founded by the impresario Robert Newman and the conductor Sir Henry Wood, an audience of over 2,000 had listened that evening to Malcolm Sargent conducting the Royal Choral Society and the London Philharmonic Orchestra in a performance of Elgar's The Dream of Gerontius. In the early hours of Sunday morning, an incendiary fell through the roof and blazed as brightly as an acetylene welding lamp. The hall's fire system was found to have run dry, and though the fire brigade promised to come, they were delayed, and the building was devoured by fire. A bread basket of incendiaries fell through the roof of the British Museum, where the domed reading room had been damaged by an oil bomb in the autumn, and a high explosive had destroyed over 250 valuable old books in the King's Library. Many of the galleries had been closed, and at weekends visitors were restricted to 300 a day, but gradually more galleries had been reopening. But now, on the 10th of May, the fires took such a hold that the museum's fire watchers were powerless. It took 45 minutes for the fire brigade to arrive, by which time the roof of the Roman Britain Gallery was burning furiously, and the library and other galleries full of priceless antiquities were threatened. London's transport system was seriously disrupted. A 1,000-kilogram bomb fell on the concourse of King's Cross Station and ripped through to the Circle line below. Paddington was damaged too, as were many underground stations, starting with Rotherhithe, where incendiaries started a fire at 11:33 p.m. A bomb exploded in the tunnel between St James's Park and Victoria. 45 minutes later, a bomb blasted a milk train off the rails between East Acton and Wood Lane, and throughout the night, bombs fell on stations and mainline rail lines across the capital, including Paddington, Tufnell Park, Hammersmith, Great Portland Street, Drayton Park, Moorgate, Clapham South, Victoria, Stepney Green, Surrey Docks and High Street Kensington. Baker Street was deluged with incendiaries, and a train waiting at platform 4 burst into flames. General Raymond E. Lee, the US military attaché in London, looked out from his room in Mayfair, where he was entertaining the American writer and journalist Vincent Sheehan and his wife. The whole night sky was lit up by a huge, yellowish disk of a full moon, while the horizon was illuminated by a great number of fires which extended around us in a huge ring. As a rule, the fires before had appeared like rose-red illuminations, but tonight a large number of them had huge, forked flames leaping up towards the heavens, which indicated to me that they were buildings which had been ignited on top by incendiary bombs. I could count no less than 15 of them all around us, and it really looked as if Claridge's Hotel was the exact hub and centre of the whole design. Not far away in Eaton Square, a trench shelter, situated between the Dig for Victory allotments, took 2 direct hits. Among the dead was Westminster's Mayor, 67-year-old Councillor Leonard Eaton Smith, who was on his usual nightly tour of the shelters. Only that afternoon Canon Don had been trying to persuade Eaton Smith to accept the post of People's Warden at St Margaret's. An hour or so earlier, another mayor, Albert Henley of Bermondsey, was also killed as he stood near the borough's fire control centre. Soho had a bad night. 2 high-explosive bombs and an oil bomb that did not explode fell on the corner of Dean Street and Old Compton Street. Fortunately, there were no casualties, but the Patisserie Valerie, a Soho institution, was destroyed. The Central London Electricity Company in St Martin's Lane was hit by a 1,000-kilogram Herman. The caretaker and his wife were killed in their basement flat, and firemen had to deal with a nightmare cauldron of boiling oil and sulphuric acid. At least 20 flats were destroyed by another 1,000-kilogram bomb, which fell on the Millbank estate, a pioneer of the LCC's municipal housing provision, built on the site of the old Millbank prison at the turn of the century, but rescuers were able to reach most of those trapped in an underground shelter. A building in Stratton Street, Mayfair, was hit, and its top floors demolished, but its steel-framed construction proved more able to withstand bomb damage than traditionally built brick-and-mortar buildings. Carr's Hotel off Piccadilly also received a direct hit, as did the Alexandra Hotel in Knightsbridge, where 24 people perished when a bomb brought 5 floors crashing down. 3 small private hotels on Vauxhall Bridge Road in Pimlico were razed too. Since these hotels were the workplaces of a number of prostitutes, the proprietors were unable to provide a definitive list of who might be buried in the ruins, which made the search for survivors even more problematic than usual. Nearby, the Palmolive soap factory was destroyed, and also in Pimlico, Dolphin Square, a purpose-built complex of flats much favoured as London's pied-à-terre by MPs and top civil servants, was hit, with numerous casualties. In Belgravia and Chelsea, 3 churches were hit: St Michael's, Ebury Street, Holy Trinity, Sloane Square, and St Columba's, Pont Street. St John Smith Square, across the river from Lambeth Palace, known as Queen Anne's Footstool because of the monarch's petulant response to its design, was gutted. Its services decamped to Canon Don's St Margaret's until it could be restored as one of London's finest classical music venues. The vicar of St Silas Church in Nunhead, South London, was killed by a bomb, as were the 6 ARP wardens he was in conversation with outside his church. At Eleventon Castle, an area of about 5 acres, used as shops, dwellings, cinemas, churches, railway arches, warehouses, etc., was severely damaged by explosion and fire. Of the 6 roads that radiated from the Elephant, only one, London Road, was clear for the fire services to get to the conflagration. Water mains had been blasted apart, and water was hemorrhaging uselessly into the ground, while the emergency water supply tanks in the area, in basements and swimming pools, were getting dangerously low. Nearby, along the New Kent Road, a block of tenement flats had collapsed, killing 24 people, including a couple and their 5 children. By 2 a.m, there there were nearly 300 firemen fighting the inferno at Elephant and Castle. As they managed to douse one fire, another flared up. 17 were killed when a bomb fell through the roof of the Surrey Music Hall, where they were fighting a fire. The force of the blast hurled one of the engines across St George's Circus and into the Salvation Army hostel, where George Orwell had once lived as a down-and-out. Water supplies ran low, and the rubble that fell continually on the hoses flattened, blocked, and tore them open, rendering them useless. Government regulations, framed in a gentler age, forbade using anything but fresh water from the mains on fires in food warehouses or shops for fear of pollution. That night, fighting fires in the docks around Waterloo Station all over London, firemen were desperate for water, any water, including contaminated water from the Thames and canals. Kenneth Sinclair Luty had experienced bombing during the Spanish Civil War, when he had led a British medical aid unit in support of the International Brigade. He had returned to London to finish his medical studies at Bart's Hospital and was elected a Labour councillor for Holborn. In 1939, Admiral Sir Edward Evans, the senior commissioner for London's Civil Defence Region, offered Sinclair Luty a job as Finsbury's medical officer for civil defence. So, at the age of 27, I found myself in charge of an autonomous municipal department employing several hundred men and women, spread out in first aid posts situated in the empty schools, a mobile unit, a depot for stretcher parties with their transport, as well as a mortuary. This service worked in cooperation with the municipal engineers' light and heavy rescue parties, together with a central staff of instructors and supervisors, plus local doctors who had volunteered to help. After the Blitz started, Sinclair Luty was out every night of that weird period. The Finsbury group worked with courage in conditions that were certainly intimidating. The noise of descending bombs, with the shake of the ground under your belly, while tunnelling underground to dig out people already imprisoned by an earlier bomb, leaves you with nothing to imagine. You are face to face with a form of Russian roulette, in which the trigger is pulled by someone else. His wife at the time, Thora, had been born in Abertillery in South Wales, the daughter of a miner. Once, when I was tunnelling to get at casualties through a mountain of debris that had once been a block of flats, I realised I was faced with the same problems as those of rescue after a fall in a mine. I got invaluable lessons from Abertillery, and a miner's pick which I always had with me during air raid duty. It probably saved my life on more than one occasion, when a cave-in was stopped by switching it to the vertical, with the blades acting as a short roof beam. On the night of the 10th to the 11th of May, Sinclair Luty was picking my way up City Road when I scented the most wonderful aroma of good coffee. Lipton's warehouse was blazing. It was a major incident, and the control officer had been calling for reinforcements. Nearby, there were a number of crowded air raid shelters, and he feared that a major fire would serve as a marker for the next wave of bombers. The water mains had been hit, and supplies for the fire engines were insufficient. The coffee aroma was real. Torrents of good, freshly infused coffee were rolling out of the carcass of the warehouse as the stocks burned and the water percolated back into the sewers. As the fire gained, the water supply diminished. I suggested the unthinkable. We opened a sewer manhole and pumped the torrent of newly infused coffee back onto the fire. The fireman from Chalfont in Buckinghamshire, part of the Ultimate Reserve Force, who was to direct the hose, went up and up that narrow ladder until it was swung over towards the blazing warehouse. He was frightened when he went up the ladder. He was a brave man on top of it, fighting an apocalypse. This must be the only example of firefighting with cafe espresso. London was in flames, typed the American journalist Quentin Reynolds in his room in the Savoy, as Fleet Street, Ludgate Circus, Shoe Lane, Fetter Lane, Holborn and Blackfriars were consumed by flames. Across the river, a solid sheet of maddened fire banked the river for nearly half a mile. In Hackney, at least 20 people died when a tenement block was hit, 9 were killed in a similar incident in Islington, 25 in Peckham. 5 people were blown to pieces when a bomb exploded in the tram tunnel in Lancaster Place where they were sheltering. When a shelter at Peak Freen's biscuit factory in Bermondsey was hit, the bodies of those killed or fatally injured lay in the yard, while ambulances ferried those with any hope of survival through the craters and falling bombs to Guy's Hospital. An entire family died embarking in the East End when a stray 1,000-kilogram bomb was dropped, presumably in error, on a residential street. It was the worst night of the Blitz. The carnage and distraction went on all night, leaving whole areas of London in ruins. Not until 8 minutes to 6 did the flat, steady sound of the all clear finally sound. The day seemed unable to dawn, wrote Canon Don, gazing a few minutes later from Westminster Bridge at the thick pall of smoke that hung across London, and the flames still leaping from St. John's Smith Square. Westminster Abbey stood roofless, and when John Colville arrived there for communion at 8 a.m, burnt paper from some demolished paper mill was falling like leaves on a windy autumn day. There were fire engines, and the policeman at the door said to me, "There will not be any service in the Abbey today, sir," exactly as if it were closed for spring cleaning. I turned towards Westminster Hall, on the roof of which I could see flames still leaping. Smoke rose from some invisible point in the pile of Parliament buildings beyond. I talked to a fireman. He showed me Big Ben, the face of which was pocked and scarred, and told me a bomb had gone right through the tower. The one thing that had given him great pleasure during the night was that Big Ben had struck 2 o'clock, a few minutes after giving the proper time. Colville, who only 3 weeks before the raid had looked at London's landmarks more carefully now, with a feeling that it may be the last time I shall see them, as he walked through the streets, now stood on Westminster Bridge. St. Thomas's Hospital was ablaze. The livid colour of the sky extended from Lambeth to St. Paul's. Flames were visible all along the embankment. There was smoke rising thickly as far as the eye could see. After no previous raid has London looked so wounded next day. After breakfast I rang the PM at Ditchley and described what I had seen. He was very grieved that William Rufus's roof at Westminster Hall had gone. He told me that we had shot down 45 German planes, which is a good result. In fact, Fighter Command had exaggerated. The correct number was 33. But Churchill was rather distracted that Sunday morning. The previous day, Rudolf Hess, Hitler's deputy, had parachuted into Scotland, apparently intent on speaking with the Duke of Hamilton, whom he had met at the Berlin Olympics in 1936. The motives of Hess, who first gave his name as Horn, were bound to be suspect, though his intention seemed to be to broker some sort of compromise peace. Churchill sent the deluded and confused German to the Tower of London, while he decided how best to deal with him. There has never been such a fantastic occurrence. The rumours and theories are diverse and amusing, commented Colville. Cyril Dunn noted that the evening papers had, of course, the unhappy duty of deciding why Hess was in Britain. Untrammelled by responsibility, the general public are talking about nothing else, and with wild originality. It is assumed that the Germans have announced his madness in order to discredit anything he may say. To this, the British officials have replied by painting him as the least offensive of the Nazis, a young man, Hess was in fact 47, of real, if somewhat reckless political ideals, who has been misled by the Nazi villains, in a word, one who up to last week was a brutal sexual pervert and drug fiend, is now almost a gentleman. I should think that tomorrow the Times will call him Mr. Hess, said one of Dunn's colleagues. We must not make a hero of him, Churchill warned Harold Nicholson when he tried to probe the Prime Minister about Hess's arrival. Most Londoners had neither gas nor water, and that would remain the case for more than 48 hours for many. The transport system was in chaos, For 24 hours, Marylebone Station was the only one with trains still running. King's Cross, Euston, Paddington and Liverpool Street were open by Monday, but Waterloo and Victoria remained closed for a week. 30 miles of underground track had been destroyed and stations closed. It was nearly the end of July before the Circle Line between King's Cross and Baker Street reopened. Nearly 1,000 roads were closed, made impossible by UXBs. There were 162, bomb craters or fallen masonry. There were few trams or trolley buses, and no buses at all in the city, or crossing the river, until Blackfriars Bridge was reopened on Tuesday. Higher wages than those that could be earned in war production were offered to workers to get the craters cleared of debris so vital services could be reconnected. There were few takers. The battle to save Faraday House was still being waged at mid-morning on Sunday the 11th of May. All fire officers' leave was cancelled and 1,000 reinforcements had been drafted in from outside the capital. Many firemen, coughing continuously from the effects of smoke and dust, their uniforms sodden, soaked through to the skin, cold and uncomfortable, had been on duty for 12 hours. They were exhausted, their faces blackened by soot and smoke, their eyes red-rimmed. It was not until 6 o'clock on Sunday evening that it was officially declared that Faraday House was out of danger and that St. Paul's, again threatened by fire, had once again survived. But hundreds of the 2,154 fires started by the raid continued to burn. The Daily Herald journalist Mia Allen, who intended to survey the damage from the East End to Chelsea, left Golders Green Station in the morning in brilliant sunshine, stepped out at Leicester Square Station into a grey, overcast day, leaden clouds above and visibility bad, like a November fog threatening to come down and envelop the city. The sun did not break through the smoke pall till 12:30. All morning we had a black snowstorm, burnt-out paper, etc., drifting down. It was incredible. Every street littered with it. I have never seen such widespread damage. Every Londoner was affected by the loss of, or serious damage to, landmarks that were long familiar to them, even if their own homes had escaped. Many felt an urgent compulsion to see the damage for themselves. Charles Graves was contemptuous of such Blitz tourists or gawkers, but his scorn seems misplaced. The tragedy of the Blitz was not a private affair. The sense of bereavement was not vicarious. If London called upon its citizens to defend it, to endure the endless assaults, to keep calm and carry on, in the slogan of the Times, appropriated today for mugs, tea towels and mouse mats, they had to be able to try to make sense of their city's wounds in whatever way they could. Anthony Heap set off on his customary post-raid walk to check out the damage on Sunday morning. He noted, various shops burnt out in Tottenham Court Road, houses demolished in Fitzroy Square and Fitzroy Street, a good part of both Charlotte Street and Old Compton Street completely destroyed by fire. But it wasn't until I hit Fleet Street that I came across the really big stuff. Huge areas on both sides of it had been burned right out. Not so much the street itself as behind it. Ludgate Circus was a shambles, and New Bridge Street, one gigantic network of hose pipes leading up from the river at Blackfriars to fight the fires burning in Ludgate Hill, Old Bailey and elsewhere. Ludgate Hill was in fact ruins, and nothing was left of St Bride's Street, Shoe Lane, Charterhouse Street, and the whole length of Farringdon Street north of Holborn Viaduct, and very little of Smithfield and the south end of Farringdon Road. These are plain, unexaggerated facts. This whole area has been virtually laid waste. But it didn't end there. What little had been left of Gray's Inn from the last showdown was finally disposed of. The north front of Lincoln's Inn too had taken a rap, and more of High Holborn, including the stadium, has been hit. The best part of Red Lion Street and Eagle Street were burnt out. Bedford Row had taken 3 direct hits and, as a pièce de résistance, the whole of Theobald's Road, both sides, from Bedford Row right up to Southampton Row, together with the south end of Lamb's Conduit Street, had been brought to the ground. The casualties must have been enormous, and though the main brunt of the attack must obviously have been concentrated on this extensive area adjacent to the city, I should think the total damage sustained was as great as anything inflicted in any previous single raid. And this is the price we have to pay for so-called democracy. Is it worth it? I shall leave posterity to judge. The world is too insane for anyone to hope to make sense out of it. Charles Graves's world had been turned upside down by the raid too. Lunched at the Savoy. For the first time in the history of the Savoy, we had our vegetables served à la Lyons Corner House, already placed on a dish. Walked back by Paddington Street, but had to make a detour. The Pitt's Head, one of my favourite local pubs, had a direct hit. The rubble is only a yard or two above the level of the ground. The publican's wife was miraculously saved, but he was duly killed. Dined at the Moulin d'Or, which was also hit last night, but is still carrying on by candlelight. We even had steak. Moira MacLeod, an FANY, First Aid Nursing Yeomanry, women volunteers who worked mainly with motor transport for the ATS and Special Operations Executive, who was in London on the Wednesday after the raid to attend a lunch at the English-speaking Union in Charles Street, Mayfair, found it difficult to walk through the streets. Cascades of glass still tinkling down, and almost impossible by car, as there was a diversion on every corner and one landed at miles from one's objective. Hans Place, behind Harrods, was a complete shambles and chaos, and Victoria Street sliced up, a half-block of tall buildings swept away, laying bare the mews behind. The little streets behind the Cavalry Club are grievously punished, and Sunderland House, where our coming-out dance took place, and we danced all that summer of Jubilee year 1935, is gutted by fire. That grandiose, gutted ballroom, with the burnished cherubs and the glowing ceiling, is ravaged and open to the sky. We have seen the end of an era. General Raymond E. Lee's beat was around Mayfair. Park Lane is blocked, with a huge crater in the middle of it, not far from Lord Londonderry's house. Part of Shepherd's Market is completely burned out, together with a large building across the street. A number of mansions in Hill Street are simply brick shells, still smouldering. In Clarges Street, there is a house down. As we passed this morning, we saw the salvage corps digging furiously through a heap of rubbish to rescue some unfortunate who was buried beneath it. When I walked by there this afternoon, they were still digging, but rather more slowly, and it is easy to see that the ambulance which was standing there awaiting the removal of bodies is now going to take only corpses. Virginia Woolf, who had been so often stricken with a terrible sense of loss as she wandered around Blitz, London after a raid, was not there to see these final wounds. In the morning of Thursday, the 28th of March, 1941, she had taken her own life by weighing her pockets down with heavy stones and slipping into the fast-flowing River Ouse near her home, Monk's House in Sussex. Her body was not found until 3 weeks later, on the 18th of April. Naomi Mitchison heard of her death in a very nice letter from Leonard Woolf, explaining that she had killed herself because she was afraid of going mad. I do sympathise with that. One so often feels like that. Upper Norwood had not been much affected on the night of the 10th to the 11th of May, but when Sidney Chave set off for his laboratory at the School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine in Bloomsbury on Monday morning, his bus ran into an enormous traffic block at Kennington. Eventually I, like thousands of others, got off and walked as far as Trafalgar Square. 4 bridges being closed, Westminster, Waterloo, Blackfriars and London Bridge, was the cause of the traffic chaos. When I arrived at the school, I found the place a terrible mess. The first of a stick of bombs had struck the east side, and the whole building was blasted out. The damage is quite severe, but the steel skeleton held well. I donned a boiler suit and spent the morning working in the wreckage, rescuing papers. The prof's office on the ground floor was unrecognisable. Our labs have not suffered too badly, but the building had lost virtually all its windows, and the public health, physiology and chemistry departments and workshops are no more. I returned home by another bus route tonight. It was very roundabout and took about 1.5 hours. The district around the Elephant and Castle has suffered terribly, and street after street is wrecked. The fire brigade was still pouring water on huge, wrecked, smouldering ruins all round. It is the worst destruction I've ever seen. Harold Nicholson went along to his work too. I go to see the ruins of the old chamber of the House of Commons. It is impossible to get through the members' lobby, which is a mass of twisted girders, so I went up by the staircase to the ladies' gallery, and then suddenly, when I turned the corridor, there was the open air, and a sort of Tintern Abbey gaping towards me. The little ministers' rooms to the right and left of the speaker's lobby were still intact, but from there onwards there was absolutely nothing. No sign of anything but mur calciné and twisted girders. Winston Churchill had wept when he saw the destruction to the chamber, but the independent-minded MP Josiah Wedgwood told the often lachrymose Prime Minister, "Don't be distressed at the ruins. Such ruins are good assets all round the globe, and especially in America." On Sunday, Naomi Mitchison in Scotland was worrying about London, because she had not heard from her husband, Dick, who had been there the previous night, and if anything had happened, I easily mightn't for a long time. The evening news. Pity if Westminster Hall was smashed badly, and I'd hate Big Ben to come down, but not much affected by Westminster Abbey. The British Museum doesn't sound much. But will they come again tonight? Awful to think of these young men on both sides starting out, these lovely evenings, set for hellfire. Whether the bombers would return was the question everyone was asking. At an emergency meeting held at the Imperial War Museum on Sunday, Alderman Len Stiles, Southwark's defence chief, had given Admiral Evans his opinion that 2 more nights of this and London will be at a standstill. The capital's losses were the most devastating in its nearly 2,000-year history. 1,436 people had been killed on the night of the 10th to the 11th of May, and more would die later of their injuries. 1,800 were seriously injured, 11,000 houses had been damaged beyond repair, and 12,374 people were homeless. Not that anyone knew that appalling toll, as they waited for the alert to sound on Sunday evening. It came at 9:30 p.m. "We've had it," one fireman would say to another. But 30 minutes later, the all clear sounded. On the 12th to the 13th of May, 20 people were killed in a raid on Falmouth in Cornwall, and bombs dropped on Plymouth, Lowestoft, Galston and London. Over the next few days, more bombs fell on Verrian in Cornwall, Falmouth, Weymouth, Cardiff, Nottingham and Lincoln. On Friday the 16th of May, Birmingham was the target of a 3-hour raid, but the bulk of the bombs fell on nearby Nuneaton instead, causing widespread damage to industrial and residential property, killing 83 people, and requiring the services of Coventry fire brigades and civil defence. The ICI works at Birmingham were hit, as was the Dunlop Rubber Company, but the damage was relatively minor, though utilities were put out of action, and 30 people were killed. Stray bombs were dropped over the Midlands, and as far south as Plymouth, and as far north as Aberdeen. But the Blitz was over. Nearly. However, Hull still continued to suffer raids. On the 2nd of June, the 50th raid on the city since the start of the Blitz was a particular disaster. The all clear was sounded prematurely, and people making their way home from the shelters were hit, killing 27. The Deputy Chief Constable, also believing the raid to be over, was killed as he drove to inspect the damage. The Nazis had given Hull its chance to rebuild, wrote Civil Dunn after he wandered around the damaged city and docks, uncertain what had fallen in which raid, just aware of a near-deserted wilderness of ruins and rubble. Whatever the inhabitants decide to do about it, the old town of Hull, the part once enclosed by walls and then the docks, will have to be rebuilt. What a chance there is here, and how certainly it will be neglected. There were more raids throughout July, most of them light, but all did damage and brought death and injury. On the 18th of July, the docks, the industrial area, and the terraced houses of East Hull were devastated. 50 inhabitants of one street were killed, as were a further 20 when a shelter received a direct hit. This time, for the first time, the name Hull appeared in the national press. Essentially, the Blitz, or the Big Blitz, as it was sometimes called later, when other attacks gave a point of comparison, started with a devastating attack on London on the 7th of September 1940 and ended with an even more devastating one 243 nights later. We got hit in the beginning in West Ham, and we got hit in the end. The Germans never left us out of their favours. It seemed like we were the same target throughout the whole Blitz, recalled East End fireman Cyril de Man. It took a long time to realise that raid on the 10th of May was the last one. We'd been used to having a raid every night, or them stopping and then starting again, and then, of course, we got the answer. We found out what it was all about. Hitler had attacked Russia. What Churchill called the biggest blunder in history. He attacked Russia, and we realised that the Luftwaffe couldn't possibly come to us, so it was safe to go to bed at night and have a good night's rest, dry our clothes, and get our breath back. During this time, much of the rest of the country had suffered grievously too, particularly the ports and industrial centres. More than 43,500 civilians were killed nationwide during those seemingly endless months of the Blitz. Officially, 71,000 people were seriously injured and 88,136 slightly injured, while 98,500 were treated at first aid posts, a fifth of those being transferred to hospital. The true total is probably higher, since records were not always kept fully at times of crisis and chaos. Criteria were different. One report's serious might be another's slight, and not every injured person sought medical help. But what can be definitively said is that during the Blitz, Britain's civilians were on the front line of battle. It was not until the autumn of 1942 that the enemy had killed more British soldiers than civilians. Of course, we knew the map of London. We knew it very well, said Hayu Hermann, a Luftwaffe bomber squadron leader. And I only thought that it doesn't have an end. London is too big. What should we do to destroy London? That is quite impossible. And for London, read Britain. After. It was an extraordinary thing. All the bestsellers in the bookshops were books on architecture because there was tremendous hope. We were always being told we were working for a better Britain, and we really believed it. I really believed every word. So instead of saying how awful about the cities being blitzed, it was a wonderful opportunity to build the most beautiful city in the world. I met my husband, Michael Foote, who became MP for Plymouth Devonport in 1945, when I was making a film about the Plymouth Plan, and one of the things that almost made me fall in love with him, although I found his eyes rather fetching and his smile, was that he said, "We are going to build the most beautiful city in the world." And that was the spirit of things then. But I suppose the architects and the local authorities didn't really live up to their promise. Jill Craigie, filmmaker. Writing of the Blitz, the American magazine Time used the memorable phrase, "The past bombed out of our lives." The article referred to the material destruction, the loss of historic buildings, of landscapes, of memory. But the losses caused by the Blitz were far more profound and far more widespread than that. They encompassed loss of life, of home, of workplace, and of hopes for the future. Thousands of people's worlds were blown apart by the bombs. Nothing can be listed in the credit column against such a crushing debit. Yet the inferno did reconfigure more than the nation's town and cityscapes. The past was, in many senses, bombed out of our lives, between September 1940 and May 1941. And though the future was bound to be less of a clean slate than the phrase suggests, the war did change Britain. As the conflict's most intense and concentrated expression for most British people, the Blitz powerfully shaped that change. One almost immediate effect of the 10th of May raid was Herbert Morrison's announcement that the fire services were to be unified. During the Blitz, they had comprised a nucleus of fewer than 5,000 professional firefighters, supplemented by a transient horde of more than 50,000 auxiliaries or volunteers. London alone had 23,000 of these. Hours for firefighters were long, 48 hours on, often in exhausting conditions, 24 off, far more than most civil defenders worked. A very great deal was demanded of firemen, both regular and wartime auxiliaries in the Blitz, but many worked with the equivalent of one hand tied behind their backs when it came to conditions and equipment, and their rewards were hardly commensurate with their labours and the risks they took, despite the prediction made back in 1935 that, in our national emergency, the man with the branch pipe and hose is probably going to prove more valuable to the nation than his fellows with machine guns and other warlike material. On him and other members of the passive defence force, the morale of the public will depend. The fire services required to cope with the German onslaught were a heterogeneous collection of 1,668 local brigades, few having more than 20 men before the war, and most being poorly equipped. This multiplicity of brigades had a hodgepodge of different standards for training, technique, equipment, even terminology. Again and again, this would undermine the usefulness of firemen from one place coming to the assistance of those in another during the Blitz. Moreover, when help was required, brigades often sent relatively inexperienced AFS men rather than their best regulars, and there were endless wrangles about who would pay for their work. On occasion, buildings burned down because this had not been agreed, so no men or engines had been sent. In his autobiography, Morrison would claim that he had decided on the amalgamation of the brigades after the attack on Coventry in November 1940, but his biographers point to his reluctance to do so. Having seen how difficult and sensitive a matter it had been to wrest authority from one seriously deficient ARP controller in Stepney in October 1940, and how unsatisfactory the outcome of that spat had been, the Minister for Home Security was loath to pluck out what he referred to as the brightest jewel in the local authorities' regalia and replace local fire services with a unified national one. The raids on Plymouth at the end of April prompted the local MP, Nancy Astor, to write to the Times to complain about how totally inadequate local firefighting organisations, even when expanded, are to deal with the effects of a real air attack when tens of thousands of incendiary bombs start widely scattered fires simultaneously. Lady Astor's solution was nationalisation, and even though her husband was Lord Mayor of Plymouth at the time, she confessed that she found herself unable to understand the worship for local authorities. The Plymouth Blitz had also finally convinced Morrison that action would have to be taken without delay. On the 8th of May, he secured the agreement of the War Cabinet and embarked on a round of consultative exercises with local authorities, securing the reluctant agreement of most by promising that although firefighting in substance has become a military operation, the fire services will be returned to local control at the end of the war. Some authorities, most notably Glasgow, objected bitterly, but the proposals were steamrolled through the Commons, and by the 22nd of May 1941, the Fire Services Emergency Provisions Act was law. Although the fire service was nominally national, it was in fact subject to regional control. The task of coordinating firefighting activities was vested in the 12 regional commissioners, and England and Wales were divided into 33 fire areas, including 4 for London, and Scotland into 6, with the aim of bringing the whole of each important urban or industrial fire risk area under single control, regardless of local authority boundaries. Sir Aylmer Firebrace, who had done such sterling work in London, was appointed Chief of Fire Staff, while each fire force was led by a commander who reported to the Chief Regional Fire Officer in his area. Below the commander came a pyramid of officers variously in charge of firemen and women, fire engines and pumps. The Treasury made government funds available to equip this National Fire Service with standardised and updated equipment, and a new uniform training programme and promotion ladder were introduced so that firemen and women could rise throughout the service and not just in their own brigades. Henceforth, fire forces could move anywhere in their area and, if necessary, across the country, confident that procedures and equipment would be standard and that they could work as a team with the local force. These reforms, which were largely achieved by July 1941, may have been necessary, but they were not universally popular. The premises for these new forces were often either inadequate or non-existent, and most had to be entirely re-equipped. The reorganisation made all existing fire service jobs obsolete, and positions in the new national service had to be applied for centrally. There had frequently been tensions between the regulars and the auxiliaries, with the former both fearing that the wartime imports might be after their jobs and regarding many of them as soft and not up to the physically demanding work of firefighting. The terms and conditions of employment of AFS members were worse than for regular firemen. They were paid less, often inadequately trained, poorly equipped, and housed in distinctly substandard accommodation. If an AFS man was injured on the job, he would receive 13 weeks full pay, and then if he was still not fit for duty, he would be dismissed and would have to rely on means-tested benefit if he had no other source of income. This divide was powerfully portrayed by Henry Green in his 1943 novel Court. Green, the poet Stephen Spender, and the novelist William Sanson were early recruits to the AFS and were all stationed in Westminster. While the reorganisation meant that pay and conditions were standardised, tensions could increase when men were demoted, relocated or pensioned off, and career firemen might find themselves commanded by a former auxiliary who, though probably better educated, did not have the experience in the job that the regulars had. All administrative staff lost their former civilian status and were required to wear a uniform, given a rank, and subjected to the same working conditions and regulations as firemen and women. The new professionalisation of the service came as a rude shock to some rural brigades, for whom firefighting had been an occasional voluntary calling. The problem with the fire brigades was just one example of the relationship between central government and local authority control, many manifestations of which had been simmering since the First World War, but which presented themselves with painful clarity under the strains of the Second. Looked at one way, local authority control could mean incompetence or even anarchy, pointlessly and time-consumingly reinventing the wheel with every challenge. From another perspective, the diktat of central government could ride roughshod over the people who had to make policies work, ignore the specificity of local conditions, and innovate local initiatives. And over all such discussions hovered the question of money. It was all very well for central government to prescribe, but too often the prescription came with little or no funding attached, and local authorities were obliged to empty their own coffers to carry it out. This would mean either rate increases or cuts in other areas of expenditure, neither of which was likely to please the voters on whom councillors depended for their office. While bombs showed no respect for local authority or any other boundaries, the old poor law mentality of not accepting responsibility for people from elsewhere, even if elsewhere was only the next borough or even the next warden's post, persisted, with disastrous consequences for the homeless in the early weeks of the Blitz. Again, this was partly a matter of a lack of clarity about what government would pay for or reimburse and what it would not. In this, as in other cases such as health and industry, the notion of a national community, of the standardisation of services and equity of provision, while not a new concept, was given urgency by the crisis of the Blitz. Indeed, the whole notion of the reach and competence of the state in people's lives, was brought into sharp focus at this time. It had become clear before war broke out that the military could not be brought up to the required strength by voluntary enlistment, and conscription was introduced for the first time in peacetime Britain in May 1939, and the first men were called up in July. Its sweep was extended throughout the war, as the Blitz and the Battle of Britain that preceded it showed that neither the forces nor industry could recruit sufficient numbers by exhortation, cheering posters and patriotic rhetoric. It was the same with fire-watching and other defence requirements. Appeals to altruism and civic duty were not always sufficient. Increasingly, there had been a degree of compulsion and direction, and as the war progressed, Britain gradually became a command economy, in the broadest meaning of that phrase. This was a response to exceptional times, of course, and the vast majority of people accepted it as such. But the Blitz undoubtedly made that acceptance easier. The war came home in September 1940, and the need for extraordinary measures was pointed up daily. Britain was under direct attack, and normal responses, timescales and consultations, the traditional liberal niceties, were frequently disregarded and discarded in combating this. This would have important post-war consequences. People would ask why. If the government could act so decisively and directly in wartime, it could not do so when peace returned. The state, so often seen in the 30s as passive in the face of unemployment, harsh economic circumstances, and aggression abroad, had assumed powers of direction in the war that many believed should translate into an active role in building a more equitable society than the one that had existed in 1939. When Jenny Lee visited a Lancashire aircraft factory, she heard the mechanics singing what she took to be "They'll Always Be in England," but on closer attention she realised that what they were singing was "Will there always be in England, with a job in it for me?" The war would not have been won had the British people not, on the whole, showed unity and resolution of purpose in the Blitz. A social contract, no matter how informal and unspoken, had been forged during these months of attack. People who took it should be entitled to get it, if it meant better housing, a fairer education system, more job opportunities. It was partly for this reason that, when the Beveridge Report was published in December 1942, a year and a half after the Blitz ended, what was essentially a tidying up operation of welfare provision assumed iconic status, appearing to offer a new beginning, a safety net from the cradle to the grave, an attack on the 5 giant evils in society: squalor, ignorance, want, idleness, and disease. Churchill's guarded response to Beveridge's recommendations, and his refusal to make any commitment to implement them after the war, would prove to be a political misjudgment. If the Blitz reconfigured Britain's cityscapes, how much did it reorder people's attitudes and expectations? To what extent did the acute threat posed by an external enemy weld the British people into a seamless unity? Did bombs break down the stark divisions and class barriers of the pre-war years? Did a more altruistic society emerge from the ruins? In short, how much was the Blitz a laboratory, a forcing house for change? And was that change sustained? Did it light a candle that would flicker into the post-war years, lighting the years of austerity with resolution for reform? As Richard Titmuss pointed out in his official history of social policy in the Second World War, one of the most striking things about the conflict, and particularly about the Blitz, is how much depended on volunteers, on people taking on tasks because they were too old or too young to be conscripted or directed into the forces or munitions factories, or had other responsibilities that prevented them from doing so. And these tasks, firefighting, fire-watching, ARP duties, the Home Guard, the WVS, and dozens more, were undertaken, usually without pay, in addition to people's normal daily work. Although the word volunteer became increasingly elastic as regulation and compulsion eroded volunteerism, such people were essentially on duty for the almost 6 years of the war, and during the 246 days the Blitz lasted, and later during the V1 and V2 attacks. They were on constant alert, prepared but uncertain. One consequence of this was that people often found themselves in contact with situations and people they would never have encountered in the normal course of their lives. Young women who had led leisured lives within a charmed social circle might find themselves nightly driving ambulances through some of the poorest streets in Britain, ministering to people in places they would never have visited in peacetime. Cambridge-educated Barbara Nixon's account shows how socially mixed an ARP post could be, with wardens who might be lawyers or doctors, factory workers, strippers or dustmen. The multifarious functions the WVS undertook often, though not always, involved comfortably off middle-class, middle-aged women who had never worked outside the home before. Nella Last is an obvious example of the latter category, coming into regular contact with the poor. The evacuation programme is often held up as an example of how many people in Britain saw for the first time how the other half lived, as children from inner-city slums were dispersed around the country. The Blitz had the same effect. Walls sheared off in a raid poignantly revealed how mean so many homes were, how few possessions the poor might have, what a narrow margin there was between them and destitution. Violent death or injury are the same tragedy for rich or poor, belted earl or unemployed labourer, but their ability to cope with attack from the air was not equal. Docks and industrial installations were the most frequent targets, and the streets around such areas were invariably made up of small, poorly built working-class houses. The families in them had few alternatives but to stay put. They did not have the resources to relocate, rarely had relations or friends in safe areas able to accommodate them if they were bombed out, and did not have savings to cushion them through a period of dislocation. On the whole, the middle classes did not frequent rest centres. They had other options. When the Queen pronounced that she could look the East End in the face now, after the bombing of Buckingham Palace, not all East Enders saw the parallel. They did not have a home in the country, in fact several, to repair to. Having a wing of your London base damaged was of a rather different order from losing the only home you have ever known, and all your possessions with it. It was the same with sheltering. Those who could afford it were able to leave the most bombed areas. If they elected to stay, they had shelter options, their own Anderson, a reinforced basement, a sturdily built house. On the whole, the middle and upper classes were not found clutching their meagre bedding, waiting to go down the tube for the night, or crammed into an overcrowded and malodorous public shelter, unless they had been caught out on the way home. These comparisons are not intended to diminish the impact of the Blitz that many people, certainly those living in towns, suffered. The loss of a home, of a former life, is devastating, regardless of class or wealth. But the sense of a shared experience was unifying. Examples of extreme bravery and resilience, as well as the reverse, were found across the country, and there was great sympathy for what those in the East End of London, on Merseyside, Clyde Bank and other badly bombed places suffered. Everyone had a bomb story. Everyone could lay claim to a Blitz narrative. If the commonality of experience did not stretch evenly across the classes, nor did it across other divides in society, anti-Semitism, a regrettably prevalent feature of 30s Britain, was not diminished by the shared threat of the Blitz, nor by the reports of Nazi persecution of the Jews. There had been accusations that the war was a Jewish conspiracy, but such views, sometimes expressed by graffiti scrawled on propaganda posters to alter their message, for example, "Your courage, your cheerfulness, your resolution will bring Jews, rather than us, victory," were only held by those on the wilder shores of fascism. Nevertheless, grumblings about the Jews rumbled on. They were accused of being military service dodgers or black market dealers, of fleeing danger areas. Jewish shopkeepers were blamed for overcharging for rationed goods. In the East End, Jews were accused of pushing others out of the way to get the best places in shelters and refusing to move, and Jewish women were reported to be seen sporting expensive mink coats after a raid. All the old smears about Jews on the make, Jews and sharp practice, were given a bitter wartime topicality. A mass observation investigator was told by a Birmingham woman that she considered Jews to be parasites who live on mugs like us, and that she hoped their local neighbourhood would be wiped out by Hitler's bombs. Robert Baltrop considered that while there was little strong anti-German sentiment during the Blitz, if there was any group of people who suffered from prejudice, certainly in the East End, it was the Jews. There were feelings that the Jews were financiers. They manipulated things behind the scenes, and if anybody was cowardly, it was likely to be them, because they weren't English and that kind of thing. Though many Jewish families living in the East End had settled more than 50 years before the Blitz started. A civil servant sent to investigate the bombing of Coronation Mansions in Stoke Newington in October 1940, where a large number of Jews had been among those killed and injured, talked to several of the people waiting at the desk to get help and advice. 2 Jewish women were very down on their luck, and the elder of the 2 was in floods of tears because she said she had lost everything. As a matter of fact, her house was only damaged, and her furniture was being removed to store, so she had, on the whole, very little to complain about. 2 sisters, on the other hand, of 76 and 84, non-Jewish, were joking about their shocks and losses. A letter to the Hackney and Kingsland Gazette in October 1940 claimed that, from personal observations, I should say that 90% of those who recline nightly on tube platforms are of the Jewish persuasion. Besides men with black patriarchal beards, the observer cannot fail to detect a considerable number of robust and obviously well-nourished men. When George Orwell went to check the rumours about air raid shelters in Chancery Lane, Oxford Street and Baker Street underground stations, he found that the shelterers were not all Jews, but I think a higher proportion of Jews than one would normally see in a crowd of this size. What is bad about Jews is that they are not only conspicuous, but go out of their way to make themselves so. Surprised to find that D, who is distinctly left in his views, is inclined to share the current feelings against Jews. And Orwell reported, with reference to the advertisements in the tube stations, "Be a man," etc., asking able-bodied men not to shelter there, but to leave space for women and children, D says the joke going round London is that it was a mistake to print these in English. The Jewish Board of Deputies was so concerned by the allegations about behaviour in air raid shelters that it commissioned a non-Jew to investigate. He reported that, in those districts where Jews lived in large numbers, they behaved just as well as the British people as a whole. Likewise, when the charge that a disproportionate number of Jews were black marketeers was looked into, it was found that the number of Jews and Gentiles prosecuted for such offences was in line with their proportions among traders as a whole. The Blitz added to paranoia about Jews, particularly in the East End of London. This was no doubt partly because of suspicion of the easily identifiable other in wartime, whose loyalties might lie elsewhere. It was also because the Blitz was a time of raw emotion, of fear and competition for scarce resources, both of food during the most acute period of rationing and safety in terms of shelter and protection. And there already existed a pool of anti-Semitism, not violent, but pronounced enough to be disquieting, from which to draw. This did not mean, as Orwell wrote, that anyone wants actually to do anything about the Jews other than grumble about them and use them as an easy scapegoat for wartime difficulties, anxieties and ambivalences. If the Blitz did not dissolve prejudice or definitively break down class barriers, it did forge a certain determination and a defiance that was noticeable and unifying. This might be local rather than national, a response to the feeling that London had become emblematic of the Blitz and received nearly all the publicity and an unfair share of resources, while the sufferings of the provinces tended to be overshadowed. But these localisms did coalesce into a national resolve. Virginia Woolf, who felt the destruction of London's buildings deeply, wrote to Ethel Smith after the Woolf's house in Mecklenburgh Square had been hit by a bomb in September 1940. London looked merry and hopeful, wearing her wounds like stars. Why do I dramatise London perpetually? When I see a great smash, like a crushed matchbox, where an old house stood, I wave my hand to London. What I am finding odd and agreeable and unwonted is the admiration this war creates for every sort of person. Chars, shopkeepers, even more remarkably for politicians. Winston at least, and tweed-wearing, sterling, dull women here in Sussex, with their grim good sense, organising first aid, putting out bombs for practice, and jumping out of windows to show us how. We burnt an incendiary bomb up on the Downs last night. It was a lovely, tender autumn evening. The white splutter of the bomb was to me, who never listened to the instructions, rather lovely. I'd almost lost faith in human beings, partly owing to my immersion in the dirty water of artists' envies and vanities while I worked at Roger Fry's, a study of whom Woolf was writing. Now hope revives again. For Robert Baltrop, people were heroic in the Blitz, tremendously so sometimes. But the greatest quality of all was not the acts of bravery that took place. They did, but there were acts of meanness and cowardice too. It's all part of human nature. But the sheer fortitude, the way people stuck it out. It was this defiance, the stalwart determination that bloody Hitler wasn't going to beat Britain whatever the odds, that best characterised the Blitz. Business as usual was a survivor's reaction to air raids, wrote Jean Crossley, an army wife who was working for the photographic section of the Ministry of Information. This was not something imposed on us by government decree. Each one of us, no matter to what class of society we belonged, instinctively rebelled against allowing Hitler, that silly little man with a toothbrush moustache, to rule our lives. It was a feeling that united the nation as never before or since. This was a time, it should be remembered, when optimism might have been expected to be in very short supply. Britain's former allies had either been knocked out of the fight or had held up the white flag. America, though increasingly helpful, was maintaining its position of neutrality, and there had been no substantial victories abroad. Nor would there be until El Alamein in 1942, which Churchill cautiously allowed was not the end, or even the beginning of the end, but was, perhaps, the end of the beginning. Defiance did not on the whole mean a call for retribution. After a particularly bad raid, there would be a call to let him have it in letters to the press or reports to Home Intelligence or in conversations overheard by mass observers. But it appears that most people would echo Robert Baltrop. I didn't personally have any great animosity towards the Germans. They were just people like ourselves who had been hauled into war. The general feeling was that Germans were victims of war like we were. After all, they were bombing us, but we were bombing them too. A total of 635,000 German civilians were killed as a result of Allied bombing raids, in which 55,000 British airmen died. At first, both Allied and Axis planes targeted war production factories, docks and military installations, though every raid resulted in cruel collateral damage to homes, hospitals and lives. However, as the Butt report showed in 1941, only one bomber in 4 managed to drop its bombs within 5 miles of the target. Essentially, targeted bombing failed. Area or carpet bombing was to be the new strategy. On the 14th of February 1942, Directive 22 was issued to Bomber Command by the Air Ministry in London. Henceforth, bombing was to be focused on the morale of the enemy civil population and in particular of the industrial workers. The first Allied raid on Cologne had been on the 12th of May 1940. On the 30th to the 31st of May 1942, over 1,000 bombers converged on the city, and area bombing raids followed on other German cities, including Bremen, Leipzig, Berlin, Hamburg, and finally Dresden in February 1945. As Vera Brittain wrote, "It is relevant, perhaps, to inquire what we ourselves have destroyed in Cologne, in Hamburg, in Frankfurt and Munich. What Germany has to forgive us, who centuries ago, by our balance of power policy, committed Europe to ceaseless national conflict. Policies, as well as buildings, are historic. We must not forget that. The Blitz literally smashed down the old and made ruins of the past. Some of what was lost was regretted, but not all. Writing in the BBC magazine London Calling in 1941, the journalist Macdonald Hastings weighed the balance. If Wren's most beautiful churches and some of the city's most noble and historic buildings are damaged irreparably, they have taken with them in their passing some of the meanest stretches of Victorian office buildings in the whole of the city. The Hun has given us a priceless opportunity to reconceive the city on a more rational and livable plan. It was an opportunity that was eagerly seized upon. In 1941, two very different periodicals published plans for the post-war world. In July, the Architectural Review, having previously taken a disinterested attitude to the war, which, its editor admitted, might invite the charge of fiddling while Rome burns, plunged into the fray. We hear it said on every side that this is a peculiar war, that it is not a war at all, in the old-fashioned sense of a mere military campaign, so much as inevitable change passing through one of its most intense and unpleasant phases. In due course, we shall presumably again be, in a sense, at peace, but we shall not be back again at peace. We shall be living in a world as different in its own way from the world before the war as our present wartime world is. Translated into terms of architecture, this seemed to mean being able to admit that the old days have gone for good and to keep in touch with the new days, so that architecture remains an essential part of the machinery of civilization. And this in turn meant not just providing obituaries for buildings lost, but accepting that bomb damage only wipes out some of the evidence of inadequate or unintelligent planning in the past. It does nothing to prevent the same mistakes being made in the future. What was needed was an informed and active public opinion, aware of the real issues and sufficiently familiar with the principles on which reconstruction can be founded to be able to do more than take the proposals of the expert at face value. On the 4th of January 1941, Picture Post published a plan for Britain. This, the magazine insisted, was not something outside the war or something after the war. It is an essential part of our war aims. It is indeed our most positive war aim. The new Britain is the country we are fighting for. The war has been a crisis for our country's whole economic and political life. We have been forced into a knowledge of our dependence on each other. The thrust of the Picture Post articles was never again. Britain must not repeat the mistakes made after the First World War, the homes for heroes that were never built, the rapid decline of manufacturing industries, intractable unemployment, disputatious industrial relations, continued inequalities in health and education. The answer was planning, a mantra of the left throughout the 30s. Given the will to plan, we could, in a quarter of a century, transform our worst towns. We could replan and reconstruct many of our outworn public services to stop the drain of money to no purpose, argued the architect and town planner Maxwell Fry. J.B. Priestley was of the same mind and took a dig at Churchill, among others. In Cyril Connolly's magazine Horizon in March 1941, Priestley wrote, "I do not trust the man who promises to do everything for me after the war, so long as nothing is changed or even discussed now. I suspect that once Hitler is out of the way and the danger to property is past, he will ask me not to speak nonsense about reconstruction, but to go and mind my own business." There is no doubt that the general mood of this country favours progressive and fairly thorough reform, a remodelling of the whole political, economic and social structure, and is suspicious of the diehards. But it is frightening to find oneself in mid-air above a chaos. Something must be done at once. Better anything than nothing. If we are not careful, we shall find ourselves back in August 1939, with the same old voices talking the same old drivel, all as it was before, Except now, the government in power will have a good deal of unrepealed wartime legislation to help it quieten any real opposition. The blueprints for change must already exist. Sir John Reith, the towering, austere former Director-General of the BBC, since October 1940 Minister of Works and Buildings, had from the start of the Blitz, which almost coincided with his tenure in office, urged local authorities to plan boldly in reconstructing their blitzed towns and cities. In January 1941, he set up an expert committee on compensation and betterment, the UTVAT Committee, to look into the financial implications of the land acquisition that would be required to do this. The fate of Reith's vision can serve as an allegory for the lessons of the Blitz. After the war, there were conflicting impetuses. That identified by Priestley as progressive, which looked for opportunities to build on what had been raised, to use the central controls of wartime planning to regulate the peace, to nationalise land, industries and services, standardise provision, centralise administration, codify practices. Much of this drive was realised by the Labour government's post-war reforms, most particularly the creation of the National Health Service in July 1948, and the nationalisation of coal, the railways, gas and electricity, iron and steel, the latter briefly, road haulage, the buses. In the case of the health service, the Blitz had brought the medicine of the battlefield to the home front, and with it came unprecedented opportunities to study the effects of serious injury and to advance methods of treatment, especially surgery. It had given prominence to the acceptance of universal entitlement for treatment and care, free, for a time, at the point of delivery. It had also demonstrated the value of what Richard Titmuss would later highlight as a key example of altruism, blood transfusions and the growth of blood banks, so essential in the conditions of air raids when one person would make a gift, literally, of his or her lifeblood without expectation of reward or thanks to another unknown person. The other thrust was a wish to turn away from the imperatives of war, not to harness them, to return to an individualistic society of home, work and family as it had been enjoyed before the war. This natural impulse would cut across radical plans for reconstruction, where town planners envisaged grid patterns and sweeping boulevards, zoned areas, commercial centres and traffic-free neighbourhoods. Many citizens saw the priority as building new houses or quickly and thoroughly repairing old ones, having schools functioning again, shops back as and where they had been. They would fight against the compulsory purchase orders that were necessary to make the planners' dreams a reality, resist attempts to flatten more of Britain's cities than the bombs ever had. The debate was not resolved then, nor has it been now. Principles were eroded, plans nibbled away at. The great cross-axis of Plymouth's Armada Way, with a never-before-seen sweeping view to the Hoe, and the phoenix of the modern rebuilt Coventry Cathedral, were radical exceptions. Most reconstructions, whatever the original intentions, were compromises, a balance between planners' schemes and local vested interests, and the ever-present problem of lack of money and materials in an impoverished, indebted post-war economy that would persist for decades after the end of the Blitz, leaving hundreds whose houses had been destroyed then, or in the subsequent V-weapon attacks, living often contentedly in prefabs, some of which persisted into the next century, as did the willow herb, buddleia and rubble that held sway on bomb sites in city centres. In 1941, the Architectural Review made a suggestion. The ruin, looked on as architecture in its own right, represents the apotheosis of the past, the intense experience of these active days of the Blitz, crystallised in architectural form. When it is all over, a few of the wrecked buildings might well be left as permanent ruins, not, one hastens to add, as object lessons to future warmongers or for any other moral purpose, but for the sake of the intensely evocative atmosphere common to all ruins, which gives them a vitality of their own, and frankly, their beauty. To posterity, they will as effectually represent the dissolution of our pre-war civilization as Fountains Abbey does the dissolution of the monasteries. That was The Blitz by Juliet Gardiner, read by Catherine Harvey. Thank you for listening to this HarperCollins audiobook.